Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm your host, Dave Cias. Uh, Tonight we have Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night, where the viewers, the audience, can come on as I drop a link to talk about whatever they want to talk about. Uh, I want to thank everybody that tunes in to Restream, Cryptid Encounters on Restream on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, and on Facebook. We're going to have a good show tonight, brothers and sisters. And to all the people that I meet, all the nice people that I meet, that I encounter, and all the social platforms. Shout out to everybody. I know, with all the things happening around the world, we got to keep that love within us. Uh, and it's good to see people around you that have love in them, that you might be going through something, but you see the God is still at work, because you see people around you that have the love, that happiness, and they're radiating, in which this gives me the strength to continue to move forward in a positive way. And I know that God is doing his works. So let me share out this link real quick. Go share it out. For those that are tuning in on Twitch or TikTok, I haven't really done a live on TikTok or Twitch. Uh, but if you want to join the conversation or the topic, you're more than welcome to jump on here. As I drop a link in a few on Restream. On Restream, you can see the chat, what the people are saying in the chat. And like I said before, uh, sharing is caring. I know a lot of people have a lot of experiences in life dealing with the supernatural, or something that they've seen that might have scared them, or they've heard stories from their grandmothers, grandfathers, great great grandmother, great great grandfather. The stories of that run from generation to generation, right? So I'm just gonna go with the flow of things, brothers and sisters. Whoever's tuning in here to Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, I'm waiting to see if my brother's gonna. I don't think it's. I'm thinking he was gonna jump on, but he's too tired. I'm not sure. I'm gonna send him a link, or I'm gonna send him a message. There we go. I send him a message. Yeah, I didn't know I was gonna do a live tonight or anything like that. I was planning to do something tomorrow for Halloween, uh, but I said, why not? You know, I spend time. I got my little channel on TikTok where I'll place the show reels over there, and then of course I like looking into the channels, people's channels on TikTok. I've seen wrestlers there that I remember of, like Ryback. Seen Melina in there that do lives and stuff like that. Where no, to me, like what I do here in Spiritual Cryptid Encounters is a platform where you can be who you are, and like those lives are way different than what I do here. What I do here is just share videos and talk about things, and over there, I guess you have to be within the system, uh, where you have followers and you compete with other people. I know it depends what you're trying to do, and I've met some good people there that I see that are very good-hearted people, and I like to be around that atmosphere where there's somebody with a good heart, you know, people that show love and compassion, that they care, right? Care for mankind, for humanity. And I'm the type of person that I'll support somebody like that because, they're doing something good, you know, doing something good for themselves. Uh, so I don't know. It's just like all the drama sometimes that happens here, not on spiritual encrypted encounters, but the people that bring drama, like the trolls. We get a lot of trolls here, you know. The on YouTube trolls in the podcast, and their mission is just to disrupt and cause chaos and havoc, division, and sometimes you just got to take a little break from all that, right? Because you get tired of the trolls. They have nothing good to say about you. Not just that, but try to steal your content of what you're talking about, or take a screenshot of you and try to make you look like a bad person, or try to paint you to be a bad person, and me, I'm about trying to see the beauty of life, the beauty of life in general. I'm talking about everything in life, the goodness out of people, the goodness of everything that God has created for us. And when I see something like that coming from somebody, it keeps me focused, to keep my heavenly love foundation strong. You know, as y'all know, I've been through a lot in my life. Being in the military and everything, I've seen a lot of things, and sometimes it takes that kind of person that I believe that God places in your life to cross your path, to keep you going, to let you know, hey, I still got I still got uh, chosen ones doing their works. And when I see that, uh, it's a good thing that I know that if something were to happen to me and my time here on earth will be over, that there are other chosen ones that are doing the good works. And I like to see that. That's for those that pay attention to everything. There's some people that just want to dwell on negativity, but I see the goodness, and there's a lot of goodness in this world still, brothers and sisters. There's a lot of goodness. Of course, there is a lot of bad things, bad people, but I see a lot of goodness. Sometimes you have just to sit back and reflect and see the things that are happening around you. Um, and sometimes if you're going through something, you got to make the best of what you have, to make it the best of the best, in order to keep that heavenly love foundation. It's very important, uh, not to give up, not to give up in life. Where there's a will, there's a way. Not to let the life that's around you change your path or change your ways. Be who you are. Don't let nobody uh, change who you are as an individual. Be who you are. Follow your senses. Have the relationship with the Heavenly Father, because He's the one that guides us. Who we got here? Brother Alex Wright. How you doing, Brother Alex Wright? Sister Ivy, Brother Lerny, Brother Alex. Okay, I'm gonna drop a link right there already. So it's open mic night tonight, in which if somebody has something to say, you're more welcome to jump on here and share a story, an experience. Doesn't matter what it is. You're more than welcome to jump on here, Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, and talk about your experience. My brother sent me a picture of when we went to go investigate out in the wooded area, and he said he's seen little people there. What people call duendes, and he sent me a picture that he wanted me to share with y'all. He came out tired from work, so I do get the picture that he sent me. He said that he was seeing all these little people running around with sword. I mean, like the spears and all kinds of things. And first he said, I thought it was my imagination playing games. But when I took a good look, you could see them running around with spears. You know, I got a picture of a little, I don't know, it was a tree sprite warrior or a little duende with a spear. The one that stabbed me in the Achilles many moons ago. Well, my brother, he cropped this picture. You could see some things there, but then you could see this little small figures running around, and when he seen it, he said, I thought it was my imagination. But you could literally see something. He took a screenshot, and I'll share it with you all in a moment. Uh, what do we got here? Brother Ernesto Hernandez. What's up, primo? ¿Cómo estás? How you doing tonight, cuz? I dropped the link there. Whoever would like to join. Yeah, so let me look for this picture that my brother sent me, and I'm gonna share it. What's up? What's up, Texas Learning? How y'all doing tonight? I'm just chilling, relaxing, taking it easy, trying to get ready for tomorrow. I had a I got a letter that had a stamp, a lot of stamps on it, and it was from Transylvania, and they said the count. Said that the count's going to be here tomorrow. You know, so we'll see. We had like a lot of stamps on it, and saying that he'll be here tomorrow. I guess Transylvania is very far away because the stamp on it, it was like sent like 4 months ago, and it barely got here in the United States. I didn't know it takes that long for mail to get from one location to the other. But tomorrow, he says it's going to be here. We'll see. We'll see when the count shows up tomorrow. I know last time I missed them. Uh, I woke up the day after Halloween, uh, very tired, no energy. So we got cousin Jesse in the chat. Ernesto Hernandez, ¿cómo estás? How you doing? Uh, I've been going through a lot of things this past week. See your question. Do you think the book of Enoch is scripture and okay to read as a Christian? Leah McMillan. Sister, there's a lot of books that are written uh, that supposedly were some of those books that the Bible was made out of, but that wasn't added into the Bible. There's uh, you, you can read them to see what's in there, but to me, I believe that if you have the relationship with Jesus Christ, He's the one that will guide you and show you things. He'll let you know, but showing you, teaching you things that you need to know. And a lot of things that are from the past or just that, they're in the past. Were they here? If they're written and if it's there in our history books, something like that happened. The events that are there, the Book of Enoch and the other books that they've created, right? But it's the bigger question is what happened? What happened for what was written in those books? What happened to for example, the Nephilim? All those things of the past, they're not here for a reason. So to me, I would say to you to have that personal relationship with the Heavenly Father, with Jesus Christ, because He's the one that will guide you. Because the past is a past for a reason. Believe in the Bible says, think about don't look into the past or don't dig, right? Don't dig into the past. What does it mean by don't dig? I believe is like, for example, those people that dig, searching for bones, and they find lost civilizations and stuff like that that were buried under the ground, in which something catastrophic had to happen in order for that to happen, right? Uh, Maybe a cleansing of sort, a cleansing where a higher power cleansed this world, in which everything that was on top of the world went underground, right? Because of the cleansing. Maybe there was a lot of evil things that are happening that it's not for me to look at the past that way because that wasn't my time frame. It's for me to look at what's here right now that's important here in the present, but you have to have understanding of how the spiritual warfare happens. You have to have the wisdom and knowledge. The only way you're going to get the wisdom and knowledge, of course, is there's people that read books, but at the same time, there's people that have the relationship with Jesus Christ, in which that's why there's some people that want to look into the books, into the Old Testament, and they just want to stay focused on that. They don't want to acknowledge Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior or know Him in any kind of way, shape, or form. So they're just stuck in Scripture. And if they're not, one in a relationship with Him, then all the things that are written in those books uh, has a grasp over them, which is called spiritual bondage. Uh, okay, Sister Leah McMillan, if it talks about cryptids in the Bible, tell me of a cryptid that we call cryptids right now that you're referring to. Tell me of one cryptid that you're talking about that's that you know is cryptids right now. Tell me of one. I know of the Nephilim, but the Nephilim is not a cryptid. A Nephilim was created by the Watchers, created by the Watchers that went against mankind, against the Heavenly Father, God's creations, and they got destroyed by the Great Flood, in which I know them as DDNs, disembodied demonic Nephilim, because the Watchers became fallen when they went against God, which they're chained up right now. What was left of the Nephilim was their unclean spirits, in which those are the ones that you could say possess people in that kind of nature because they're still around in spirit. Uh, that's what the punishment was, for their vessels to be destroyed, but that they were going to wander earth looking for a vessel. So those are the things that possess people. The DDN, just like the Legion, right? That's what they do. But tell me of a name of a cryptid that's written in the Bible. A cryptid. You're talking about the cryptids right now that people say they exist. I'm just letting you know that the unclean spirits exist of the DDN, in which all that is dealing with witchcraft, necromancy, uh, and I believe that the manifestations that people think are cryptids are not cryptids at all. That there are the unclean spirits of the DDN because they have abilities to manifest and to take temporary manifestations. I haven't heard nothing about that, Bob Jackson, but I'm more sure it's not just only in New Mexico. It's everywhere. Uh, a lot of the natives, right? Most of America is native land. Just about that's where we came from. All of us have some kind of native blood, right? Everybody, doesn't matter what nationality, or everybody has some kind of DNA within them. It's either native, African American, Asian. It's within us. Uh, but at the same time, let's see, what was the comment? A lot of our ancestors got deceived, have been getting deceived, and there's people right now that have been getting deceived by the DDN, the disembodied demonic Nephilim. Right? Look at our country, all the division, all the chaos, people that are confused, that they don't know if they're male or female, people that identify themselves as animals. Uh, those are people that are being spiritually bonded. Yeah, but if, you're more than welcome, Sister Leah McMillan, to jump on here if you want to talk about it. Uh, they do manifest to what you think, Sister Leah. They manifest to what you think, what's in your mind. If you see this unclean spirits, And a Bigfoot community is not going to tell you this. Any cryptic community is not going to tell you this. They're not going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth here because of what I've dealt with in my experiences. Spiritually, I've been fighting spiritually since I was 3 years old. I spent some time with a medicine woman, a curandera, what they call, and I've seen the balance at a very young age. Dealing with the balance. When you talk about harpies, we call them lechuzas in Spanish, brujas. I've dealt with that at the age of 3 years old, in which I know they do exist spiritually. Just like that exists spiritually, I've seen other things from the spiritual realm, such as dark shadow figures, the Hat Man, hellhounds, big dark bultos, which is a big dark shadows with red eyes that I've witnessed uh, up in Lubbock, Texas, when we stayed on the ranch. We were surrounded, and they were huge. But those are manifestations. The reason they manifest to look beastly for the fear factor, right? To scare you. If they can scare you, you got to remember they're in spirit. If they can scare you, or they can get you to believe what you're witnessing is real, then they have the opening. Since they're in spirit, they have the opening to attack you spiritually, and that's what they do. Uh, you hear it, for those that are here in the Bigfoot community. How many people in the Bigfoot community either are very ill right now because they go investigate out there in the woods, or some have already passed away, uh, where an ailment just appears out of nowhere, and they're taken from the face of the world, from the earth, because they're believing, the power of belief. They're believing that a Bigfoot is real, and the more belief you give the Bigfoot, which is DDN, demonic, then it's gonna enter your vessel, into your foundation, and it doesn't have to have permission because you're involuntarily giving it the permission to enter your vessel, your spirit, your foundation, by believing that it's real. And that's a mistake that a lot of people do. It doesn't even have to be about cryptids, UFOs, orbs, aliens, and you can add many more to that list. If you give it the power of belief, then it's going to have something over you. How you doing, Brother Scott Baker? That's awesome, Brother Water Otter. Yeah, you can send it, brother. I'm dropping another link right now where it wants to join. And I'm here to listen, open discussion, right? That's why tonight is Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters open mic night, open discussion where the viewers are allowed to come on here and talk about it. Let's talk about it. You know, we all can get along, and have an open discussion. Uh, you very rarely see cryptid people like Bigfoot believers jump on here and discuss the things with me. You know, some of them, they know the truth. You got to be careful with some of the communities because there is cults within these communities. They do not worship Jesus Christ. They worship other things. And they're the people in charge of the Bigfoot communities, the cryptic communities. Some are Freemasons, etc. So they're there. They know why they're there. They're there to corrupt as many people as possible. Of course, I guess they're doing a good job. When you have so many uh, people following you, right? So what does it mean? Is it because of people believing in the Bigfoot? or is it because they have the opening that they live in themselves to believe and they get bonded by it? See, I do the opposite. I try to awaken people spiritually, not to give power or belief to certain things. If you want to believe in something, well, believe in Jesus Christ because He's the only way that anybody's going to make it into the kingdom of heaven. We all have to go through Him to make it into the kingdom of heaven. And the demons, the legion, DDN, to somebody demonic Nephilim, or you want to call them cryptids, aliens, or whatever genre you want to give them, they all know that when we tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, that they will flee. Why would they flee if they are supposedly here in the flesh? They're going to flee because they're not out of the flesh. They're going to flee because they're demonic. Put it to the spiritual test. I've done it. I've done it before. Ran into that alpha, what people call it alpha, uh, this black lycanthrope dogman werewolf. He was looking at me. He was showing me his teeth. I was near the swing set. He was probably like 50 meters away, 50 feet away from me. It was massive looking at me. I looked at it and I put it to the spiritual test. I said, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. When I said that, it disappeared in thin air. Uh, it smelled like pestilence. It's like it smelled like pestilence, and I seen something on the ground when it disappeared. I got a little bit close to it, not too close to go see what it was, but enough to look that there was you know black goo left on the ground where it disappeared. That's what it left. Uh, so I just prayed and went home, and I said, "There's something around me spiritually that is not. I'm I'm not allowing it to follow me home." That's why you can give power to when you see something like that, especially if it disappears. That's more dangerous than something that's in physical form. If it's in physical form, then you're able to find a way to eliminate the threat. But when it's in spirit form, the only way to fight that is through Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll try to bring people from the cryptid community in here, uh, to tell me their what they call expertise. I'm just here to tell you that some of these people that said that they're experts, they're part of the conspiracy. They know what they are. We got brother Texas Learning here. How you doing, brother?
Oh, good. How you doing?
Long time no see.
Yeah, yeah. Life's been busy.
So you hearing the topic what we're talking about here, brother Texas Learning?
Yeah.
Uh, you want to share something with them that we're talking about? Is
Um. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I have to think about what to share.
I'm reading the comments here. It's good when people participate in the comment section. Yeah, man, these beans here. I think I have a video where I went to go investigate this location where I had gotten shoved off a ridge and I came tumbling down like maybe 5 years ago. So me and my brother had done an investigation in the wooded area in which I got zapped. So this is the following day, and I say, "Hey, bro, well, let's go over here. I want to go check out this area." So I'm doing fine walking. As soon as we start walking this trail, I hear a growl. We hear a growl, a loud growl, and we look to our right. There's nothing there. a weird ground, you know. So we did the sign of the cross, and we kept on walking. And as we're getting close to the area, it's like I got ambushed. I mean, I got zapped big time. That I wasn't able to make it all the way to where the location was, where I got shoved. So by the time I walked back and got near the vehicle, my leg had gotten real heavy. It felt like I was walking with weights on me. That it took me a couple of days just to recuperate from that.
Yeah, they probably could smell that you were coming.
Oh yeah, they know it's not a smell, brother. It's more of the spirit knows. The spirit knows the spirit knows the spirit. So spiritually, they already knew in spirit. That's why you always got to be spiritual ready at all times. They like attacking spiritually more than physically. Just put it that way. That's what they do because they are in spirit form. We got Andres Carizales. I know if you had some experiences and stuff. Uh, I'm just talking about certain topics of individuals that they consider themselves to be these professionals and all this stuff. But I call BS in a lot of these individuals, man, because they have nothing to show, nothing, no kind of proof.
Oh,
Uh,
there's so many grifters in this field, and so many people they have to believe that, for example, Bigfoot is real. So everything has to fit that narrative according to them, and you get all
so
kinds of
you
stuff
got
going
you
on.
got. Let's see some of the things that they're doing. That I mean, to me they're trying too hard. You got people running around in costumes. That's one of them. You got people making AIs of Bigfoots. That's another. You already had some people in the past uh, that tried to make a film of supposedly Bigfoot, but you could tell that it was a costume made out of mesh. I ain't going to say the name of the film because those are the guys that started the bluff for the BS. Now I'm not going to say that there's things that look like this, in which there was. The things that look like this, they're are written in the books that Sister Leah was talking about, which is the Nephilim. The Nephilim that came in many shapes and sizes, and the washers, yeah, they slept with women and with other things, in which I believe the other things, you know, is still in with the same thing as a Nephilim. But all that got destroyed because they were destroying Earth, destroying all of God's creations. But they do exist in spirit form. Let's see, we got somebody named Palmir. Okay,
Oh,
how you
yes.
doing?
I've heard a lot about you, but I've never listened to you before. I hope you don't mind me joining you.
Oh no, that's fine, man. That's what is. We got open mic night tonight. So what do you think about this, sister? We're talking about here.
I haven't heard anything you have said yet. I've only just joined.
Oh, okay.
So please continue. Ignore me.
Yes, I work as a carer, and this is someone I care for. And I do share my personal life, which includes watching this channel. So she decided to hop on today.
Is there any experiences or that you would like to share with us?
Do you mean me or do you mean her?
Yes. I was not showing her name. Let me see.
Bomb, yeah. Oh, the lamp
Mom,
is right there.
is there any experiences that you've witnessed or experienced that you would like to share with the viewers
There are
here?
so many, Abe. Sorry, is your name Abe?
Yes.
And I am Pom. It's difficult that I'm just here as a guest, but I am Pom. Oh, and we have someone else too, another Al.
Hello, this is Leah.
How you doing, Leah?
Hello.
Hello. So I had a dogman encounter March of like 2024, and it literally scared the bejesus out of me. And I've been watching these cryptid shows and things like that. And and I believe what you're saying, they're demonic entities that we like conjured up ourselves, or maybe they manifested themselves. Because when I saw it, I said something out loud about Jesus. I said, oh my God, Jesus, this is real. Dogmen are real, and it stopped in its tracks. It didn't disappear because I jumped up in my Jeep and I drove off as fast as I could. But I, it's just scary when you think of all these people out there hunting Bigfoot and dogmen, and they're trying to find these things. If they're looking for demons, that's really scary.
They don't know that they're looking for demons because the people in charge of those things they're telling them that they're real, that they're in the flesh, and that's the mistake that they're making. That they're giving it the power of belief. So you've seen many people are sick and many people are gone now from the cryptic community because they're giving opening to the demons of the power of belief, and they're getting taken out. Someone dying of cancer, someone dying of heart attacks. That's what they do. They attach themselves, take over the vessel, and destroy the vessel. They dislike us because we're children of God, and we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. So they dislike us. What were they doing when they were the Nephilim? They were destroying all of God's creation because they already knew that they wasn't created by God. So they were destroying everything. That's why the great flood happened, to
Yeah.
get rid of, to destroy the Nephilim, which it did. So, but it left the unclean spirits on the Nephilim, which they have the ability to possess people.
Yeah, it's pretty scary because when you see one physically, you think, okay, it's flesh and blood, it's a real viable being, and you think, okay, it's a cryptid. But from what you're saying, it's really demonic entity that's manifested
Yes,
into a physical form. I mean, that's really scary. That's really scary.
and when you're seeing it, it's because all of us have those spiritual instincts because we are children of the light. So when you're seeing it, it's because your senses are kicking in, is letting you know danger, right? Spiritual danger in front of you, in which we're supposed to fight spiritually. But some people don't know how to fight spiritually. When you see something like that, you're not supposed to be afraid of it because there's a spiritual opening. You can't get mad at it, pull out a shotgun and start shooting at it, because killing is a spiritual opening. So the only way you're going to be able to overcome it is by tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. Just the same way the legion, Jesus Christ cast out the legion out of the man that was possessed. That's the way you're going to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Because if you do it any other kind of way, it's going to find that opening to attach itself to you and attack you spiritually.
I remember when
Yeah.
I got out of there, I was thanking Jesus for getting me out of there safely.
So how did it look to you? I mean, the one that you seen. What location was this? What's state?
I'm in Texas. I'm just south of Dallas Fort Worth. Um,
I'm in
I
Texas
live.
also.
Yeah, I live in on the edge of Mansfield and Midlothian, just south of Arlington, just south of Dallas Fort Worth. And I was actually dumpster diving. I've never told anybody the story because I don't want to be judged. Like, what are you
That's
doing
fine.
dumpster diving?
We've all done it at some point in our lives. Right?
So, but you wouldn't believe the good stuff that these stores throw away that's new. But anyways, long story short, I was dumpster diving and I had a ladder because I'm short. And I was getting into like this dumpster, And I remember like it wasn't a voice like out loud, but it was like in my head, and it said, "You need to leave." And it startled me. And I jumped down from the ladder and I walked out towards my Jeep to look and see if someone was coming. Like, because I didn't know if I was going to get caught dumpster diving or whatever. And that's when I saw the front view of what I thought was a Cane Corso. It was so massive. I just thought, holy Jesus, that is the biggest dog I've ever seen. And I got scared. And then I ran to get my ladder and put it in the Jeep. And then when I looked back, it had moved about, closed about half the distance. I want to say it was like originally like 50 yards away. And then it was like half of that. And it was a side view. And when I saw it from the side, all of a sudden it was like these flashcards were going through my head, like trying to figure out what it was. And I was like, okay, that's not a dog. Is that a wolf? And then I thought, okay, is that a black man? Because it was solid black and it was leaning over. And I thought, okay, that's not a black man because the arms are too long. The front arms were really long compared to the back legs. And it was on all fours. And that's when I was like, sweet baby Jesus, dogmen are real? Like, I was in shock. And then I heard that voice, leave now. And I jumped in my Jeep, and the bad part was my legs wouldn't work. I was in so much fear and so scared that I was trying to pull myself up in my lifted Jeep, and I could not get my legs to work. They were like jello. It was like I don't know if you guys have ever gone to the gym and had like a leg day
Yeah.
workout, and then you try to go to up or down stairs afterwards, and your legs just kind of give out.
Yeah.
That's what they were like. They just wouldn't work. I couldn't get up in my Jeep, and I had one hand on the steering wheel and one hand on the stick shift. I've got like a 3.5-inch lift on my Jeep and really
It's
big
kind of
tires.
like
So
it zapped you. It zapped your energy.
yeah, it did. It took everything out of me, and I literally could barely pull myself up in my Jeep to get in there. And I was just like, Jesus help me, Jesus help me. And I finally got my legs to work, and or God helped me get my legs to work, and I got up in my Jeep and I shut the door and I just got out of there. And in hindsight, I wish I would have taken a picture. I wish I would have had my phone out. I wish I would have recorded it. But I was just so thankful just to get out of there. And I mean, I remember like when I got down to the behind the strip center where I was just like, thank you, Jesus, for getting me out of here. I mean, it just,
Amen.
I felt it. I felt like a demonic, like an evil presence.
But that's what they
And
do. They manifest away in Texas. There's a lot of native Indian burial grounds all throughout Texas, in which another one that it could possibly be the way you described it. Then he spoke to you because I've had that happen to me where they say something to me. Like one of the things they like to say is run. They want you to run after the growl or whatever. But you're like, how does this? I got a short reel of one of them where it opens his mouth, shows his teeth at me. But he spoke to me. So how can something that's a cryptid or animal, right, speak? Well, it's because it's not a cryptid or an animal. It's because it's demonic, or out of witchcraft and necromancy, shapeshifters, skinwalkers. That's what I'm thinking. That land, that area where your dumpster diving could have been a native Indian burial ground nearby, in which they're very territorial. So I don't know.
yeah, at the time, I didn't know if that voice in my head was coming from God, like warning me, or if it was a demonic, that thing telling me to get out of there. Like, I didn't know what was going on, but I was
No,
just
they'll
thankful
say
to get
get
out of
out.
there.
Sometimes they say leave. I've got it through my investigations. While I'm out there, they'll sometimes they say "f you." They'll tell me to leave, or sometimes they'll even say where there's several talking because they're invisible, right? In spirit, they'll say, "Let's get them now." So when I hear that, if I can hear it, I say I rebuke it. I type out and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, or I go into prayer. Start saying the deliverance prayer to your Father, and that's my cue to get out of there. But I walk out of there with no fear. I just focus on my prayer where my love foundation is, and get out of there with the love foundation.
Thank you so much.
That's one thing you
The
do
reason
is
I asked about the
don't
Book of
run.
Enoch is because I mean I'd been watching these other channels and people were quoting scripture or whatever from the Book of Enoch and
Hmm.
saying that it talks about Nephilim and things like that, and I wanted to learn more about that. But then I thought I ordered the book on Amazon, and then I thought, hold on a second, before I read it, I should really find out, is this real scripture? Is this real or is this fake? Or because I don't want to open myself up to, you know, fake a fake book or something and then think it's real scripture. So I just didn't know if it was real, if it really came from scrolls and it just wasn't part of like King James when he made the Bible, if he left it out. I wasn't
Now,
sure.
there's a lot of things that, of course, throughout the centuries, history, we've seen it happen in our country where the people started knocking down statues and destroying statues and destroying, like in Iraq, they were destroying temples with scrolls, destroying the history. So yeah, there's a lot of things that do exist. It's just that's why I tell people have their relationship with Jesus Christ because He will guide you. He'll show you.
Yeah.
He's the ultimate teacher. He'll let you know exactly what to do in a situation, even if it's something from back in the day. That's coming out of those old scrolls or scripture. He'll give you the wisdom and knowledge to be able to overcome that spiritually. We got Bob Jackson here. Got another person coming on. There we go. How you doing, Bob?
Hello, are you able to hear me at all?
What was that, brother? Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to jump off, but I just want to I just want to thank you so much. And I
Yeah,
really enjoy your
there's
channel and I
nothing wrong with
appreciate you.
there's nothing wrong with reading other books. You gain some wisdom and knowledge. I would just say that to be careful when you're opening up yourself to things, or giving it power belief. Don't give it, no matter what you read, don't try to give it too much of the power of belief because it could be a spiritual opening. Uh, just know that whatever the case is, Jesus Christ is the ultimate solution. You know,
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
you're welcome, sister. We got JC.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. And you?
Alrighty.
I was just wondering if this is the first time I ever tried this on an iPad. Does this actually work?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, I I came across I'm I'm an Orthodox Christian, so I got like daily readings each day. And a couple of days ago, one that came up that I read was part in Genesis where it's just before the flood takes place, and it's Genesis 6. I think it's verse 4, and I'm afraid to go and check because I don't know if I can get back on. But, anyways, I'm just going to paraphrase what it said. It said, and there were giants there in that day and also afterward, talking about the flood. It kind of seems to me, even if there was a real Nephilim, a hybrid between whatever the fallen angel got a hold of, either a human female or part of the animal kingdom or whatever, that testing the spirits is still going to be effective on it. No matter what. Am I right?
You got
You
to
said
think
what?
about it.
What'd you ask?
Uh, Say I tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ,
Okay.
whether it's a DDN
Yes.
or if by chance, when it said, and also after the flood, even if they're still doing it today and one pops up, aren't they
Hmm.
both have to listen to that prayer being said in the name of Jesus?
It's very effective, brother. I've used that many times, even in the military, when I would see uh, what people call UFOs
Yeah,
or orbs. I would see all that flying around, or disembodied voices of something crying around the tank. I would go into prayer, and boom, next thing you know, everything's gone. Doesn't matter what's flying in the air, what color is changing. You type out Enrique Jesus Christ name is disappears.
yeah, they're all the same. When you
You
take
get you
a
go to put it to the
demon,
test. Yeah,
yeah, when you take a demon and the say what people call aliens, it's all the same attributes. They do the exact same thing, so they got to be the same thing.
yeah, just the different manifestations that
EDM
they're
right
taking.
off the bat.
Yep, different manifestations that they take. That's
Yeah,
all it is. It's a manifestation, a temporary manifestation that can be
I do
broken
got one
through.
story real quick, if you
Go
allow
ahead, brother.
me. Say, back in 1979, I was about 10, 11 years old,
Uh huh.
and my dad got transferred from Chanute Air Force Base to um, Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska. Anyways, we just got out of TLQ, temporary living quarters, and this was our first night in our actual fourplex home where we were on the end, and it was during spring breakup season. And the only thing we had was pillows, blankets, because everything was being transferred from Seattle to Alaska. So it's going to be like a week before it got there. Anyways, I had just started to go to sleep, and the hair on my neck went straight up, and I actually clenched fists, both fists, and I came out swinging because I heard the deepest, loudest, most powerful voice I have ever heard in my life. And it only said two words, and that was, "It's time." And here's the odd thing about that. The very next day was the first time I got to meet anybody around my age, and they invited me to church that same day. Within 2 days, I was in church, and within a week after that, I was saved. And then after that, I brought my entire family along with it, with me. And I ain't never been to church in my life. Now, I don't consider that a coincidence. I think I think Jesus, Holy Spirit himself, I mean, it was deep. I hear people say, "Oh, they've heard these animals make these giant roars." This was nothing compared to that. I'm talking I felt it all throughout my body, every atom. But it scared me. And then the pastor told me that he thought I was I was being told it's time to get your rear in gear and get on the right path. But
It was
anyways,
guiding
that's
you.
the most unusual thing that's
Yeah,
happened to me.
I've had that happen to me. Getting spoken by a very a voice that's created out of the strongest things of Mother Nature itself, like a tidal wave, thunder, lightning. It's one of those voices that's very
Oh
powerful,
yeah.
you know, and it's so powerful that you have no choice but to listen. That's how powerful it is. And yes, I've been there, brother, where
Oh,
the voice told me, "Tell your brothers and sisters how to
it's
expect
silly
me."
now that I was throwing swings at it. I mean, it's God, right? So he's
Yeah,
got to be laughing his tail end off that here's this 10-year-old trying to fight him, and I mean, but it stuck with me for forever. And I screamed. My dad went around the whole place. There was nobody outside. Uh, but yeah, that was whoa. Talk about like just the ultimate power speaking to you. But thanks for listening to me on this.
You're welcome, brother.
And I just
Amen.
wanted to
And
say
thank you
that.
for sharing
Uh,
your story, brother.
and I'm gonna. How do I get out so I can? Can you just boot me out?
I got you, brother.
That might be simpler, and I'm just gonna listen.
I got you. Thank you
All right.
for sharing your
Thanks,
testimony, brother.
Abe. Thanks, everybody.
You're welcome. Uh, So we got Texas Learning. What do you think about his testimony, brother Learning?
I don't know. I personally think it could be anything, man. Talking to people about, you know.
Sometimes you know with the spirit when the spirit is when the Heavenly Father is speaking to you, you know it's because you just follow what he's telling you, and you know what when he's guiding you.
Yeah.
Just like you know when something is trying to infiltrate, that he's trying to put images or thoughts in your mind that's not good. You know that's when you know you have to go into prayer and say, hey, whatever's trying to attack me, I'm not allowing you. This is my vessel, a Thai banner BQ. In the name of Jesus Christ, leave me alone. Then there's not going to be no more voices talking to you, where the things that are happening are going to cease because you're the authority of your vessel. So it's up to you what you allow in your vessel. And that's what they always try to do is trying to find a way in.
Oh, looks like just us in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's.
How many
I'm
people have failed? Uh, Voices telling them to take their lives, or
yes, I've actually experienced that.
or they scare them to say, if you don't do this, we're going to come after all your family.
Yes,
You
I've
know,
actually had
like
experienced that, but that I
trying
had
to
voice.
throw a like they're doing them a favor, but they're really deceiving them. You know, just like what is it the saying that Jesus says to Lucifer when he's trying to tempt him?
Yeah, do not tempt me, or um, something along these lines. Um, no, you will not tempt me, for everything in the world is not does not compare to what the Father will give me. Something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but it was roughly the message. Yeah, and if you receive something and if it's great, then you can instinctively know which side is giving it to you. And if it's from the heavenly side, then it's awesome. If it's from the dark side, then it's not very comfortable because you know that something is coming, some trade is happening. Because any quote unquote gift from that side is will always be a trade. They don't have the the love in their heart, so they don't gift for the sake of giving. There has to be something for them as well, and what they are bargaining for is way more than you are reasonably want to afford. But speaking of these voices, I actually had them in my head at one point, where I and even in memories. Sometimes I had a memory of like years back, and I'm glad I'm not having that memory again. But it's the idea behind it was, oh, I should have just um, offed myself. I should have just not be anymore. I'm not how much YouTube allows me to phrase it. Leave the earth at that time, but I'm glad I didn't. But even those, there's also like a voice in your head or a thought being implanted.
Trying to share the shirt that my brother in arms made for me.
Oh, that's
on him
pretty cool.
from Recon One, Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. But this is not. This is from his show. It's called Recon One. It's got zombies. It's just for the holidays. I will be dressing up tomorrow for the show. Uh, we have a guest coming all the way from Transylvania.
Ooh, exciting.
There's Sister Brenda right there.
Hi,
How you
and
doing, Sister Brenda?
I'm doing good. I just heard that story, Laramie. Over
Which
my dead
story?
body, over my dead body. You sit right where you are. Don't make me have to bring you out here. No, sir. I'm doing all right, Abe. Puppy's still sick. How are you doing?
Alrighty, just having a good time. Doing the show. See who jumps on, and we'll share some stories. Anybody's invited here to share an experience or story.
I don't know. I laid down about, I think it was 8 o'clock or so, and I thought, okay, well, I'll only sleep for a couple hours. Yeah, whew. I just woke up and I seen that you guys were on. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I think I went on early. We're 11:44. We've been on for a while now, for an hour 6 minutes.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I started at 10:30. I think
Um,
I was supporting some friends on TikTok. They do their thing, and to me, sometimes I have to take a break
yeah,
from doing the podcast, and I like going to other channels or other what do you call it, like YouTube or TikTok, just to see how people are doing around the world,
other
and sometimes you
platforms.
meet some great people there,
Yeah,
that you can see there's goodness, instead of just getting stuck here speaking what we speak of. I see there's the God is at work, and there's a lot of good people in this world still that have love in the heart and doing the good works.
right. We have somebody else joining.
That's cousin Jesse, I believe.
Is it?
I think so, but he's having problems. He's having problems with his connection.
Oh,
I think it's Pom who tries to join back. Maybe.
It keeps on putting him out. No, that's cousin Jesse.
oh.
We can't hear you. Oh, there
Hi,
he is.
Jesse.
Hey, Jesse.
Just heard him for a little bit. How you doing, primo?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you're fine.
I just say
So, I cannot hear you, Jesse.
You, I think I
He's
think he needs
breaking in it.
to
There we
move
go.
to another move to another part of the house. Maybe
Yeah, he's got a bad
that might
connection.
be it. That might be what's going on. Like go up like where there's a living room where there's a big window.
Hmm.
Go if you go by there. If he goes by there, he'll get a better reception. Come on, Jesse. I got Scooby snacks for you. Let's go.
Do it for the Scooby snack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got a bad connection. We can hear him for a little bit, and then he just disappears.
I wonder, do they have internet? If they have internet out there and he puts on the Wi-Fi, you might get a better reception. Maybe. Don't rely on the internet on the phone. Turn on the Wi-Fi and let it run it.
Hmm.
That would probably do better.
Yeah, but I like the story about the dumpster diving. it brings back memories. I used to go dumpster diving at I mean, not me, but I'll take my son and my nephews. That's like, hey, who wants to go dumpster diving? I'll take them over there to Miss Baird's,
Get
all the
bread.
sweets, man.
Yep.
And we take all the sweets out of there, and it was still good. They were still good. The dates were still good.
Yeah.
So I'll put them. I'll put it in the freezer. Uh, that's why when she said dumpsters diving, I remember doing that. Uh, Not just dumpster diving. I remember when there was a freeze that will come to the Rio Grande Valley. The ranchers, my cousins worked for ranchers. They would cultivate the fields and do all the water, for the fields. And they'd be like, give us a call. Hey, bring the truck and get as many oranges or grapefruits that you want because the freeze is coming. And so our boss said, yo, the rancher can come say you can come. So we'll go and we'll be a truck full of grapefruits and oranges. And we keep them covered with a tarp. The freeze will come and, whatever was left on the trees, they will go to waste. That's kind of like dumpster diving, but in a good way, right?
Yeah.
Or I was just reminiscing here. There was times where they will get the water from the lake, the little ponds or lakes that they would get the water to irrigate the fields. So once they get the water out of there, you could see the back of the catfish and different fishes in the water. So we'll go there and with a we'll have those aluminum trash cans,
Yeah.
fill it up with catfish, big catfish. We'll have like 15 or 20 of those, and we'll have a fish fry all week.
Oh, you took the
With
fun out of
catfish.
fishing, but that's a good way, I guess.
So that's kind of like dumpster diving, right?
Yeah.
Let's go a little bit more about dumpster diving. I used to work at Walmart, and there's a section where something is fixing to get outdated. They take it there and they write it off. So I was a stock clerk, so I'll grab Snickers, Butterfingers, all kinds of chocolates. Take this and put it in the dumpster. I said, okay. I go take it and I put it on the side of the dumpster behind it, where nobody could see it. Then after they were closed, I go get it, take it home, put it in the freezer because, like I said, it was still good. The dates were still good, so I would freeze the candy. So we had a little freezer that was full of candy, uh, Hershey's, Snickers, M&Ms, you name it. So yeah, I know a little bit about dumpster diving now.
So Jesse said that it won't work if he puts the Wi-Fi on his phone. Huh. Maybe it's just the area he's in is just got really bad internet where he's at.
Since we're talking about dumpster diving, there's another one. When I was in operations, there's a storm. Care packages will come in. That was kind of like dumpster diving
Oh
because
yeah.
the care packages, all kinds of stuff that the people would donate to the soldiers because we're in a combat environment. I mean, then we'll just spread it out to whoever wanted whatever, like toothpaste, uh, uh, shaving cream, whatever. My lieutenant, his mother will send him big giant trash bags full of cookies,
Oh
homemade
God.
cookies. I'm talking about huge. And then he'll be eating it you'll get a little case of milk. He'll be drinking it and eating it in front of us. He went through 2 bags like that and wouldn't offer us a single cookie. So then one day I was like, we're our tank. We had to take out the engine out and put another engine in it. And I said, I went to go grab two cases of milk. So we're going to teach this LT a lesson. We're going to teach him about he's supposed to be sharing with us because we're a crew, you know. So I grabbed his bag of freaking of cookies. By the way, they were very delicious. And we started tearing them up. We ate them all. We ate them all. We had a cookie fest. It's probably why I'm diabetic right now. No, we had a cookie fest. So we drove the tank back at nighttime, and the trash bag just threw it off the tank or whatever. We get back to the Alpha Alpha. It's like around 11:30 at night, and I'm laying down in my sleeping bag. I see the LT go to the box, the toolbox or sponsor box, and opens it up, and he's got his flashlight, and he's looking for the cookies, and he's like, "See us?" So yes, sir. Did you see what happened to the bag that was here? I said, "What bag, sir?"
Yeah.
The the bag that I had my cookies. So all I know, there was a lot of mechanics on top of the tank, and we drove late at night. They moved stuff out of the box. I don't know, sir. If there was something, it might have fallen over on the way over here.
There was a big cookie monster chasing the tank, sir.
Man, he was like real sad and stuff. I felt bad, but then after that, he got another bag of cookies. But this time, he did share with us.
Well, I I know that my ex-husband
By
sergeant.
the way, sir, Lieutenant Teddy Shelton the third, it was my idea, nobody else's. My idea. But your mother, man, that was some delicious cookies.
He
I never
take
tasted some delicious cookies like that. She was a very was it she, baker? Man, they were delicious.
Well, at least you take accountability for it.
Yeah.
Here's Jesse.
Texas Shogun.
Yeah. On and off. You kind of sound like a robot there, Jesse.
Yeah, it's not working properly.
We got to fix his internet.
Want to get some Wi-Fi for you, cousin?
Yeah. It's going to be back live by. Oh,
Yeah, it's
he's
it's
leaving
breaking up
us.
real bad.
He's leaving us in intense here. I'm going to be back live by, and he left.
Cliffhanger.
It is. It's a cliffhanger. I remember that
I couldn't hear what he was saying.
yeah. I made it out. He said he's going to be back live by, and then he cut out.
Maybe it wasn't bye, but more like bye, as in goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Okay, then maybe he was saying he was going to go to bed. I don't know. Oh my goodness.
But the story also about what you were saying, you got to remember one thing also, that these demons, they like dirty places. Dumpster diving is what, a dirty location, right?
Yeah.
Sewers or dirty locations.
Hey, there's Scott.
There's Scott Baker right there. How you doing, brother Scott?
I think he said he needs another updated link.
Update the link.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't click on.
I don't know.
I guess Stormy. Okay. let me refresh it.
You know, my my ex-husband sergeant, when they were over in Iraq one day, he gets a hold of me and he gives me a list of things he needs and he wants me to send him. I said, okay, what do you need? He says, I need sizes medium, large, and extra large M&M boxers, and I need and I need a whole bunch of floppy-eared bunny slippers. And I'm like, what? Just do it. I'm like, okay. So I go and I get this stuff for him. And about a month later, I get pictures of their unit all standing around in these stupid boxers with bunny slippers on, posing. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Apparently, all the wives got these pictures for Christmas. That's what I needed to see my husband in stupid boxers and floppy-eared bunny slippers. Pink ones, to be exact, he said.
Golly.
Yeah. Yeah, I told him, I hope you guys are not running around out there in the desert like that. They're going to pluck you off for real.
I remember I was out there and we set up the Australian shower. We put it on the gun tube, and I was taking a shower, right? And I kept on seeing this medic track just passing back and forth. And then as I'm out in the open, butt naked, taking a shower because you think it's just nothing but guys out there. I just hear, "Hey!" A female yelling. I look, and there's a bunch of females with cameras taking pictures of me butt naked out there. And I'm like, I just waved at them. Keep on taking my shower. I didn't care.
They had nothing better to do.
They were recording and taking pictures. They're like, shit.
Yeah, they had nothing better to do with their time.
We were out there, taking a shower. It was doing Operation Desert Storm. There was things that would happen. Like, for example, one time I was walking to go shave, and one of the shower points, because there was a sandstorm,
Yeah.
the door opened, and there you go. There was a naked woman right there, naked soldier. She waved at me, and I waved at her, and she just closed the door.
Wow.
Strange things like that would happen.
Oh, I know. My husband used to call me and tell me I have a problem. I'm like, what is it? One of the female soldiers keeps wanting me to go eat dinner with her. I'm like, well, go sit and eat dinner with her. He said, in her tent. I said, oh, well, that won't work then, will it?
Yeah, us as being on the front line, I didn't try to focus on that. I just try to keep my focus on the mission, what
Right.
we had to do, the task that we had to do.
Yep. I mean, you guys, everybody's out there for a long time, and I don't know.
Yeah.
They just do what they do, I guess. I didn't worry about it because after he let me talk to her, I said, once you take him, you're not allowed to give him back, and you don't get his checks. I do. And she was like, I'm like, yeah. Let's try this.
I seen some stuff happen, but there was this. They took us to his location, where it was like a location where the engineers, took over it, and it had shower points and everything where you take showers.
Yeah.
So they built like a little place where you can go. The cooks were set up there where you could go eat, and they had like a recreation that they did for the soldiers, to take a little bit of time off from being in the sand.
Yeah.
And there was a location where there was like a TV room, and we were watching movies, and there's this guy. He came and he said, "Hey, my wife sent me this video of this movie. I'm gonna play it." He was all excited and stuff. You know, he was
Oh
like an
no.
E7. So he puts it on. You know, there's like 30 dudes in here. You know, and he puts it in there and he plays it, starts playing it, and you can see like a porno. You know, you see the back of a woman, and there's like three black dudes,
Oh
and
God.
female. She's white. You know, and she's doing something, and she turns around and spits on the camera,
Oh God.
and then she says, "Are you going to divorce me now?"
Wow.
Man, this dude went crazy. You know,
Oh my
he
God.
started throwing stuff around. He broke the TV, and people were taking off, Leno by himself, and I'm sitting there just looking at him, all the destruction that he's doing, and he's pissed. You know, and I look at him and I say, "How come you just don't give her the divorce?"
Right?
I said, "Apparently she don't love you. Just give her the divorce." But think about it. If she really loved you, she wouldn't be doing what she's doing.
That's
There's
true.
always somebody out there that's going to be good for you. And he's just looking at me, and I said, "You know what? I'm going to give her what she wants." And you're right. And he left it at that. But he went on a rampage. You know,
Mm-mm-mm.
it happened. There was a story that happened. I seen it happen. You know,
Yeah.
but
Well,
that's part of you know, what's the saying? When the cat is out, the mouse is out to play, or something like that. I mean,
when when
you
the
see it all the time in the military.
yep.
My company was called, it was Delta, but it was called Divorce Company
Yeah.
because everybody was getting divorced,
When the cat's away, the mice will play. Yep.
something like that. So yeah, you know, that's no, it's sad, right?
Yeah, it is. Very. I know that God, the last time that my ex was there, I think the military paid him to be online with me morning, noon, and night. I would actually take my laptop in the car with me when I went places because he was always on there until he fell asleep at night. Once he fell asleep, I turned my computer off and I was like, "Do you ever get any work done?" They went swimming at this pool at one of the, I guess, castles or whatever you call them out there, and he jumped off this high dive and landed wrong and messed his back up. So he was down for a while. And I said, "What did you learn? But the next time you tell me not to jump off a high dive, I shouldn't do it." Okay, as long as you know. Just saying.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I seen over here at the Georgetown, the San Gabriel River. They had a
Yep.
location there where you could jump off a cliff.
Yep.
I seen we were there, and we bought some beer. We had an ice chest, and we seen all this cop cars show up and stuff like that. Uh, one weekend, and they were coming and check in what was in the ice chest. I had hidden the beers, you know, and there was just a Coke in there, and it just left us alone. But then there was another weekend where they were in the same place, and there was some guys were seeing people jump off the cliff, and there was two guys drinking beer up there. As they were drinking beer, one of them jumped right behind the other one,
Oh.
holding his shoulders, and they landed in the water. One of them came up swimming, but the other one didn't. So everybody jumped in the water and was looking for him. They found him and they pulled him out and brought him to the shore, or to the land, and we were getting him mouth to mouth, and he wasn't breathing. We're giving him mouth to mouth and pumping the water out of his lungs. but the only thing that was coming out was blood out of his mouth and his nose. And we kept on doing that, and I could start feeling like some air. He started breathing, but then he had like a pulse also. Then some woman that she said she was a registered nurse came, and they put like a oxygen mask on him or something, right? Uh, the ambulance came, they took him. Uh, well, this guy, we found out that he broke his back. The other guy that was holding his shoulders broke
Yeah.
his back with his knee. So literally, this guy was like in a induced like a coma like thing that
Yeah.
he was never going to wake up out of it. He was like a vegetable.
Mm.
So after that happened, they banned all soldiers from Fort Hood to go to the St. Gabriel to
Yep.
jump off the cliffs. It wasn't allowed, and if anybody got caught there, that they would get Article 15.
Yep.
It's sad, when you see people die in that nature. Motorcycle accidents, soldiers.
Especially when they were doing it and they were having fun. Good night, Jesse. They were out there having a good time. Mm-mm-mm. That is sad. But that's dangerous. If you don't know what you're doing, I see people do that all the time. But a lot of times it's people that have done it all of their lives in the same
Mhm.
spot. So they know where all the rocks are, they know where certain things are, and they know how to land. But if you just go out there and you're drinking and having a good old time and you do
You might
that,
land on a rock.
yeah,
That's it.
yes, then you're done. Or hit too shallow of water.
I think that was like 30, 40 feet high, that drop.
Yeah,
Pretty high.
that's pretty bad.
So is everybody that's on the chat, if anybody's got a story they would like to share,
I
I'm
know
dropping the link
Scott
right
said he
here.
was Scott said he was looking something up and then he was gonna be here in a minute. I don't know what he was looking up. Quit looking stuff up.
So I'll let y'all share a story. Uh, I gotta handle some business here.
All right, win big. I know where you're going. Ah,
So what do you think about that, Sister Brenda? About the people looking into the old books, like the Book of Enoch.
I actually I own the Geneva Bible. I also own one of the books of Enoch, um, the Ethiopian Bible. Um, and I cross reference a lot of stuff in all of them. Um, Honestly, it makes the Bible make more sense because it's almost like Bibles are like jigsaw puzzles. They give you so much, but you have to figure out that in between. Um, and if you look into certain other Bibles, it will give you that in between. Plus, the Book of Enoch was something that was taken out of the original Bibles. There was a lot of books taken out of the original Bibles. And for a long time, they sat down in the Vatican in their storage. Now, why they took it out, I believe it's because there was a lot of truth in those, and they didn't want people to know the truth. They just wanted people to know what they wanted to teach them, kind of like the way school does things now. So, I've not read anything too wrong in the Book of Enoch. A lot of things line up. And like I said, I think that I figured out that I don't think that there was ever dinosaurs here. I think that they were dragons because the between not only the Bible talks about dragons and never dinosaurs, but um, like the Chinese calendar, It's got every type of animal on this world, in this world, on it. But it doesn't have a dinosaur, but it has a dragon. So why would they put true animals on it and then lie about one? Doesn't make any sense. When they could have stuck a dinosaur in there, but they put a dragon. So you can learn some decent stuff from the Book of Enoch. You just have to be careful, use discernment in some things. Not everything we see or everything we hear or everything we read is always true. You just have to learn how to decipher it and figure it out. I really would like to say that I wish that our powers to be and other people didn't play with things, and that they weren't so afraid to tell people the truth, no matter how people would react. They should tell them the truth. Because I think we've been living in the dark ages for way too long, and we've had a lot of things kept from us, and we've been lied to about a lot of things, and I don't think that it's right. And I know a lot of it is because they don't want us to know who we really are and what we really hold inside of us. And I really think that that's it.
Hey guys, good evening.
Yes,
I doing really good.
Doing pretty good. Just got in, hang out with the family for a little while, and just dropped in.
We are here. Uh-oh, we lost Laramie.
Oh, I dropped. Oh, Laramie hates me. I'm kidding.
Nah, he might have went to go get coffee.
No, I like Laramie.
Because he usually follows me out of here, so something happened. It kicked him off or something.
Yeah, I like the topic of Enoch. It's very it's a very complicated and difficult subject,
Mm-hmm.
and I I literally scratch my head in that why it was removed from the Bible, why it wasn't in the Bible in the first place. I really think it should be, but that's just my opinion.
Here you go. It's a brother Scott Baker said research I found why cryptid investigators do not believe in Jesus Christ concerning the topic is that they only focus on empirical evidence and scientific method. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
there's
Hello,
Larry.
I'm back. Yeah, my
Absolutely.
internet went out for a minute.
Welcome back.
Well,
Thank you.
that and you know what? I found out a lot of people that don't believe in God and Jesus, um, but they believe everything they learn at those Scientology places. So I think that's what kind of feeds with what Scott said. Scientology, because it's what they can learn
Mhm.
and what they can see.
It's like they want to try every possible road except to Jesus.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. They've tried to cut Jesus out for millenniums. They really have.
Well, that does make you wonder what drives them. Like, what drives you to seek knowledge through every other means? But what makes Jesus so repulsive to you?
Satan,
I mean, it is rather telling.
Satan, the one
Yeah,
who wants to be the creator, the one who wants to be the Lord of all, the one who wants to be the king. Satan,
Jesus literally fulfilled all the prophecies. What more do you want?
right? Yeah, it's a sketchy road.
Yeah, and in the New Age beliefs, Jesus is mentioned, but he does not get nowhere near the title he actually deserves.
Right.
And in the New Age belief, you say, "Oh, there's the Buddha, there's this guy, there's Jesus." Like
Hindu and all that.
Jesus, just one of these people. Like, oh, he was pretty cool, and that's it.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't go higher than that.
Now they go as far as
He
saying
doesn't.
because he disappeared for, I think he disappeared at 12 years old. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Came back around 27 years old, and everybody's just guessing like, oh, he went. I hear some people saying he went to India, he went to China, he went to. I even heard people saying he went to Europe, like to the Nordic side.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence of any of that.
Yeah. I don't know. Everybody can, even us, even with all the books that we would read, we could read any book. We could learn what we learned, but we're not there,
If
so
we,
we
if
really
if,
don't know.
if it's in spirit, right? If it was in spirit walking amongst us,
Yeah,
you can travel anywhere
that's true.
Absolutely. I think it was the
in spirit.
Apostle John or Paul. I forget which one. The one that went to Macedonia after Jesus died. He while he was over there in Macedonian area, Jesus visited him a few times, coaching him, telling him what he needs to do to pass the word.
In
So
spirit.
in spirit, absolutely
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That it's possible that it could have been everywhere in spirit.
in
And
spirit.
All the locations that he was, I guess, multitasking, you could say,
yeah, yeah.
Well,
being in spirit everywhere.
it's
Well,
in my belief that he is already communicating with millions of people at the same time as we speak.
yes,
Yeah.
and
Because I, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Uh, um, oh no, I lost my train.
I'm sorry. I derailed you. I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
did.
But I was going to say that I believe that he still does. And that's why they tell you that you should always be kind to other people. You should be kind to everybody because you never
It could
know.
be him,
Yes, he could be
a beggar.
portraying a bum on the street, a homeless person, a drunk, or somebody with their car broke down, anybody. So
He's
you
testing
should
you.
always be kind. Yes, yes, he tests our spirit as well as so.
And he speaks through the 12 apostles. You know what blows my mind? And I always think about this a lot. I think about it a lot when I'm laying down in bed. After Jesus died, these 12 apostles, they document everything because they're really good at documenting stuff.
Yes,
And then they're looking down the road and they literally have to walk in different locations and literally convince the 12 of them or 11 of them. 12, right? Excluding
yes, 12
Judas.
apostles.
Okay. Convince the entire Roman Empire that Jesus is real? That
Wow.
is wild in my mind because the consequences in doing so means your death in a
Yes.
very, very cruel, evil, Roman style way that I cannot even begin to fathom.
I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story. Okay. It's like right now, them talking about putting those chips and IDs and stuff like that in people's bodies and everything else. And if you don't have the digital IDs, you cannot buy food, you cannot work, you cannot start your car, you cannot nothing. And somebody asked me one day, would you get that just to be able to live? And I said, what is living if you have somebody else that controls you? I would rather starve and pray the whole entire time,
And I
and I
believe
would
that
rather
is,
go home.
and I believe that is the mark of the beast.
Yes.
That's when you're being
Well,
controlled like that.
I
Because
have
I've
heard.
seen on your channel when you if you remember that episode you did about somebody having some form of a device on their temple,
Yep.
and the eyes roll
Yeah,
back
that was the
wide,
game. It was a game,
and it
a
was
new
just a
game that they're
game, but the
making.
people are
Yeah.
completely possessed.
Yes, and they were walking into traffic and getting hit by cars. And yeah, you put it on your temple, you log into it, and you sit back. And but people were playing this game out in society, walking around. Yeah, that's not good. That's not fun. What are people thinking?
You
But
know, my belief is they're not thinking,
no, no. Well, obviously not.
not at all.
Scientology tells you that this is a good thing, right?
Yes, but that's one of these other ways that people
Oh, and
explore when they think anything but Jesus,
Yeah.
anything but, and that leads to a whole bunch of shenanigans.
Yes.
I'm so glad Ana de Armas, broke up with Tom Cruise.
I know a few things about Tom Cruise. It's he's not a good person.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
I
nut.
honestly don't even think he's a person, to tell you the truth. He's a little strange one.
He definitely is.
Yeah.
You can say that again. But
Hey, Abe,
with the
I
train of
had
thought, I was on about a bit earlier when I mentioned that millions of people are talking to Jesus and the Holy Father at the same time. It's because time doesn't entirely work the same way there. Because I can somewhat hear it in the wind when I just ask for guidance. Could be about anything. Not doesn't really matter what I'm currently
right.
asking. But I get more like a feeling or a sensation, and for other people, their experience will be different on how they receive it. When I
Yeah.
just ask for guidance, and that is me talking to the Trinity or one aspect of it, and there are millions of people who, everyone is receptive. It's just a matter of a degree,
Right.
and it's also said somewhere in scriptures, and I don't know which one, but it's where Jesus says, "If two or more people gather in my name, I will be there."
You know, I had brought
I
up
like
that
that.
I had brought up that thing that one day to Abe about me, him, Josh, and everybody getting together and meeting up somewhere and putting out flyers and having like a really big prayer vigil for our country. Um, that was one of the things I thought of. What you just said right there.
And it also really works that because I can, pick up on people that are powerful, and I have sent some of you that's, you know,
Yeah.
you're,
Um,
you're pretty powerful people.
Abe, if you don't mind saying, and if you do out loud, type it to me in Messenger. Um, what is your blood type?
I'm man, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Um,
what it is, honestly.
I was
I
doing some deep diving into what makes certain people different from others.
Just check your dog tags, brother.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it would be on those. But because I am less than 1% of the people on the planet, and I am AB negative.
Oh, you're
So,
unique.
well, I was doing some checking on bloodlines, and I'm curious about Abe because there's several bloodlines that are open spiritually to the things that we do. You know, what we can see, what we can feel, what we can hear. Um, God, I checked all the boxes and I'm going, oh my goodness, no wonder why they keep telling me they want me to donate my blood. And I tell them no. Go away.
uh,
But
all I know is that that I'm blessed. You know, right now my blood is very thin. Just
So
put
is
it that
mine.
way.
So is
Because
mine.
I'm blood thinners, so I
I'm
don't
on.
think
I'm on two. I don't even
uh,
clot.
if my blood is that thin, it really is not registering any kind of level or what kind of blood it is. I'm just playing. All I
Yeah,
know is that
I'm
the
on.
Heavenly Father has blessed me, and you know He can
Yes,
make things happen. Do
I
you
was.
believe that He made the what was it with the water wine?
Do I believe he turned water? I believe that. Yeah, I believe they could do anything.
So
Jesus
then,
can do
I,
anything.
yeah, he can renew your heart, renew
Yes,
your liver, whatever ailments you might have. He can renew it, and you'll have a new. You one thing that you have to have
and that's faith. And you got to have
faith.
Jesus. Yes.
He'll know if you have
Yeah.
the faith.
And you know,
Basically, what I'm saying is, there's a lot of people that are bullshitters. That think that I remember this guy that had this Bible. He come out of prison, and he said that while he was in prison, that he found a shortcut to make it into the kingdom.
oh,
I said,
oh,
really?
well, you find a side road. What?
And he had all this stuff written on the sidelines of what he was going to do. I said, man, you wrote all this stuff. You were in there for what, 4 years, and that's all you learned? A shortcut to make it into? No, man.
Oh
He knows
wow.
everything. He knows if he said that he knew how to make it to the kingdom of heaven without having faith. It's like then demons in the prison system had them all confused.
Yes, they did. Oh my gosh, there is no shortcut to heaven. That is all I know. No shortcut to heaven.
Before we continue, I wanted to share a picture with y'all. This is my brother. He's been working the day shifts. This one, we want to go investigate the area over here. He captured something. He said when he was looking at it, that he freaked out with it. I was like, man, I swear to God, this is some little people here, and there's this thing there. I said every time I look at it, it just freaks me out, because he went to the investigation with me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share it in honor of him because he's resting right now.
Okay.
So let me share this footage. So here we go. He wanted to be here, but it was tired
Yeah,
from work.
the reason why I had asked that is because I'm trying to do a survey and figure out who, what kind of truth there was behind what I had read.
Can y'all
What
see that,
on
bro?
earth is, yes, I can see that. With
Can you
one
see them?
eye and blind, yes.
Yeah, but can you see the little ones on the ground?
Yes. Holding their hands up and, oh my God.
My brother captured that
Good job,
oh,
Jack.
when we went investigating, and he said, "I think those are little people, bro. The ones that stabbed you in the Achilles."
Yeah.
My Achilles was hurting when I was in that location. But look, you got all these little ones down here, and then you see the big one here.
Yeah. Hang on. Keep it up a minute. Let me get my magnifying glass. I want to look at this little people's.
Look at all the little peoples that are standing there.
Yeah, and you can see little faces, and they look like they got their arms up.
Oh yeah, lots of them.
There's even one down there that looks like it has one of those hats on it, like a leprechaun would wear, with a little thing in the center of it, like a buckle.
Yeah,
Oh
my
my
brother said,
gosh!
man, he said, this is freaked out. So the more I see it, the more I see. But he took a screenshot of what he was witnessing and what he was trying to. He said, "Have you shared it yet?" I said, "Not yet." So I'll try to share it tonight. It's just little people that are down here,
Yeah,
which I don't know. There's many of them.
and it looks like
And
there's something big standing there, like they're, I don't know if they're
right
waiting on
here
it,
and
hailing
right here.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if they're hailing
When we,
it
talk,
or.
when we talk about the DDN, or people want to talk about the Bigfoot, right? You can see the beastly faces here of this
Yes.
big.
Yep.
You want to call them DDN, Nephilim, Bigfoot, whatever they want to call them. You can see their faces, but then you see all these little people
Yeah.
trying to fight.
Well, that was a pretty good catch.
I was just sharing it. You see, this one's got like its mouth open here.
Yeah, look at. Oh my gosh, would you look at those? So those are the things that have been running you around, stabbing you in your heels, your
Those
Achilles
little
heel.
ones, yeah.
You know, I would run those over with my wheelchair and squish them, right?
So I got a question.
Go
Do you
ahead.
think that all those are of the same? They come from the same thing?
You mean all the little people?
The little ones and the big ones that are there.
Um, you know, I want
Look,
to
there's one here. There's a face here. There's a face here,
maybe
and you
the
got all these little people or little things,
yeah.
entities. I'm just going to call them little entities that
I
are
think
standing there.
they might do the bidding of those big ones, possibly.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, like the big ones send them out to go stab you in your Achilles heel, poke you in your toes and everything else, and maybe even the top of your leg.
Do you guys see
Some
the
people call
face
them.
that's looking to the left? A giant face that's looking to the left. I see the mouth, the
Yeah.
nostrils,
Yeah,
the eyes.
nose,
Almost like it almost looks
ears.
like an ape a little
Hmm.
bit. You see that?
There is something that reminds me of, and I'm trying to think of what I seen it on.
Sister,
Because if you look, you can see like little ears sticking up out of the fur on the top of the head on that one.
Sister Madeline, are those your cousins?
Madeline,
Are they related? Are they related to you?
did you send them little ones out to
She,
stab
she said
Abe?
she sent a hit on me. Yeah, my brother. I think I have another picture or something else, but I hadn't looked at it till he said talked to me this evening and said, "Hey, have you shared the picture?" I said, "Oh, not yet." I said, I'll see what I can do." And now that I blow it up, I can see everything that's in the picture.
Yeah,
So, what do you think about those little ones, man?
I never liked little things, and I'm scared to death of little people. So, yeah, I would stay away from those. Yep.
Yeah,
I have a phobia, and I think those fit in my phobia of little people. Yep, that's it. Mm-mm-mm. But there is a bunch of them, and it does. It looks like they're praising whatever the big ones are, or you know, waving at it. Hi, we see you. Look, we did a good job. We stabbed him. You know. Wow, that's weird.
it probably was sending another hit on me,
Yeah.
try to get me in the Achilles.
Where to next?
All right, I was going to try to light it up to get a little bit lighter, but I think that was pretty cool the way it is.
Oh yeah,
Let me take it off now. There we go.
yeah. I was, me only being able to see out of one eye and half blind in it, and deaf in the other one. The minute you popped it up, I could see it all. I was like, oh crap! Look at that.
I still haven't debunked the video. I was recuperating. There's something weird that happened to me today. As I went to the doctor's appointment at the VA, there was a lady there, and we started. I was talking to her, about how I'm just running around because I was trying to get my medicines, and they told me that I have to go talk to the doctor so they can renew, do a new prescription or whatever. So I'm going back and forth from the pharmacy over there. Then they told me to sit down and wait. And I was like, you know what? Just send them to the house. So I went back and I was sitting down to see if the other ones were going to be ready. And it wasn't popping up. And then I was talking to the lady that was there. As we were talking, I was telling her about how, I was telling her about spiritual and cryptid encounters and stuff like that. And we were just talking. She was waiting for medicine. And as we were talking, the location where we used to, uh, a long time ago, get original prescriptions, you hear three bangings.
Oh no.
I look at her, she heard it too, and I told her, I know what that is. That's something demonic. And she's like, well, maybe it's somebody that's working in there. We don't know because the aluminum thing was closed and we didn't hear no more noise after that. But it was three long bangings on the aluminum thing, like, or the metal thing that rises up.
Yeah. And like I said the other night, people knock in threes, they bang in threes. I've heard roofers and they bam, bam, bam. It's like, really? Why always threes? Add a fourth one on there. Make be different.
So I just did the sign of the cross, and I just came home. I know maybe it was something dealing with the lady, or no, normally that's what happens, right?
Yeah,
Activity like picks up. It doesn't matter where I go, things happen like that. But so it's not going to stop me from doing the show.
right.
Uh, said I have friends that I made friendships from the other side of the world. Like my sister, I have a friend, Sister Ashka. I met her, man, like I met her back in 2015 or 14 when I was going through all the things in Elms Grove, and she was from another country, and she was going through things too. So we talked to each other spiritually, and she's way younger than I am. We're still good friends, and now she's uh, with somebody that they're fixing to get married and everything. And I'm so happy for her. Uh, but sometimes the Heavenly Father makes you cross paths with people that you least expect. You know,
Yep.
imagine crossing paths with somebody that's from Brazil, and they can talk to you in English and Spanish. You still can communicate with them, or somebody that's German that can communicate with you. There is a lot of good people in this world. The only thing I do is I wish people happiness, and I done live my life and continue to live my life. Uh, I'm just trying to help out my brothers and sisters,
Yeah.
because everybody's my brothers and sisters in Christ. Just an awesome feeling when you have the care and the genuine love that people have, and they share the love with you as a brother and sister in Christ, and then you share that love right back to them. And I think
Yes.
that's the real heavenly love foundation, not the woke stuff.
You know,
The
Dave,
woke stuff is man made.
you know, I do my shows and I help other people do their shows. And my shows, I'm comfortable with. And I'm trying to get into where I can do them more. But I have to wait for Chad to get back because Susie's so busy all the time. But I never feel more comfortable than I do when I come here or I go sit and listen to PRT. It's like other people's shows. Like I have somebody that wants me to go to his Halloween bash that he's having with everybody on the panel, and he's a really nice guy, and I like some of his shows, but some of the people he has on them are very questionable people, and a lot of them are new age people. And
Uh,
he came on my show last week, and he told me that he just had this heaviness on his shoulders. He kept seeing black shadows like lurking around his head, trying to peek at him and stuff. And he had to go and sit. And I said, "Are you spiritual?" And he said, "Yeah." He had to go and sit and pray and, you know, take some deep breaths. And he said he finally shook it. And I said, I said, you can pick demons up from other people. Okay. If you have any kind of a spiritual opening, and somebody comes up to you and they have demons, they can transfer those over to you. And I'm going to bet that that is what happened to you because um, I know sometimes he struggles. You know, he gets lonely. He goes through a little bit of depression, and that's what it took. And you know, he is a super nice guy. So I told him that one day he needs to get a hold of me when he is not busy, and him and I need to sit down and have a talk because I believe that some of the people that he has on his show that he might go and have coffee with, you know, they're all these new age people, and they're rubbing things off on him that he doesn't need to have. So he needs to get stronger in in his self and in his faith and in Jesus to be able to be around these people because he does shows and he does like 5 6 shows a day.
Wow.
And yeah, and he gets paid to do his shows. So he has to be, how do you put it? He has to be neutral in a lot of things. And sometimes when people do these shows, especially if they do them because they're being paid, and he has to where he can't go out in public, so he can't really get too much of a job. So when you rely on that, you have to be neutral when you have people up on your panel. But if that's the case, I don't have anything against that, but you've got to be strong in your faith. I mean, you really got to hold yourself down because if not, these things are going to transfer to you. And he goes, "Oh my God, Brenda." He said, "That makes so much sense." And I said, "We will have a talk. We will talk." But I don't think I'm going to go to his panel only because with the problems that I've been having with Putin, and I don't want to be around all those people on that panel. Um, I don't. I just have a bad feeling about it. Something is going to happen. And the first thing that I'm going to do, because the stress and the me being tired that I've been under lately, I'm going to snap on one of them, and they going to see the devil come out of this little woman. Because sometimes those people really irritate me, really, especially when they start playing with the tarot cards. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm leaving. You know, I'm done. So I don't think I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna message him and let him know. Sorry. Thank you for thinking about inviting me. I appreciate it, but I think I'm gonna pass this year. I went once. Um, I think it was last year, and I had to leave early because I started getting like the worst feeling while I was up on that panel and dizzy. And I was like, yeah, no, I got to go because there was witches up there. And I was like, yeah, no, yeah, I'm leaving. So yeah, I think I'm a pass. Scott, I've been waiting for you to come up here so we could swap places. What are you doing, dude? Are you still looking things up? Get your little Wolverine butt up here.
Little Wolverine, but
Little Wolverine butt. Get up here. Silly. But yeah, because and I don't think people realize that, Ed. And you've talked about it here. You know, if you walk by somebody and they're possessed with something,
yeah,
or
transferring the
you know,
spirit.
yes, they can transfer that spirit. And all they got to do is look at you, rub your shoulder, something like that.
The Oho,
Yeah,
the evil eye.
yeah.
Yeah, and some
I
folks
think
they just feel repulsive when you walk by them. You go like, ew.
I feel that a lot of people around here, though. Laramie, let me tell you the truth. We have a lot
I
of
can
people that have
imagine.
we have a lot of people around here that have a problem showering. So yeah, that happens.
yeah, the evil eye that they call it.
Yeah,
I had a witch trying to transfer the demons to me one day. Was at the flea market in Belton,
yeah,
Belton Flea Market, and there was this location I would go and buy movies because she was selling them for $1 or 50 cents. And I was buying movies from her, and it was just one day that I started talking to her. As I was talking to her, it's kind of like all I remember is that she's like I lost the track of time, and she's standing right here like this in front of my face,
Oh,
and she's looking at me, and she tells me in Spanish, "En veces los demonios pasan por las lágrimas." And she's looking at me like this. Basically, she says sometimes the demons transfer themselves through the tear ducts, through the tears.
oh wow.
And she's literally crying, and she's looking in my face. And I say to her, I type on and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. She took a running away from me. Her and her demons
Bernard
took her
Demons.
running away from me, and I grabbed my son, and I looked at her, and I just walked away.
You know, I try to be kind to a lot of people, and I went in the grocery store one day, and of course, my little dog goes with me, and he's sitting on the thing, and my dog is friendly to everybody. And this little old lady started talking to me, and she was nice, but she gave me a weird feeling, right? So, she asked me, how long I've had the dog and all this stuff, and I answered some of her questions, but I was kind of leery. She went to bend down to pet my dog, and he turned his back to her and tried to get up in my seat with me. And I said, "Oh, he's just shy, but I got to go, thank you." And I turned around and left. She was very, very nice, very nice tone in her voice. But like I said, I felt there was something wrong with her. And as I'm going away, I'm looking at my dog, and he's looking up at me, and I'm like, "It's okay, honey. I'm not going to let her put you in the pot and eat you." I mean, she was just, it was weird. But I try to be kind to everybody. Um, and I try not to let my kindness run out, because that was a flaw that I had for many of years. And I don't know if it come from the way I grew up or the jobs that I had, where I had to protect myself at all times. I had to keep people out of my bubble. And I would get short tempered sometimes. And I try not to do that anymore. I've done a real good job for a lot of years. But she was just, seemed like really nice old lady. She smelt good, like really nice perfume. Her hair was done. She was dressed nice. But there was just something about her that made my skin crawl.
You could tell Huso,
Yeah.
uh, spiritually. I mean, ever since I was at a young age, I was able to do these things and go to homes that had negative attachments in them or unclean spirits, where these unclean spirits were affecting the people of the house. And my mom would take me because they would call my mom that if I could take them to their house because certain things were happening. So, sometimes they would offer me, they'll give me like a lemonade or something to drink, but I'll just walk around the house and they would tell me, "Can you see if there's anything here?" You know, it's
Yeah.
older people, So they said I've been able to see spiritually all my life. So there was a lady. She was saying that her husband was coming and touching her at night times. So he's touching me just like he used to touch me before. So I know it's him.
Oh,
And he had a picture of him. He was a veteran. So my mom told me, "Go look, see what you see," because she knew my capabilities. So I go walking throughout her every room of her house, so the closets. Then I seen him. He was standing by. I seen him standing by the grandfather clock that she had. He was right there by the. He's trying to hide. I see him, and she said, "Do you see him?" In the point, and he said, "Is it the man in the picture?" Freaking dark shadow figure. And I said, and I look at it and I said, "You need to leave." and then the she starts spraying. The old lady starts spraying and takes charge up against her house and tells it to leave. And I tell it again, you need to leave, and it takes off.
Yep.
So he was
Scott,
a
look up.
dark shadow figure pretending to be her husband. So he's
Yeah,
touching her at nighttime, like her husband would touch her, but he wasn't her husband. So you
yeah,
have to be careful. Said I've been doing this work since I was 3 years old.
yeah.
I'm alive.
Scott, every nursery rhyme, you will find a dark side to him. The Muffin Man is another one. He was a serial killer who used to bake the kids into the muffins. Yeah, all of them have it. I did that one time. I did a deep dive into old folklores and the fairy rhymes. You know,
There's Scott Baker, but I don't know if is he having technical difficulties.
oh no,
His screen looks blind. It's black, just like the three blind mice.
maybe he's in his Halloween costume. Are you going as a void for Halloween, Scott?
Yeah, I think his mic is not working.
Oh, I hear him in the background. He's probably getting his outfit on. Let's see. Yep, Madeline, Ring Around the Rosie was about the plague. There he is.
There he is. What
Ta-da!
in a little doggy outfit.
Yeah, he's gonna brush himself, make himself presentable. Leave that cat alone. No chewing on the cat. And I was doing that internet radio show this morning, and all of a sudden Glenn hears me yell, "Ouch!" And he said, "What was that?" My cat had went to jump up on my chair and missed, and she stuck her claws in my side and was hanging on for dear life. I was like, "Oh God!" But I'm gonna jump down because I got to go run to the little girl's room
Where's Mr. Brenda?
and let you manly men sit up here and discuss things. Thanks for letting me come up, babe.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Have a good one.
I'll be in the chat, so listening to you guys.
Good night, Brenda.
We've been live for 2 hours and 18 minutes. Tomorrow is a must see TV. The Count said he's going to be here tomorrow, all the way from Transylvania.
What type of greeting is the cat doing, Scott?
The little cat. So anybody going to dress up for Halloween?
I would do it.
Oh man.
Throw some
Uh,
camouflage.
I think I just dress up as myself. I think that's bad enough.
Was Texas lunch? I already got my costume. I've been wearing it all throughout the show.
I'll try the year.
Beyond the box says, "Should we all cover our necks?" LOL. I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. You know, like I said, sometimes just have to take a break from things, from the investigations because I get zapped, or from sometimes just looking at what people are posting, some sick stuff. know, I try to look for the goodness in people, man. And if I see that there's no goodness in these locations, that they're just full of negativity, I try to find the goodness wherever I can find it. You know, said I've met people through TikTok that are pretty cool. I like how they are as individuals, and with so much negativity happening in this world, and people just showing themselves as the good people. They have a good heart, they have sense of humor, or whatever the case that they're going through. They still find a way for happiness, and I remember being that way. I had to find some kind of energy to make me smile, or think about something positive to make me feel good. Because the situations I was in is one of those situations where you have to have tough love, that you have to man up, and if you don't man up, then all the things that are around might try to come after you. So you have to be strong. And I had to do a lot of those things. And now that I'm in the situation I'm in right now, it's like I like helping people, man. I like blessing people, give blessings, because I know that's what the Heavenly Father will want me to do. And bless people that truly are blessed. And I know who they are. I can know, I can tell who are the ones that are the blessed ones that are good. Then I can tell the ones that are doing the evil works. But that comes with having the heavenly love foundation, the spiritual gift of discernment. No, I'm just trying to guide people the right direction. That's all I'm trying to do. Try not to focus on the negativity, because I think that's a ploy to distract you from the mission. We know about how we about missions. The when you do a mission, you have the game plan, which is a main mission that they want you to do a certain way. But if the game plan don't work, you have an alternative. Then there's another alternative. Whether you're in the office or defense. But yeah, there's a lot of good people, and if there is the people are listening, continue to be who you are. Maintain your love foundation. Be joyous. Be happy. Live, love life. But don't forget to live life. Live, love life with Jesus Christ, because He's the one. He's the one that we have to go through. Every single one of us. Don't be caught up in the temptations of this world. There's so many temptations. Uh, know your self worth. It's about our spirits. That's what the spiritual war is about. It's about our spirits. They don't want us to ascend into the kingdom of heaven. All these things that are being set up to come up against us is for that simple reason only. They don't want us to make it into the kingdom of heaven. They want to deceive us, right? Deceive the people, uh, for them not to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. I want you to believe in all this other crap besides Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ is the only way.
Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the New Age stuff and anything that people want to try everything except for Jesus. With their Scientology or New Age and whatever they're on.
Sister Madeline says, everyone wear turtlenecks tonight when Nate's special guest makes his appearance tonight. Yeah, we'll see.
Hey, Abe,
I know when I first started this, it was first, you know, you're a combat veteran and you're struggling because you left the military because you couldn't stay in the military because of your condition. So you're coming out already uh, being to war as a combat veteran with all the bumps and bruises that you've had, and then you're back in the civilian world in which your mindset is different. It's not the mindset of go or to be hardcore. It's a mindset of you're not in the military no more. You say, okay, let me go find me a job. You find yourself a job, you're doing the job, you start the conditions that you had that they told you didn't have, they start resurfacing back up because a quack doctor tells you, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. For all the conditions that you had, you that was trying to correct, resurface up. So you go through the trials and tribulations of that, trying to find a while you're trying to find a way into the system of the VA or whatever, right? So you can get the help that you need. You go through that, and you just get targeted in all kinds of freaking ways. All kinds of freaking ways. Because unseen forces is the steady end. Somebody they come at you in numbers. They come at you. They will use anything or anybody to come up against you. So you're trying to find your way in life. You go from trials and tribulations over and over and over. It's like a freaking roller coaster ride. Like you're like, when is this going to stop? Well, sometimes you have to figure out that roller coaster ride. What is it that I'm doing wrong that these things continue to happen? Which means that you have some kind of opening somewhere. After you got to figure out what that opening is, and I figured it out, and I'm here talking about it. So when I talk to you about this DDN, this how they attack, I'm telling you out of experience. It's not a good feeling, man. Buddha Cafe, I know you were out there. And did you ever witness the Degen or Dark Shadow figures? Were you out there in Iraq in the new Iraqi war?
I did. I did see images that I questioned myself that it's hard for me to want to share with other Marines, just because, well, for one, I don't want to be laughed at and saying you're hallucinating. But at the same time, I would imagine that other Marines are experiencing the same thing, but they just keep it to themselves, like me. I would say probably the biggest thing, Abe, is the sensation, the feel that's coming around me that I can't put it in words, so I just take it back home. Yeah, almost like I wish I could just write a book about it, or I wish I would have had a camera, or at least at that time, I wish I had a camera to record what I saw. But back then, we didn't have cameras like today.
Yeah, I went through all that, and they were gunning for me, man, and they were coming in all aspects. That's why when I got attacked at Elm Grove, it was an attack to destroy me. They wanted me eliminated, gone out of the picture. Uh, got attacked on my Achilles was the first one when I got with the speared with the Achilles. Then I started seeing this werewolf-like creatures, like man, like I'm looking at them, they look real. Walking on all fours, and then they stand up and they're on twos, running down the freaking road. And you're looking at it as a man. I guess that the guy that told me that they were coming to his house wasn't bullshitting. They're freaking real. That's where I fucked up.
They're
You see,
absolutely real.
brothers and sisters. That's where I fucked up when I believed that they're real. I found out the hard way after that because after I believed that they were real, because I was seeing, they didn't show themselves to me no more. What transpired after that? Imagine being at the park during the day, and you're just walking, like in nature, just walking, exercising. Then you hear footsteps, heavy footsteps, running right behind you. And as you're fixing to turn to see who's behind you, you get hit and you fly 4 or 5 feet up in the air, paramilitary. I tumble and roll, land with my guards up, but there's nobody there. But there's bruises on me where I get hit. And there was one of the things that was happening a lot. I was getting physically, physically, physically attacked by an unseen force. That's dig in, you know, cowards, right? Cowards because they're in spirit, so they're gonna attack you that way. And they're not gonna show yourself because they attack cowardly like that. Because I know if it would have manifested like it did when it was in the lycanthrope form, I would have tied bind and rebuked it in Jesus Christ's name. But the thing is, you see, I'll tell you some of the things that they did. There's one I was walking by I had gone to the store and I was taking the shortcut. There's like a little cliff, and you have to walk down the trail to cross a creek to make it into the mobile home park. I had two grocery bags of grocery in my hand, and as I'm walking along the edge of that cliff or ridge, little cliff, it's probably like a 12-foot drop, 14-foot drop. I heard the footsteps running behind me, and I get shoved off the cliff. I was a pretty muscular guy. Doing beast workouts. I was able to lift my groceries, grab a tree, and I hung on the tree with one hand, and the tree bent with my weight, and I could see the creek bed closing up on me real fast. And as soon as I seen the creek bed, like maybe 3 feet away, I let go. The freaking tree went up in the air, and I landed safely in the creek bed. But my groceries were ripped all over the place. That I had to get, go home, grab something to come pick up my groceries. They had landed in the creek bed. They shoved me off a cliff at Shark Ridge Falls. Uh, Shoved me off into a ditch. This is a demonic attack on what I'm speaking about. That's what they do. They try to put images in your head to drive you fucking crazy. They give you images to hurt people and things in that nature. Hate, hate is a spiritual opening, and they use people to come up against you to get you upset, to see if you're going to do what they're telling you to do. And I was praying to God, show me what I got to do, Heavenly Father. tell me what opening I have, right? And he showed me the opening that I had, which was unforgiveness. It was a guy. He gave his position away. Just put it that way. He was this, I guess, in a dark shadow form. It was a guy that had threatened my life when I was like 10 years old with a machete. Seeing this dark shadow figure flying, going up towards the trees, and he was laughing, and I recognized the laugh. I called my aunt, and I asked him if he was still alive. So no, mijo, he's been dead for about 3 years now. So I already knew what I had to do. I had to forgive him because back in the day when he was doing all the things that he did, I had anger and vengeance. I wanted to take him out. So I forgave him. Once I forgave him, all these things that were happening to me, stop. So I'm in my room asleep and I sense something. I see these dark shadow figures enter my room through the wall. And I'm looking at them and they're talking to me through the mind. They tell me that they want to show me something. So I'm in the room and they show me this location. This location, you can see lava. In the distance, I could see cages with spikes and these tall figures with all kinds of gadgets to torture. So they're showing me all these things and what they're doing to the souls or people. They tell me we all have names. Do you want to know our names? I didn't say nothing to them. Then they're looking at me and they said, "We call many names, but people call us the tormentors." So next thing you know, I'm back in my room and they're standing there, and this is what they tell me. I guess they show me something to try to scare me. They told me, "We want you to do something for us. We want you." Said this was it. You have brothers and sisters. If you do this for us, your brother and sister will be safe. We won't mess with them. But you got to do something for us. We want you to take your life. That's what they tell me. Uh, what they didn't know is that I already forgiven that guy, in which all negativity is broken. Any demonic influence, generational curses, all that is broken. So I look at them and I said, first of all my loved ones are protected because I pray for them. I pray to the Heavenly Father. Then I looked at them and I said, second of all, I take authority over you in the name of Jesus Christ. I tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Man, they took off real fast. And that was the last time that I had to fight spiritually. I guess the things that were happening to me there in Elm Grove, because I made my spiritual stance. I had to really dig deep to find out why they were attacking. So I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters to try to help people that might be going through the things that I've been through. And God forbid, it triggered some people in the cryptid community because they know the truth. Just like I know the truth, they know the truth, but the difference between me and them is that they're misleading people and deceiving them, making them think that these Bigfoots are real, and they're not. There are the DDN demons. That's what they are. Would you lead somebody astray, brother Buddha? Like send somebody, knowing that there's, for example, danger there. Would you lead somebody astray, or would you rather tell them the truth?
In combat or just in general?
in general.
No, I'd rather not send. If it was up to me, if it was if it was put on me to suggest that somebody should go in a certain direction, and I'm not certain about it, if I have a gut feeling, I'm not sure that that's not the right way to go. I'd rather be honest with that person than to suggest that that person should go in that direction.
Or even in combat, right? If you've been there, you've done
Absolutely,
it, you're gonna give them the advice how to be able to survive that area. What's there and stuff like that.
it,
You're
it
gonna speak to
it's
them, right?
their
Because
life.
yeah,
Not only is
you've been through there, right?
right,
So that's what I do here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm trying to get people to understand to stop believing in these things that they put UFOs on because that right there is the opening that you don't need because they will come try to destroy you because that's what they do. Find a way to destroy people. These DDNs. You gotta know yourself. You know your self worth is a lot more than any money in this world, which is your spirit. Your your birthright is to make it back into the kingdom of heaven.
right.
That's not what the army's not going to tell you that. There's no freaking group that's affiliated in the darkness is going to tell you the truth. There's no group in the cryptic community that's going to tell you that truth. But spiritual encrypted encounters is here to tell you the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything to y'all. I'm not going to sell you a Sasquatch cookie because even that is giving it power. I'm just here to tell you that when you run into a situation, make sure you fight spiritually through Jesus Christ because that's the only way you're going to be able to overcome them is through Jesus Christ.
I remember when I was in Iraq, I was really looking for, when just walking down the streets, just shopping around, I was looking for Christians, and I could not find a single one. And I get it, you know, they're in hiding, but I really wanted to meet one and ask questions. Me and a few of my other friends, we wanted to ask questions, but we could not find a single one.
Yeah, and
Uh,
the Muslim, because over there, the penalty for somebody that believes in Jesus Christ is death.
right, exactly, especially during that heat of
Uh,
that
no
time.
difference than the women. The woman is disobedient. The guy can be married to 10, 20 women. But if the
Right.
woman, one of the wives, cheats on him, that's death.
I heard they clean up their act over there to a certain degree, but they are giving,
It's double standards. You
yeah.
know, it's like they say, talk about Allah. And to me, when you do those kind of things, it's like a la chingada. You
Yeah.
know, that's like
I moved
those-
to 2015. I moved to San Diego, and I caught up San Diego um, during Desert Storm. The Chaldeans, the Christians, the Chaldeans from Iraq, they moved. They were exiled, and they became refugees, and they came over to the United States. I want to say 45,000 of them came over to the United States, and half of them went to Michigan, half of them went to San Diego, in the outskirts of San Diego. And so I moved to San Diego. I actually dated a Chaldean. She was super nice. That's another story. But I talked to a lot of Chaldeans, and yeah, they told me exactly what we're talking about right now. That they were persecuted, and a lot of their family members were killed and beheaded and tortured. What really blew my mind, though, was what uh, a Chaldean, my friend's dad, who owns a business in San Diego now. Good for him. He said things were better in Iraq when Saddam was in office. And I'm like, what? I'm like, well, how's that possible? And he goes, just things were better. Right now, it's just a mess. And I'm like, I told him, but wouldn't you think that uh, things would have to get bad before they get better? In other words, you have to rebuild. I get it, and he was as Christian as he was, very Christian. He was still okay with Saddam being in office. They operate different over there. I don't understand that ideology, that notion that they'd rather have a tyrant running the country. But I assume they meant what he meant was I'd rather Saddam be in office if it meant my family stay alive. That's my I think where he was coming from.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things out there. I seen this. I don't. I seen this.
The bomb is back.
With boots on the ground, and it was walking through the sand at the towers before they got terrorists, the Kobe towers, and he was walking, and there was this man. He had silk shirt, silk pants, sandals, and gold around his neck, gold on his teeth, and there were some guys digging trenches. They were like in freaking diapers, man, like clothes, just white clothes, like they were prisoners, real skinny, barefooted, and he was supervising, and he had a big old smile on his face, and they were digging. They had no gloves, no nothing, no shirt, and he's looking and he's yelling at them and stuff like that, and he looks at me and gives me a freaking smile, man. I was gonna go handle that dude, man.
Do you
I was
remember,
gonna
out
go,
of curiosity, do you remember what when you were experiencing that, what the environment smelled like? And the reason why I asked that because whenever I catch up with an elder, somebody older, Iraq, elders or the respected
yeah.
ones, when I get close to them, the smell is different. And it's not coming from them. It's just, I don't know what it is. And they don't have essence going on. It's just the smell is different. Like,
May I speak?
yes,
I am of a generation where I know a lot of people who were in Iraq. One of them I was very, very close to. He went out in a consultancy position and he was an amazing Christian before he went out. But he experienced the same as you, Buddha. There was nobody he could share with. And when he came back, his hair had changed colour and his eyes had turned yellow. It was that dramatic, and I could only say, you no longer worship the same God that I worship. And I have not seen him since because
He
he
had
was dangerous for
he
me.
had the
I am not a
attachment.
warrior. I
He
am
had the
someone, I can be a lighthouse, I can shine the light, but that is all I can do. And this is why I say thank you, warriors, because people like
yes,
me need your protection. I can only shine the light. That is
the
all I can
yellow
do.
eyes
But I know
represent
what you're talking about, Buddha.
the degen. You might have had a negative attachment of the degen because that's what the degen does. It possesses the person, and yellow that you seen was the degen looking at you through him because, but you have the ability to get rid of the degen by tie bind and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. The degen will flee, and
All
if that's
I could do was protect myself. I could not, I did not have the power to expel the jinn, but I could pass them on to people who do, and that is what I did.
yes.
People
this
like
is
I
like,
you, Ed.
I
and
fought
we're talking,
the degen numerous times out there. I seen what the degen did in combat. In the front lines, we're fighting against the Medina Republican Guard.
and
Um,
this is right smack dab in Iraq. Iraq, this is consecrated ground. This is where they decided to post up at. They're ancient there. Long before any of us have ever existed, they were there. The Mesopotamia and all that. That place is very very sacred. Just because people were their civilizations are no longer there, doesn't mean that their spirits are not there,
Oh,
and they
you
are
could hear
very,
them
very angry,
at
in my opinion.
nighttime. You could hear the winds when they blow. You know, there's in the open desert. It's open desert. You could hear the woman crying, children crying in the winds. Uh, it's the gen, right? At nighttime, you could see their silhouettes. We would burn trash during the day, and I have my night vision. You know, the tanks have night we have night vision, nuclear capabilities, but it's we can see at night. But I have my personal night vision goggles, and through the tank or through the goggles, I could see like 12 of them or 13 of them standing around the fire, but they're real tall. You know, it's kind of like they were getting the energy off the what was left of the fire, but at the same time, they will get energy of people. I mean, what you can't see, you know, they drain energy off of persons. But yeah, they have the ability to possess an individual, infiltrate a person, and most soldiers have spiritual openings out there. The opening that they have is we're not out there for a picnic. We're out there to fight. Where there's if there to we're there to fight, then somewhere within us we have to dig into anger to overcome the obstacles, right, that we're going through.
No,
That,
Abe, no. It's
that
about love. It's about, I am a peacemaker. It is not about anger. It is about love. It is about doing it with love.
no, I'm talking that some people, right? Some people, because not everybody's in tune to Jesus Christ. That some people have the opening of anger because it overtakes them when there's rounds being fired at you and they're trying to kill you. You you got to protect yourself, and though the only way you can protect about the enemy coming at you that way is doing the same thing they're doing to you in
You
ways.
overturn the tables with love. Yes, you overturn the tables, but you
Spiritually,
do it
yes,
with love.
spiritually, but you got to protect your vessel, which is
Yes,
your body.
yes.
And sometimes you have to do what you have to do to protect the vessel.
So it's
In order for you
positive
to,
anger, giving you energy rather than negative anger, losing the love.
yeah, in order for us to continue to live, if I wouldn't protect the vessel, I wouldn't be here right now. But
And
yeah,
I'm grateful that
what,
you are, both
what
of
I'm
you.
trying to, yeah, what I'm trying to say is, before I went to combat, I prayed. Before, you know, those people with doubt, saying that they don't want to die and all this stuff. In the army, we have a chaplain, which is non-denominational. He said something to him. He got in his Humvee and took off. And there's people there like confused, and because it told us we're going to be in the front lines. So I say, hey, I know a way that we can all make it back. That nothing's going to happen because there's people that some believed in Jesus Christ. There were some that were Wiccan, some that were what do you call them? The people don't believe in anything. What do you call those individuals? Uh,
Atheist.
Atheist. And I told them, I know there's a way what we can do, and we all make it back in one piece. And they're like, what is that? I said, well, as far as I know, if you look through the history, so long as you place Jesus Christ first, we can overcome anything that comes our way through Jesus Christ. And that's when the atheist said, well, I don't believe in none of that. And then the other guy that was wicked, I don't believe in that. I said, well, you're the ones that are talking about you want to survive. I'm giving you the solution how we're going to survive. You don't want to pray? At least hold hands with me. Let me lead the prayer. And we all hold hands that night and we prayed. Later on that night, like maybe an hour later, my platoon sergeant comes and he looks at me and he says, "You're not afraid to die?" And I said, "No." I said, "Because I'm not going to die because I place Jesus Christ first and I know that he listens to our prayers when you're praying through faith." Then he looks at me and he says, "Well, I don't want to die." Said he started crying, talking about his family. I said, "Well, let's pray." And I grabbed his hands and we prayed to be protected and stuff like that. All the people from my company made it back. We didn't lose a single soldier. But that's when you place Jesus Christ first, that he protects you. That you have to have some faith. Of course, there's some people that are going to join the prayer, and there's some people that are not going to join the prayer. But we all made it back. It's just where there's wars, there's division, there's there's many of these things that we talk about that are there, but not just that. There's goodness too. It's just how you prepare yourself to a situation, how you're going to overcome it. When I was during the combat, I was praying the Our Father all the way through. I was seeing the Jinn flying around, jumping into people with white flags, giving up, surrendering, jumping into them. They would drop the white flag, pick up a weapon, they get eliminated, and it was jumping from person to person, collecting souls out there. That's what they were doing, collecting souls. When we talk about hellhounds, uh, Dogman, all that falls in the same category. There's Gideon. They were out there. Uh, I was in an area where front lines is where all the dead bodies were, man. They had us up there for about 7 days in that location. You know, all I'm saying is I kept Jesus Christ with me all along while I was there, and I witnessed a lot of things spiritually, heard a lot of things spiritually, but I never lost my faith, and the Heavenly Father never forgot about me. Jesus Christ never forgot about me.
I would say probably the one thing that probably scared me the most in Iraq spiritually, visually, on a visual scale, is shopping, go walking around the markets for food, and their delicatessen over in Iraq is fried carp, and which is really good, by the way. And I went to a market and I asked for fried carp, and I see the carp. They're frying carp right in front of me, but they didn't have any for sale, like on display to get it and go. But they said the lady at the market that I went to says we have some in the back. So I said okay. So she led me to the back, and there was an old man that was selling carp. But what really blew my mind, and I really can't explain it, but the man, she asked him in their language if there was any more available, and he stood up. He stood up, but when he stood up, when you stand up, your bones crack like a little crack here because you're old. He's an older man, your bone. But when he stood up, his knees his knees made a really really loud sound, like a 2x4 breaking in half. A really loud
Oh
sound that
wow!
I'm thinking like, no way can a human being make that loud of a sound. No way. I don't care what country, what world, part of the world you're from. It was so loud, like the 2x4 breaking in half. It was so loud when he stood up, and it scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie, it scared the shit out of me. And I was nervous. I was really, really nervous. Like what I can't explain it. I wish I had sound to an
Oh,
example. But just imagine a 2x4 breaking in half. He stood up, and then he walked in the back, and he came back with some fried carp. And he gave it to me, and I bought it, and I purchased it, and I went, and I didn't want to eat it. I was scared. I don't know what it was about his knees and that sound that scared the shit out of me. I just wanted to throw that in there, but just it was so
Oh
weird.
yeah, I went to something like that too, but not like that. The hookahs, what do they call them? Where they smoke.
Hookah, yeah.
Well, I was walking in between because they had taken us there in '95, and got me some Baskin Robbins and some Burger King. That's what they had there in Kuwait City. And I started walking down this little alley. They said, "Don't go too far out. Just stay, within the city. We'll meet back here like about an hour or whatever." So I'm walking, and there's this old man, with a hookah. He's got a lot of pipes and he's smoking. And he went like that to sit down, and we're like that he was inviting me to sit down and smoke with him. So as I was gonna sit down to smoke with him, as he was smoking the hookah, his eyes turned yellow, looking at me. So I looked at him and I just walked away because I was like, how is the old man's eyes gonna turn yellow like that? So I figured that he had the DDN, and if I would have smoked the pipe with it, I mean the gin, that it would have tried to transfer itself to me. So I didn't smoke the hookah with him. But the yellow eyes, as how she was mentioning. I had a friend of mine. Well, my best friend's daughter got married to a GI. He went to the new Kuwaiti War. The new Iraqi War. When he came back from over there, he wasn't the same. Like he was acting different. I was talking about Beelzebub, and his eyes were black underneath. Uh, One day I heard him. The when because I was going through what I was going through in Elms Grove. He was literally talking to where the trees were, and he was telling Beelzebub, "Remember our deal? So I told you I was gonna bring my family to you, and I got him. He said, you can take my family now." When I heard him say that, man, I started praying. I started praying for my friend's daughter and her children, and I got him out of the vehicle and took him to my house. I called my friend up and tell him to come get him. And I told him what happened, right? So this guy, he got mad. Following day, he pulls up in my house and he's got a loaded shotgun, and I'm standing in my yard, right? And he's looking at me and he said, "Are you afraid?" So he said, "Are you afraid to die?" That's what he told me. I said, "No, I'm not afraid to die. Uh, Jesus Christ is with me." He pointed the gun at me. Said, "Are you afraid to die?" I said, "No, Jesus Christ is with me." And then he just looked at me. He brought down the weapon, got in his vehicle, and took off. He wouldn't let me pray for him. I was trying to pray for him to get rid of the negative attachments. I don't know if he killed anybody out there, but I know he had a negative attachment. He just wouldn't let me help him. He gave his family away, man. When he was in Fort Hood, he sent his daughters to an orphanage. He tried to make my friend's uh, his wife to seem to be crazy, and they took the children away. The sick individual, man. I could have easily taken care of him, but I knew that he had the unclean spirit of the jinn in him. That's why I didn't want to lose, you know, leave an opening. I was already dealing with what was in Elms Grove. I don't know whatever happened to this guy. Yeah, I think what was the name? She left us.
She left in a private jet.
Oh, she's in a private chat. Okay.
The dog
Oh,
was fast, so she has to walk. So
yeah, man. And people don't understand that a lot of these troops, they call it PTSD. That's fine, yeah, because what we have to do. But there's a lot more involved in that, and I believe that the army needs to really focus on this topic, which is really cleansing people, getting rid of the negative attachments the soldiers have, and go into that form. But they're not going to do that because they're affiliated with something else. Look at the government, the people in charge. Who are they affiliated with? What are they trying to take out of the equation? Jesus Christ. So, so we have to do it on our own. I could see things
Hey,
out there. Yeah, go
hey,
ahead.
Abe, I got a question. Actually, unsuspectingly, these soldiers or everyone in general, we're taught about this, and I have brought this up before, Buddha. I don't know if you were here or not, but this, empirical evidence and the scientific method, and the difference on this show as opposed to the other shows that we bring Jesus Christ into the equation, but the other ones bring they want to know this empirical evidence and the scientific method of creatures, cryptids, so forth, right? So what you're talking about also, that pastor that was dealing with you, you're talking about members that are atheists in the military, and everybody comes in every different form, right? I mean, there's Wiccans and atheists and people that believe in all these different religions and so forth. But they're also raised in that empirical evidence scientific method, because I'm one of those people that when I was in college, in all my education and stuff, and I never really actually believed that stuff. It did make sense to me. That's why I left college, to be honest with you. But, we're raised from kindergarten onward about this empirical evidence, scientific method, mind controlled education system, and that is actually, when you those people that you approached, and then you later on, you held hands in a circle to pray, those people were in that boat. They were in that boat of that empirical evidence from grade school onward, Abe. From grade school onward. They didn't know. They didn't know, I mean, you can't fault people that are atheists. You can't fault them on their belief structure. It's just that the hidden hand has been controlling this earth for ages, and this whole educational system. That's why, you can't talk to academia. You bring up UFOs as a demonic interdimensional entity to even UFO researchers. I mean, they'll throw you out of the room. They'll throw you out of the room. They are so
What they're gonna do, bro? They're gonna beam me up. They're gonna hit me with a laser gun.
But it's so sad, Abe. It's so sad to see these people,
They'll be like this.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah. Abe, I had two guys in ninth grade. They would come to school dressed up as Star Trek guys. They had the laser, they had the phasers and the whole garb, the blue with Spock, and I mean, and here it is, they're play acting, of course, but in a way they are, and so am I, of course, but it's so sad that here they are play acting, but they almost actually believed, what they were doing, But again, it's like there's people are like, they're so uneducated. We're supposed to be the greatest nation on earth, but yet everybody is dumbed down. They're so dumbed down on education, on what? Spiritual and cryptid encounters. I mean, I'm serious. There's no spiritual, connection. There's nothing there. You know.
Well, they're being brainwashed.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
what
mean,
it
from
is. They're
kindergarten
brainwashed.
onward. Yeah.
It's kind of like I'll give you a story. There was the guy was in the military. His wife couldn't see. He had gone to the Kuwait War, and he told me if I could look out for his wife, and I said sure because they had dogs, so I'll help him walking out through the park. Then one day she calls me, tells me that something was making a growling sound, and the dog ran inside the house. That something hit her mobile home, right? So I go check it out, and the mobile home was like literally like 40 feet, 45, possibly 50 feet away from the wood line. And I go look with a flashlight around her home, and I found a tree trunk or a trunk uh, went in through a wall. Like, how is that trunk gonna, like somebody gonna throw from that far, and it's gonna go in through a wall, right, or a mobile home? So I tell her, hey, where is it where you heard this growling sound? It was over there by the tree over there. So I go over there and I say, is anybody out here? Nobody saying nothing. Quiet. I only hear crickets. Is anybody out here? And we left it at that, right? So he came back from the war, and we're walking. It's when I was building up my leg, and we're walking at nighttime. And I was telling me they believe in Jesus Christ, and they said no. And then I told them that if I would have shown something, would they believe in him? And he said, depends what he shows us, right? That's what they said. Then they changed the subject to, what's the worst thing you have seen? I say, I've seen a lot of bad things. And then I say, switch it to them. So what is it that you've seen? She said she's seen a boy get eaten by a shark. And he said he's seen somebody get killed when he was in combat or whatever. So as we're walking, I tell him that if he shows them something, would they believe in Jesus Christ? And he said he would have to show him something. So I prayed, and I prayed for the Heavenly Father to show him of his existence. So we're walking. Next thing you know, they're walking behind me. I hear the guy screaming, and I hear the girl repeating this, saying this. She's like, I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn. So I turn around to look. She's got her husband grabbed from the hands. His feet are elevated up in the air, like something's trying to take him. And I see nothing. Then when I turn around, and she's like, I don't want to burn. And she's pointing behind me. And she keeps on repeating herself, I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn. I look, it's a big black tornado. Huge. Then I turn back at him and I says, where's your faith? And I start praying. When I start praying, for the Heavenly Father, because, it was about him showing him something. I was praying. I seen him come down back to the ground, and then they took off running. They ran back home. I didn't see him for about 2 weeks. They come knocking on my door. They said they wanted to talk to me. They said that this is what they wanted to talk to me about. They said, we just want to talk to you about, we discussed it numerous times. We just want to say that what happened that day did not happen. That's what they said. I said, really? So you're saying it because you don't want to believe in Jesus Christ? We prayed for him to show you something, in which he did show you something. You were saying you don't want to burn. He was up in the air, like something was taking him. There was a big black tornado behind us. Then all that just disappeared because he was showing you. That's what the prayer was about, for him to show you his existence, that you will believe in him. And they just said that what happened didn't happen. They took off. I never seen him again. He reminds me of when Moses crossed the people from across the Red Sea from Egypt. You know, I mean, this guy was literally elevated up in the air like something was taking him, man. His whole body was up. She was holding him from his hand. His feet were up in the air, you know. I just wanted to share that story. I mean, how much more proof do you want to know, to see that, you know, the Heavenly Father is amongst us? I'm thinking there was something within them that maybe they believed in something else. Maybe those things happened the way they did. I don't know, but that happened like in I'm trying to remember the year, like around. Whew, when was that war, man? Can't remember how old I was when that happened.
What location?
So I think it was like around 2007, 2008, somewhere around there when that
Which war?
happened. Huh?
American War or just the war like
No,
happening?
the war, like the new
Oh,
Iraqi war,
oh, the freedom.
2000, 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. That's when it happened because my son was still young. I think my son was like 6 years old when that happened. But they lived right by the location, man. They lived right by the woods where the hotspot was, which is possible that they could have had some negative attachments also from that area. Now, Sister Beyond the Boxes, you guys are quiet. Do I have to come back up in there? Yeah, we've been on for 3 hours and 17 minutes.
You know, I was also going to mention, Abe, about, these cryptid investigators. Not that, harp on them tonight, but, in the Bible, and certainly they have been approached to Bible scripture, but I'm going to paraphrase a scripture, kind of says, you'll have the power to tread on snakes and scorpions, right? So, those two, subjects of snakes and scorpions, you would think that, well, I'm a not believer. I'm just saying that, let's say I don't believe in Jesus Christ, but I'm a cryptid investigator. So, obviously these words have come out because they're pretty prevalent. So snakes and scorpions, the power to tread, that means step on snakes and scorpions. You would think that these people who are investigators would go, wow, what does that mean? Right? What does that talk? Or my guess, well, you're saying that, and you would think they would get into the Bible and read that, because if they would come to the realization that the power of Jesus Christ, over all these cryptids, right? That's what we're talking about. This is the power over, Abe, exactly what you're doing. It's the power over all these DDNs, everything. And you would think like the whole cryptid community would turn a 180 on this. A 180. I mean, wouldn't all these people just love to have that power, to recognize, oh, there's a dogman or a werewolf out there or whatever, I have the power to tread on, to have that faith, and so forth. But I mean, it's kind of in the Bible, it's leaking out in the Bible, like these people are missing the whole. They're missing it. They're missing the whole thing. Unfortunately, staying on this topic about empirical evidence and scientific method, stuff. I took all these sciences and all this kind of stuff, genetics, you name it. I was into zoology. I was a zoology major, study of animals. Had they had cryptozoology, that would have been a different story. That would have been fun. But anyway,
I got a question. Has anybody found Bigfoot on the show Finding Bigfoot? Did they ever encounter it? No, right? How many
what's
seasons
that?
is it? How many seasons is it into? And they still haven't found Bigfoot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm just saying, man, that these things are in spirit form. They exist spiritually. They exist spiritually. They just they don't want to. The shows like that are about ratings. They don't want to say the truth about what it is because you figure by now they would have captured some kind of evidence. So, and this has been happening for how long now? That when did cryptozoologists came into play? You remember what year people started identifying themselves as cryptozoologists?
Well, I don't know.
What was their belief? Like,
there's a mixture. Well, first of all, someone said, "Well, I got DNA. I got some hair samples. I got a footprint sample."
oh
I
yeah,
do the cast. I do the cast. All right, those are cryptozoologists that try to come at me, and then I told them plain and simple, straight up, show me the proof. So you say that you don't say nothing to nobody because you want to protect the family of the Bigfoots. Well, at least take a picture of a Bigfoot in your hands or hugging the mother or father of the Bigfoot. You couldn't give me that kind of evidence. Then he said, "Oh, I'm just trying to protect them. I'm not going to give you nothing because you don't have nothing to show me." So they try to make it seem like that they're real. So in their imaginations or in the stories that they share, they want to make them as real as possible. But I believe these people are being bonded, demonized by this DDN, and it got full control of them.
Yeah, it's just a bubble. It just only needs one needle, in it, and it just completely vanishes. And that's why they're
Yeah,
so afraid of. Yeah, that's why they're so
there,
afraid.
there in the old, especially in the Old Testament, there's a lot of cryptid words that people use. They use animals a lot in the Old Testament, and today when you read them, you're like, well, where's the animal? What are you talking about the animal? But they're really, in my opinion, I just think that all these cryptid words, they're sending the word, they're passing the message, but they have to be careful because they don't want to get persecuted in the same time. Because if they get caught, that's their ass. And but they want to stay alive because if not them, then who else? So they have to pass the word in a very, very cryptid way, where at that time, in their time, other random community people that don't understand what's going on get the gist as to what they're trying to pass without getting in trouble. And then enter Jesus. Then Jesus comes around and everybody's like, forget the cryptid words. Here's this man who fulfilled the prophecy. It's right there, smack dab, right in front of you. But then there's all the other people of the community, mostly the Jews, the that don't believe in Jesus, that don't buy into that this man is not the prophet. He's not the prophet. He didn't fulfill it. They're in denial because he did, but he passed the Golden Gate, the east side of the east wall, exactly how Scripture said the 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 Messiah would come. But even then, it was not good enough. It was not good enough for them exactly how it happened. Then he was crucified. As he was being crucified, when he died, there was an earthquake. What more do you want? The the sacrificial lamb has been sacrificed, and people are then there are not saying no, as if they want, almost as if they're saying the Messiah that they're waiting for should not look like a man. He should be dressed really nice. Like there should be some sort of, he should look more formal, presentable, glowing in the light, or looking dressed in gold. No, like look, he fulfilled he fulfilled all the scriptures, and even then, there's people out there denying that Jesus Christ fulfilled every scripture. It just blows my mind.
because they believe in other things. They're given the power of belief to. What they don't know is what they're believing in is not. When you talk about people that are into Bigfoots and UFOs and all that stuff, that they believe in is or Scientology. They're really believing into the hands of the enemy, which is the DDN, the demons. That's what they're believing into. So they're all believing in the same thing, which they're not going to believe in Jesus Christ. They're not going to believe in Jesus Christ because they're being, how should I say, controlled, bonded.
And you know what they did is after Jesus passed away. So now the people that now they're saying no, no, the person, the real Messiah, according to them, the real Messiah is going to go through these golden gates. I think it's called the Gate of the Lion. I could be wrong. He will be the true Messiah. But around that time, shortly after, uh, the Muslims conquered Jerusalem, and what did they first do? They closed the gates. They closed them down. They they covered the gates with they covered them with brick walls or whatever you want to call them. And in front of the brick walls, they put um, corpses. They built a cemetery of people. And why did they build that cemetery in front of the Golden Gates? Because in Scripture it says uh, that the I off the top of my head I don't know what they're called, but the Jewish leaders don't believe in touching corpses or being even remotely close to corpses. So they were trying to block that. The Muslims were trying to block that scripture from being true, like from it from happening. If you go to Jerusalem today, if you look at the east gate, the Golden Gate, it's blocked and it's riddled in front. It's riddled with corpses because they think that if it's true that Jesus is going to go through that Golden Gate, it's not going to happen anymore because there's corpses right in front of him, and Jesus being or the Messiah. I'm sorry, the Messiah being a Jew himself is will not go through that Golden Gate because we stopped it. They're trying to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, so basically, am I right in interpreting this way? So the Jews rejected Jesus because he didn't match their idea of the Messiah. Like the Messiah should be having more of a facade with fancy clothing and all that. Well, meanwhile, Jesus came on riding on a donkey and didn't have these fancy clothes on, just like regular whatever they wore at the time. Is am I right in hearing it
You're
that
absolutely
way?
right. And on top of that, they're saying if Jesus went through the Golden Gate, well, prior to Jesus going through the Golden Gate, there's the Olive Mount. I think it's called the Olive Mount, where all today you see all those the cemetery of uh, all the people that are buried in front of the Olive Mount, up against the wall. And the prophecy says if the Messiah were to come and arrive and go through the Golden Gate, everybody that's there would be resurrected themselves. Not just Jesus, but everybody else would be resurrected. They're using, and because they were not resurrected, well, that must mean that the Messiah has not arrived yet. I'm really glad that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, because prior to the Dead Sea Scrolls, uh, we're talking about 1,000 years later. Then uh, the Bible was put together, King James Bible was put together, and then all of a sudden, the Dead Sea Scrolls are discovered, and Lord and behold, the scriptures that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls, word for word, match what's in King James Bible. Holy shit. What more evidence do you need?
How you doing, Brother Whoop?
How's it going, guys?
Hey,
All
Wolf.
right.
Just checking out. You guys, I had doing my patrol. We have to do a light audit and all these properties, dude. So it's a long process. They messaged me and they're like, "Oh, we got to do a light audit." So we're out here. It's gonna take forever, but we're doing it. So I've been wanting to jump in. I've been kind of listening off and on. It's kind of interesting. I was listening to something earlier about Edgar Casey, the sleeping prophet, who, you know, and he was talking about sociopaths, but he doesn't call them that. And he's talking about people who are born outside of the divine creation, and they're not. It's not. God didn't make people without souls, but this is something else. These people, they come into this world, and they are not of the divine creation. It's like an imitation. They don't have the feelings and the empathy and things that we as normal people do. It's something I want to write about too. We've been writing about it off and on, me and my wife, but we don't know if we're just going to make notes with it and talk about it on the show, or put it into a book, or do both. But one of the things that I find interesting is that when you're talking about the Jews actually rejecting Christ, it's almost like an entire group of people or a religion that's based on a sociopathic like behavior. And and it's really and truly, when you read the Talmud, it's an indictment on how they are. Now, you have other people who are Jewish that don't follow the Talmud, and like a couple of my friends that are Jewish, and then you have Jewish people who've Messianic. One of my good friends is Messianic, and he accepted Christ. Um, he turned, and he's kind of like full on ballistic against what he calls Jewish heresy conspiracy. That's his own terms. His name's Jeremiah. But funny thing about it is that when I was younger, I didn't realize. I thought I didn't have a dog in this fight, but I realize now that I do, because to reject Christ, and then when you gain a whole lot of power, a lot of control, and everybody just thinks that's okay. Well, it's not okay to me, them to have that much control over our money, over our media, over everything, and have an intense burning, not only the rejection of Christ, but to actually hate him. And if you see the Christians going to the Holy Land, these really ignorant evangelical Christians, they get spit on. Like, they get spit on. There's video after video after video of them getting spit on. And you're talking about a people who created a religion uh, based on a Messiah that they do not believe has come. They totally reject Jesus. At best, they call him a rebel. At worst, they say the most horrible, horrible things, like in the Talmud, like he's boiling in feces in hell. And then they say that Mary was a whore, that she had him out of wedlock with a Roman soldier. They call him a blasphemer, he who was hanged, the traitor, all these different things. And they revered Judas as the good guy for betraying him and turning him in. You look at these things that they do and they say it can't be denied. I mean, I've read the Talmud, and I have actually studied with rabbinical teachers. And I got there through my one of my Jewish friends who was our roommate. He lived with us off and on for about 4 years, and he told me exactly what to do and say to be accepted. And I did, and got in and started kind of learning from them. And my whole goal was just to try to understand. The same thing with Islam. I went to Jamai, and I prayed and all this stuff. I didn't pray to Allah, and I told them very clearly, I'm not praying to Allah, and I told them I'm not praying to Yahweh. The God that I pray to is the Father of Christ, and they were okay with that, but they all said the same thing, that I wouldn't be able to be a true Muslim or a Jew. And I said, that's fine. I'm not. I'm a follower of Christ. And they're like, oh, you're a Christian. I said, well, Christian has its own connotation. I'm a follower of Christ, because a lot of what people believe of as Christians, they're not really spiritual. And we're dealing with that now. You see these people that are in charge, they're sociopaths. They're absolute sociopaths. And they don't care. They don't give a crap. And I'm not just talking about the Jewish people that deal with. I'm talking about these fake Christians, in particular, certain denominations. And you look at what they do and say, they don't give a crap, dude. Like, they do not care about people. I do believe that they are born out of redemption. There is no redemption for them. It's impossible, because if you don't have emotion like humans do, they can mock and mimic emotion, but they're not really. It's like an imitation. What I mean by that is, somebody can watch there be a car wreck, and they see everybody's getting upset, and they know that something's going on, but they don't really know why it's a big deal that someone has been killed. They don't care. So you have entire like populations of these people, pockets of them, and they are going to be as numerous. I'd say they're about 10 to 1. Like there's normal people, and then there's but and now it seems like it's maybe less, like there's less of us and more of the NPC. Some of these are harmless. They're just useless people, whatever. But then some of them are malevolent, and they have latched on to malevolency, not necessarily because they are completely evil themselves, but being that hollow being that they latch on to malevolency because it's a means to power. And they see that the malevolence in this world is winning, because this is Satan's world, as Jesus tells us. So they see that is the winning side. So they gravitate to the malevolence. And I would say that these people that we are dealing with in this field, Abe, you would know what I'm talking about. That's what they are. They're gravitating toward the malevolence. Some of them because they're completely possessed or evil, but others because they see it as a means to an end. And I would say, like the guy in Oklahoma, typically, people like him, like he sees that as the path to winning. Just being into hoaxing and frauding themselves, that makes you've got to have some sociopathy there to be like, it's okay with that. And then to publicly slander so many people the way they have, the way he has, and orchestrating it all, you've got to be, I'm telling you got to be a sociopath. That's a microcosm of what's happening in our world and in our governments. If you take the people that he was talking about, like the Sanhedrin or the Sadducees, Pharisees, whatever, the people in charge at that time that Jesus walked the earth, and the ones that are still in charge to this day, if you look at them, they rejected the book of Daniel. After Jesus, now before Jesus, they accepted it. After Jesus, they threw it out. They rejected the book of Daniel.
Oh, the Jews?
Yeah, the Jewish people. Yeah. Well, not all the Jews, but the Jewish leaders. Put that way. The Pharisaic Jewish leaders. Yeah. And so the reason that they rejected the book of Daniel is because Daniel was the one prophet that absolutely pinpointed the lineage of Christ, and was like, he predicted, like, this is exactly how it's going to happen, how it's going to fall, when he is going to come. And that you can follow it. So with those predictions, it came true that Jesus was the Messiah. And now, because it turned out to be true, they've thrown it out of the canon. Daniel is no longer considered a prophet by them. He's not in the Talmud as anything.
It's
So
freaking
when you
ridiculous.
look, it's very ridiculous. And when you read the Tanakh, you start to see how some of this could be copy and paste, or some of it could actually be their own belief, or it could be the priesthood of Judea trying to maintain control. But you can see the Hashatan's fingerprints all over it. I mean, it's
You can
ridiculous.
actually in that image that I sent you, brother Aim. I don't know if you still have it up. I think I'm still sharing it. Yeah, this is the Golden Gate.
Yeah,
This is where Jesus went through. He
with the
went
donkey.
through that with the donkey. Do you
Mhm.
notice? Do you notice the inside of the Golden Gate? The walls are a little newer than the outside of it. The inside of the gate entrance. The Muslims closed it out. This is after Jesus died, by the way. They closed it out because the Jews told them, no, this is not the Messiah. He's still on his way. But when they conquered, they blocked that entrance they stoned that place. They built it up with their bricks to prevent Jesus from coming in, or the Messiah from coming in. Because if Jesus is not the Messiah, then the next Messiah, the real Messiah, according to the Jews, he was still on his way. They blocked it, and not only that, if you look at the bottom, that's where the cemetery that I was talking about. They riddled it with cemetery corpses because it's sacred to the Jews that they're not allowed to be close, like so many. Let's just call it inches, centimeters. They can't be close to that. They can't be close to corpses. They did everything they can to prevent the prophecy from being fulfilled. It's already
Yeah.
done. It's already been
But
fulfilled.
they weren't trying to prevent Jesus. Now here's the thing, and I've been very critical of Islam, and I've said it on my show, but I'll say this. The one thing they do have correct is that they believe, if you read the Quran, it does say that Jesus will return. Now here's the thing I don't understand about them. It doesn't make any sense because their religion is almost like a carbon copy with a few changes of the it's like,
Yes,
yeah, it's like
he just
Judaism, but like just, yeah.
Mohammed just regurgitated what's already been written.
Yeah, he did. And then it was so weird. It's like, oh, he did all this amazing stuff. And I was like, not really. I mean, he basically kosher is identical to halal, which is both debasing and cruel and evil of the spilling of blood, which God never commands us to do that. And it's even in Ezekiel where he's like chastising, like, why are you doing? I'm not asking for this, Now, somebody had the conscience to write that, but then later they're like, oh, yeah, this is what God wants. Well, there again, it's the Levites, that were writing that stuff, and they were the priesthood tribes of Judea. And of course, they were using that as a means of control. And I do believe that. And if you look at that, like what they say, God said this, God said that, it could be that they copied and pasted some things and changed some things around. And it seems like there are multiple
And
gods.
added more shit. It's okay to
They did,
bury
yes.
children
Mhm.
and wars. They love wars. Holy shit, they
Yeah,
love
the
wars.
war is there. That is the Holocaust is actually, that's what that is. It means burnt offering. And so the Shoah, it's what they call it. They don't call it the Holocaust, they call it the Shoah.
And they
But
love
there have been
revenge.
many Shoahs, and that's a burnt offering to Yahweh. What people don't understand is who or what that is. They don't really get it. And then the Tanakh, which was the oral tradition, which became the written oral tradition. It sounds weird, kind of weird. Written oral tradition is what they call it. But in the Tanakh, it talks about, and when David beheld Yahweh, he was terrified because he looked like a dragon. Now, this could be a reality, or it could be an alternate reality. It could be rewritten. It could be redone. It could just be outright lies written by the priesthood. We don't really know, but he does. They do say David describes it as a dragon. He describes him like, I'm telling you, it's in the Tanakh. If you read it, it's like scales, fire from his nostrils. His breath. everything is there that points to this being some sort of like demonic dragon looking thing. And I'm going like, this is God? That's not God. That's their God. And it is a copy of the Sumerian, text, and it's like Tiamat. So when you go back and you read all this, and you're going like, dude, right here they copy and pasted. They took the Sumerian tablets and they copied and pasted parts of it. They took the Babylonian scripts and they copied and pasted it. They took all these different pieces and they put it
And just
together.
put it all together and made their own wording.
Yeah.
And this guy, in my opinion, Muhammad is a schizophrenic person, in
Yeah.
my opinion, that just wanted
that
to work in his favor.
Yeah.
And it
When
worked.
you look
It
at
worked.
the Quran, what they're trying to prevent, though, is this. And like I said, this is where it gets weird. In the Quran now, when you go to the Quran, they talk about how that Jesus is going to return, right? This is what I argued with one of my Muslim friends, Stephanie's. Everybody from the show probably knows Stephanie's been on the show, but he's a devout Muslim and used to stay with us. And I argued with him all the time, friendly. We never fought like angrily or anything, but he would always tell me he's going to pray for my soul. I told him, I'm going to pray for your soul because I don't believe you're correct, But Stephan was very convinced that this was what was going to happen. Like, okay, Jesus is going to return, right? And I said, why is Jesus the guy that returns? If you guys revere Muhammad so much, he's well, Jesus was the greatest prophet. Okay, Jesus was the greatest prophet, but you don't believe that he's divine in the way that he is not the true son of God. He did not actually die on the cross. So I said, so why would God pick him? Why does God pick Jesus? Well, I don't know for sure. I don't know. But that's a mystery. I was like, no, it's not a mystery. It's not a mystery. It's because he is the Son of God. That's why he sits at the right hand of the Father, and he's at his behest. That's why he sends Jesus to return with his army, and he's going to kill with his words. And I told him, I said, you believe that up to the point where all that's going to happen, but they don't believe that he was the Son of God. But they do believe that he was the chosen one, whatever, the Jews' Messiah, and they believe that the next one is going to be Antichrist. It is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense.
That. When he died, the sacrificial lamb. It's all written in Scripture that it would say that there would be an earthquake. Well, there was an earthquake. That
it split the temple.
That the what do you call it? The veil would rip in half.
Well,
it did rip in half. It ripped in half.
Yep. Everything.
What more do you want?
Yeah. And Jews and Muslims are absolutely in total freaking denial. But you got to realize their religions are cloaked in darkness, dude. I mean, I'm telling you, there is darkness covering their eyes. But I would say this: 3/4 of the Christians are deceived too. And I'll tell you what they're deceived by. They're one of the things that they're deceived by is compromise. They have compromised themselves with the sin of this world. They have compromised themselves with the sin of Judaism and then the sin of Islam, and the defiance that they have allowed into their heads. Now, I have no problem talking about other religions and reading about them and looking at the parallels, But at the end of the day, I'm not a Buddhist. I'm not a Hindu. I'm not a Muslim or a Jew. I am a Christian in the sense that I'm a follower of Christ. And these people absolutely are blind. And they're willfully ignorant. That's the thing. You're willfully ignorant. Now, you can sit there and say, yeah, Jesus is, he's coming back. He's going to do all these things. But then they're denying that he's actually the Son of God. It doesn't make any sense. Why would God choose him? Like it's just random, God just set him in a roll.
I find it ironic that before Jesus passed away, they would always kill lambs. They would sacrifice lambs. Then Jesus dies, and then the incident happens, the enormous incident, the earthquake, and everything else that comes with it. And shortly after, literally less than 100 years, less than 50 years, did they stop sacrificing lambs because everybody started getting the gist.
No. They still sack. They do not. They have not stopped that.
Well, there's going to be some people out there, but I'm talking about like back then. They stopped. They stopped sacrificing lambs because a lot of people back then just felt like the prophecy has been fulfilled.
It was barbaric, I guess. But I mean, the thing is, one of the problems between Jews and Christians in Europe, which is where a lot of them are and came from, which was because they came from Khazaria, not from the Holy Land, because most of them had turned into Babylonians at that point. What people don't understand is they continued with barbarism and tradition, which was ran, basically heretical to the Christians that they lived amongst. And so the Christians and the Muslims that they lived amongst thought that them sacrificing animals, and some say even people during some of their holy days, that this
I
was
would
what.
say everybody agrees that even before the lambs, it was people. And who was the one
Oh,
that
yeah,
God? Who was the one that God told, "Don't sacrifice your son"?
Isaac. Yeah,
Isaac.
Isaac was the
So
son of Abraham, but they weren't even Israelites yet. They didn't become Israelites until Jacob, which would have been Isaac's son. And his name means, he who wrestles with God, because he wrestled with God in the flesh, supposedly. Now, there again, it's a lot of supposing that this maybe happened and whatever. But the fact that they took out the book of Daniel, it's not in canon for them, and that's why they don't believe in the Old Testament, and they say that the Old Testament is out of order. Now, I don't doubt that that's probably true in some ways, because the book of Job predates Genesis. That's a really weird thing. Like when you start getting into the
it is
canonical
weird. Enoch should
line,
be in there, in my opinion.
Enoch should be in there, like, for sure, especially when it's referenced by everybody. It's like, it's a history, and there is a lot of confusion too, as to why God, when it talks about God creating the world, like the world was already here. It doesn't say in the Hebrew canon, it doesn't say that God created the world. It's kind of like he's fixing it, like he hovers over the deep. And there's all these translations and stuff. I mean, you could get real deep into it. If you just sit there and say, without explaining step by step the actual Hebrew translation, it sounds like you're just being blasphemous, like you're just saying, well, God didn't really create the world. It just doesn't say what it says in Genesis, which was the Greek retranslation of it. And it was to explain to people, and they were like, well, what was here before the world that we know? Well, they're just like, oh, well, no, we're not going to talk about that. Well, what was here? Because something was here. It says that God literally, like, he hovered over the face, his face hovered over the deep. He had to fix whatever was wrong with the earth. And it sounds like a terraforming. It really does. And when you read it from the Hebrew text, you're sitting there going like, whoa, dude, like, this is not, it doesn't say like that he, like, breathed the world into existence. There was already a world, like there was an earth here, but that he created life upon it. It's really bizarre. And you start reading that and you're going like, wow, okay, so it doesn't really match up to what we are being taught in the King James Version of the Bible, because people throughout history have tampered with and messed with it. And the Muslims are always pointing to the fact that, yeah, your Bible's been tainted. But so is the Quran, but they don't want to accept that because
The
it's
Quran is
been
so
translated.
corrupt. Holy shit, the Quran is so corrupt.
Totally
Like
corrupt.
a motherfucker, dude. Sorry.
No, cool. It just, yeah, I point out all the time that every time it's retranslated, when you translate the Arabic into English, or especially if you translate it into another language like Russian, like a Cyrillic language, or like Chinese, like Mandarin, dude, it totally changes everything, because there are words in the Quran in Arabic that don't exist in those other languages. Just like there's words in French like chateau and what's another one, like deja vu, and just all these different, like, there's all these different words, man. They do not translate into English. They don't translate into Arabic. They don't translate into Hebrew. Like, so there's a lot of translation that's missed. And I tell my friends that are Muslim, they're like, the Holy Quran has never changed, never changed. They like to say that, but that's absolute ridiculousness, because if it didn't, then we wouldn't have the hadiths, and you wouldn't have Ali, who was like basically the rival to, Muhammad. When he passed, he was like, well, are we going to keep following the Muhammadan, way, or are we going to follow Ali? Why would there be a schism there at all if it hasn't changed? There wouldn't be. Now, why would there be Sunni and then Shiite if there wasn't a change? And why would they be killing each other like they do?
Yeah, they don't correspond to each other. You know what's crazy is that you would think that I'm willing to bet that if Jesus Christ, because he's coming back, but when he does come back, even then, there will still people saying, there will be Muslims that will say that he is not the coming, that he is the Antichrist. There will still be people then. Doesn't matter what he dishes out.
The entire Jewish people will say that. The
The
entirety
Jewish,
of them will say that.
sure, yeah, yeah.
And
Jewish
the
part.
reason is because, like, I go and now see, it goes back to what I was saying about people that are not really people. Not that they're not human. I just say that they're not. They don't have the souls of people like we do. They're like an imitation. There's whole sects of people, entire sections of people that are literally like automatons, like NPCs. And when you start to realize that this world is being run by some sort of master technician or cylinder that's teaching everybody, like, that's the piece, and it's spitting out these NPCs that don't do anything but cause problems and deny Christ. They're just anti-Christal and heretical in everything that they do. And then they call evil good and good evil. We were talking about the people from Oklahoma and the one that idiot that pooped in the cup. I'm sure everybody's seen it by now. He took a PRT cup and had this crazy girl poop in it. What do you think that is? This guy's an insane, uh, these aren't monsters. They're not monsters, not Dogman and Bigfoot. They're just wicked people. But to me, it's more than that. They are NPCs. They are non-playable characters. They don't have souls in the way that you and I do. It's not that they're not human flesh, that they're not actual people. They have thoughts and things like that, but they don't correspond to us. And one of them in particular, I'm not even going to say his name, but because it's going to get legal with him. But that guy, I mean, he is like, I'm telling you, dude, like, he is like an android, dude. Like, yeah, I mean, everything that guy has done and said and the way he acts and responds, he's on a mission. And it's like he is part of the Matrix. And like those people that have just come out of the Matrix, like, and just to do bad, I mean, or they're grafted into it. Like I said, I don't think that they care about good and evil. They don't look at it that way. They look at it as a logical, uh, like, how do you say it? Like, to join up with the evil makes sense to them because that is what they think is going to further their
Oh,
goals.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a friend that he was just walking down the street. He passed by a Muslim. What do you call them? Synagogues, right?
Synagogue, yeah.
Yeah. He passed
Synagogue
by. He passed one of
is
them, and
Jewish.
They invited him inside.
The
Yeah,
mosque, or are you talking about the synagogue? Mosques are
mosque. I'm
Islam.
sorry, mosque. Thank you. So he passed by a mosque, and they invited him over. They invited him inside. Now my friend, he was not in the best place in life, so he just needed a little something, and he got it. He went into the mosque, and they riddled him with their words, and he said those sacred words that you have to say in order to become a Muslim. He said those words, and in Facebook, he started months later. He started spamming a ton of stuff about uh, why I love to be Muslim. But at the same time that he was doing that, he started posting uh, images of what the Jews are doing to Gazans and to Palestinians and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, this is not my friend. I know this is not my friend. Somebody is feeding this information to him, and one of these, I as knowledge as I am when it comes to keep staying up to date with politics and all that stuff, he started posting images of this guy holding a baby, a dead baby. They go, look what they just did to this baby. And I looked and I said, I'm going to research that. I researched it and I'm like, this happened 4 years ago. This, but he's portraying that happened today, right now. And I said, so I called him. I said, "Are you sharing images of what's happening right now, or did somebody send you images of what happened in the past?
Actually, I'm gonna have to interject, man. Yeah, because the images of what's happening now, and I haven't gone on and said anything about it, okay? Because it just starts a firestorm, but they're a lot worse. It's a lot worse than what was happening 4 years ago
I
during the
just feel
last
like he's being
Intifada.
indoctrinated. Like
He
they're just
absolutely was being indoctrinated, but it doesn't change the fact of what has happened. The IDF there has killed. The low estimates are at 70,000 people. And you got to remember something else, too. We are being deceived by the media. And now you got to understand who the media is. The media is not run by Muslims, you know. Thank God it's not. But unfortunately, it is run by the Jewish people. And when you say that, everybody loses their freaking mind. But if you look at the names of the people that I can name I used to be able to name every single head of every news network, every television network. It used to be Levine. He owned CBS, I believe it was, and then it was Redstone. He owned Viacom, MTV. Eisner. He was in charge of ABC. What the heck is his name? Newhouse. He was the one that ran CBS. Like all these big they're always Jewish people. And they all correspond to these families, these 6 families. They say they're 12, but each one of them has like a twin flame family. And when you go back and you look at the 6-pointed star, the dimensions on it is 666. Well, that is the number of the beast. And we're over here going like, well, who's the Antichrist? Who's the Antichrist? There it is right there. Like everybody's so shocked by that. But I don't agree with the Muslims, and I never will. I just absolutely think that most of what they do is abhorrent. They are like backwards, just like Arab hillbillies, dude. And I just can't stand, and not just Arab, there's other people who do it too. And I just am not on board with that. But you got to understand this. 47% of the Palestinians, take a picture of that right there. 47% of Palestinians are actually Christian. And do you understand this? That literally they are the ones being attacked by the IDF the most. Why do you think that Israel is so determined to destroy the Christians there? And they kind of give the Muslims a pass. And even though they know that Hamas is a terrorist organization, there's no doubt that it is, and that they have done some pretty damn horrible things. Not just to the Israelis, they've done horrible things to their own people. They're real POSs. But they don't really go after them as hardcore because they always say, oh, well, we struck this target, that target, and they killed like 3 or 4 Hamas people, but 50 civilians died. And it always happens to be that most of them were Christian. See, that's my problem. And most Christians are just okay with it, and they just eat this slop that they're given and these ridiculous excuses that they give them. I'm telling you, they are crazy. A war is happening, and it is a war on Christianity. As long as the Muslims hurt the Christians, they don't care. They don't give a shit what they do. And guess what? When Hamas uses shields, human shields, when they do all this different stuff, who gets put there? The Christians. So you have 2 sides, the Muslims and the Jews, who are literally genociding Christians, and that is not being talked about. Just like it was not talked about when the NKVD of Russia was literally slaughtering Christians at an alarming rate. They killed 19 million Christians in Russia when the communists came to power. The NKVD was overwhelmingly Jewish. Overwhelmingly. Like 80% of their leadership was Jewish. Once Stalin got the numbers of the kulaks, down and he killed them all, then he turned on the Jewish people and he began to purge them. But not until he slaughtered the Christians. And this is what they've been doing. Now, the reason of that is they don't like Christ. They don't like Christ. And it goes back to the beginning because Christ told them they were wrong. Look at what an entire group of people will do when they are told that they are wrong. And if you tell the Muslims that they're wrong, yeah, good luck, because you might not have your head, because they'll behead you. They'll freaking stone you. They'll do every kind of barbaric trash that people back then weren't even. It's ridiculous, these people. These are religions that are completely heretical to Christianity. We are living as Christians in a toxic soup, and we are now figuring out, oh, they've indoctrinated these people. No shit, that's what they've done. Because anybody that goes into these religions, which you can't really become Jewish unless you have money. But if you go and you become Islamic, which they're trying to recruit any and everybody so they can overwhelm the earth, you become Islamic, you immediately have to hate the other religions. They don't tell you have to hate them. They just indoctrinate you into hating them, because Christians are considered idolaters, because supposedly, according to Jews and Muslims, we worship Jesus, and that makes us idolaters. See, that's the point. And people don't understand. They don't look at you as anything other than, like unclean, like a shiksa, like the Jewish people, they call a woman that's not a Jewish person a shiksa. It's real deep, man. It's real deep, dude. You got to go deep, deep, deep. And I'm talking like hard in the paint, deep into the rabbit hole, and you'll see. But even then, when you go deep and far enough down that rabbit hole, you'll see that there is another group of people who use those people, the surface dwelling people. They get used by this vampiric race of beings, and that goes really, really deep. And then it goes further and further and further down into the rabbit hole, down all the way to the archons and their fathers and who they were. But you go down that rabbit hole and you take people with you. They balk, they freak out, and they're just like, "What is this? Oh my God, this is blasphemous!" No, it's not. It's the truth. It's the absolute, unadulterated truth that most crybaby people in this world aren't ready for. It's just the absolute truth, because you read and you learn, and the best thing anybody can do is learn multiple languages. I know some very ignorant people that are racist and whatever. Like, I'm not going to learn no other weird language. Well, you better start getting out of that mindset, because if you don't, you're not going to know what's being said. That's the problem. When people learn to read and write in different languages, you will figure it out. There is a lot of things that we don't know. We just have to keep pushing. And when you come across these uncomfortable truths, don't rush them over. Don't just turn the page and try to find something good to read. Sit there and deal with it, swallow it, suck it up, and just go, hey, this is a bitter pill, but it needs to be swallowed. And you need to face it. Pray on it, get discernment, go to sleep, wake up. You still feel the same way, pray to God, ask him for help. That's what we got to do. That's something that people do not do. And we are, as a people, we are being bled white. Christianity is being bled white. Africa, the Fulani Muslims just murdering Christians just at an alarming rate. You would not believe how many of these regimes, though, are absolutely supported by Israel. You'd be shocked.
Right now, the biggest persecution right now, aside from Gaza, is in Syria. It's crazy what's going on in Syria.
Syria is a hellhole. I mean, that was the destabilization of the Greater Israel Plan. One of the things that people don't understand is who or what ISIS is. Who created ISIS? Who created it? Yeah, it wasn't.
I know who. Well, I'm not going to go there because it'll open up a new topic. But
yeah, but you stop and you start looking at who created it, who was behind it, who funded it, who did all of these things, and what did ISIS do? Never once did ISIS attack Israel. Never once did they attack the Jews. They only attacked other Muslims, and they only attacked Christians. Oh, they love to kill Christians. That is the target. That was the destabilization of the Greater Israel Plan. One of the things that people don't understand is who or what ISIS is. Who created ISIS? Who created it? Yeah. I know who. Well, I'm not.
Are you guys reading?
Somebody's saying is like,
yeah, there's.
May I speak?
You stop and you start looking at who created it, who was behind it, who funded it, who did all of these things, and what down there.
Audio.
Never once did ISIS attack Israel. Never once did they attack the Jews. They only attacked other Muslims, and they only attacked Christians. Now, they love to kill Christians. That is a that was
It's breaking up.
I think it was somebody. I don't know what happened right now.
Wolf, may I speak?
Somebody's saying is like, yeah.
May I speak?
Somebody needs to turn their thing down, like.
Okay, go ahead, Palm.
Go ahead, Sister Palm.
Sister Palm, can you go ahead? It's probably a delay.
I think she's frozen.
No, she's not.
Okay, is it working now, Pom?
Lernie's
Somebody
Palm.
their thing down, like. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. I have a friend who was the rabbi. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
He was the rabbi for Iraq. He was thrown out of his sect, whatever it is, because he married non-Jews to Jews.
Okay, is it working now, Paul?
I don't know, is it?
Somebody's
Yes.
thing has got like really bad feedback.
There's a delay. This is gonna.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. He could not visit Iraq.
Okay, somebody needs to hold on before we go any further. Somebody needs to mute their. Yes. They need to like turn their volume down off of what because they're playing the show.
He was thrown
Mute
out
YouTube. Mute YouTube.
sect, whatever it is, because he married non-Jews to Jews. I don't know, is it?
Let's see. Can you talk there?
Okay, so it was Palm. Come back in, Palm. I think if you come back in, I think it'd be okay if you come back in and it'll be resetted. Let's try that out. Would you agree, Abe?
I don't know. Brother Josh looks like he's talking, but I don't know. I can hear him.
Oh, me?
No, it's good to go now. I think when Palm dropped in, we had the scramble. But if she goes back
I think she has the YouTube live on as well as restream, so she has
double
sounds.
That's what it was. Yeah, Lernie's right. I think that's what it was.
Palm, if you come back in, close the YouTube window and just keep the stream, the link alive, and you'll be okay.
Let me see if I can bring her back on. If she shut it off.
I'm a beginner. Sorry, noob. Try again.
No problem.
You're good.
There are good Jews and there are Muslims who actually read the Kabbalah and know that it is rising above. And if you read the Kabbalah, it tells you that although they may not be Christian, they observe Jesus as a very, very good man. Sadly, in every religion, people cherry pick. They pick the bit they like. They read, we can stamp on scorpions, but they don't read, do it with love. But I also wanted to talk to Buddha. Buddha, I'm glad you're still here. Hi, Buddha. I have just been away to walk my dog. And when I walk my dog, I walk past the Holy Trinity Church, and it has a prayer box. So I have put a prayer for you in the prayer box. And from this side of the pond, there will be prayers for you on Sunday. And I hope you will receive them with the love with which they are sent.
Oh, thank you. Where did you post? Where did you send them at?
I've turned my volume down too much. I can't hear now, sorry.
Where did you send the post for Buddha?
It's at a church called Holy Trinity Church, which I walk past when I am walking my dog. So they will reach you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And we've been on for 4 hours and 13 minutes. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
I can hear you.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you for everybody that jumped on here. like I was saying earlier, I had just to take a break from uh, things that I was seeing and stuff like that. Like there's people that we're dealing with, their brother Josh Turner and his wife, Sister Nellie Turner, keep on getting attacked by, and of course me. But like I was saying, I'm just not trying to focus on those negative people. Trying to stay away from them and trying to maintain my heavenly love foundation. Because I do see goodness in the world when I go see other people how they are as individuals and stuff like that. So there is a lot of uh, goodness still in the world. A lot of other chosen ones that are here. They just have to awaken. But yes, for those that dwell in negativity like that, they really have some serious issues, and sometimes we just have to leave it up to the Heavenly Father to take care of how He takes care of things. Uh, can't allow the negativity to affect the hearts. So yeah, I've been taking just a little break. I started my workouts again and everything, and I was doing it pretty good. And before I did my workout on Monday, I had a dream where I was surrounded by like 8 of them, because you want to call them DDNs, and they're telling me that they're going to do this and this and that, and I'll tell them. I said, well, who's the baddest out of all of y'all? Because they had me surrounded, and nobody responded to me, so I just left it alone. And that day wasn't a day that I was into my first workout, which was going to be cardio. So I just prayed to God and I tried to rebuke the dream. And I said, I'm going to go do my walk, regardless of the threats that I got in my dream. And I prayed and I did my walk with no problem, you know. No problem with I went there with no fear with my Heavenly Love Foundation. I did 3 workouts, and today I didn't do a workout because I had to go to the doctor. But sometimes we just have to, uh, how should I say, have no fear, tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name the things that are trying to come up against us. And I've had many other dreams, uh, but they all lead to me maintaining like my brother says, focus on me, keep your eyes on me. We have to keep our eyes on Jesus Christ, continue to have our love foundation. And for the people that don't want to accept us as children of the light or chosen ones, so be it. Just to me, I would be like disassociate with them. But at the same time, we're supposed to pray even for our enemies. So just leave it up to the Heavenly Father, and He takes care of things accordingly. But yeah, these people, I think they're just seeking attention because those are the games that they play. Trying to see who's going to get mad. See, and then they laugh about it. If you say something bad to them about them, they laugh about it because they're no good. But sometimes we just have to focus on how we want to be and continue to do the good. There's only a couple of them in the Roach camp, right? But there's so many people that tune into your brother Josh Turner. Uh, I don't know how many people tune into here, but I think that people that tune in afterwards want to do the lives. It's about doing the good works, just like we're doing here tonight. And don't let my brother told me something. He told me don't let the enemy change what's in here. Maintain what's in here and stay focused on what you have to do. Just like we do here on Spiritual Cryptid Encounters. We stay focused on helping out our brothers and sisters with the Heavenly Love Foundation. Because sharing is caring. I believe that everybody goes through something, and when you go through something and you overcome that, you gain your wisdom and knowledge and you're able to help out somebody else that might be going through the same thing you went through, they're going to listen to you, and they're going to take those words of wisdom and use it to overcome their trials and tribulations.
And one of the things that I was thinking earlier, when I was doing some research with the Edgar Casey thing, and this is just a basic, simple thing. Like the main guy over there that's causing all these problems, that started all this, that they're over there defending and helping, whatever. Yeah, if since he's managed to make up this fairy tale about what do you call it, a conspiracy. I guess in some ways you could say, okay, these people can believe that bull crap, so they can justify their actions in helping this guy. But the one thing I'm going to say about it, this is all I'm going to say about it tonight. I'm going to be done with it for tonight. These people are supposedly in the Bigfoot community, paranormal community, whatever. How many times has this man been busted hoaxing? And he's been completely busted and called out, and it's been shown 100% that he was faking, right from the throwing of the rock to the whispering, "Mommy, no," and all the other crap
You're
that's
talking about
happened.
Muhammad?
Oh no, I'm talking about this guy that me and Dave are dealing with.
Okay.
So all of this
Just talking about
stuff that he's
yeah.
so
I got
all of
it.
this stuff he's done, these people are still going to follow this guy and be okay with it, just at the bare bones minimum. You're not even counting all the crap that he's done. I mean, like legally, but just looking at what he's done as a hoaxer. Like, how are they
But I can,
still? Like,
because
how do
Brother
they?
Josh Turner, I'm going to tell you what it is that the Bigfoot community is backing them up. They're all affiliated. Even the people that you think they're not affiliated, they're affiliated and they're behind it. They're all behind it. The people that look like they're
Yeah,
the
that's the only thing I can
close
think of.
they're all
Because
affiliated.
if
And
their friends are supporting a hoax, I can't get behind that. If somebody is my friend and they're supporting a hoaxer, and the other evil negative things they've done, and just looking at the hoaxing part, and that we've proven over and over again that that's what he's done. I mean, how can you sit there and wring your hands and go, well, I just don't know? It doesn't make sense. You're willingly going along with fraud.
they're in cahoots. They've been in cahoots,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah,
They're
for
all been
sure.
in cahoots, and that's why I'm trying to get you to under. I've been seeing it for a long time. I've made little comments here and there, but I noticed that they're all in cahoots because it's not about Bigfoot. It's about the cult of what they truly believe in. They believe they already know what it's not a Bigfoot. It's not a. They know it's a demon. They're DD and demons. That's what they are. So they're using him. They're using him to do to cause the how should I say to stop you from speaking what you speak. To stay focused on the show. That's what they're using them for. You know who I'm talking about. The good old boys, the person that kicked me off his
Oh
channel.
yeah.
I'm happy I'm off of there because I don't believe anything they put up there dealing with Bigfoot because Bigfoot is doesn't exist. It's demonic. But the works that they're doing are some dirty works. They never mention Jesus Christ. Never.
Never.
Pay attention to what they write. They're the ones that want prayers. They always want prayers, but they never acknowledge Jesus Christ.
No.
I think you were breaking up a little bit there, Brother Jonas.
Can you hear me
I
now?
hear, yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh.
They're playing a game, brother. They're playing a game, and that's okay. What goes around comes around. You just leave it up to the Heavenly Father. He'll take care of business. I mean, when you have a staff with a freaking with a mineral on the staff, and you say you're a third generational descendant that you're able to control the Bigfoots. No,
Yeah, but you
he's
can't.
working around
But they,
because
yeah,
it's freaking dealing with witchcraft and necromancy, satanic. It's nothing
yeah,
dealing with Bigfoot.
they
So I've been
claim they
I've been
can.
onto their bullshit for a very long time, right? And that's why
They,
they booted me out because they don't want to hear the truth. They got people talking shit, excuse my French, talking bad about me, brother Jeff Turner. But when we defend ourselves, they want to say it's not okay to talk about anybody because they're their friends. Yeah, because y'all are the same. You cover yourself with the same blanket. Y'all devil worshippers. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And I don't care. I'm gonna say my truth, and that's what I see. They dislike when we bring Jesus Christ into the equation. But they want prayers when they're going through some shit. When their buddies in the hospital, they want the
Okay.
prayers. How do you expect prayers to be heard if you don't believe in Jesus Christ? You don't acknowledge Jesus Christ. I can pray for you, but if you don't acknowledge Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, how do you expect for you to be healed or blessed if you don't acknowledge Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior because you're dabbling in something else? You know,
and
it's
there's also
crazy.
one thing that Jesus said is, "It is your faith that heals you."
Yeah. Let me drop another link for Brother Josh Turner. I don't know. But yeah, that's what it is. I've been onto these people for a very long time. I've been onto them for a very long time. I was just waiting. I've been waiting for them to surface up, and they've already showed themselves to me who they are. I've been knowing. I've been knowing ever since the conference. And one of them gave me a book. He looked at me and he said, "Read this. This will help you understand." That's what he told me. You know what? I haven't read a single page out of that freaking book because I can see through the spirit and I know exactly what you're about. I've been knowing what you're about. I ain't gonna say the guy's name. All I know is that he's been in a hospital numerous times. If you allowed Jesus Christ in your life, you would have been healed by now. But you think you control this DDN or the demons? You're wrongly mistaken. I'm just here to tell you. That's why most likely you've been sick all this time. Or you think you have
You know,
control of them, they have control of you, and they're bonding you, making you sick.
one thing that is funny when you said they have this staff that supposedly can control Bigfoots. Meanwhile, they can't use that staff to say, "Hey, Bigfoot, come a bit closer. We're gonna take a picture." I mean,
That's what we call delusional. And certain person that's been coming against Brother Just Turner is the same way. Same way as that person, delusional. Talking about he sees saber-toothed tigers. And you look at the pictures, nothing but grass. I'm refreshing the link right now. Okay, let me paste it. There you go. Fresh link. Yeah, man. These people have some serious issues there. They're blasphemers. That's what the proper term of it is in the Bible. So many of these people have openings right now because they're believing that a Bigfoot is real. And the Bigfoot is actually You move the Bigfoot out of the picture, you put a demon. That's what they're truly believing in. The cult knows what they're doing. And I say it like that, a cult. Because that's what they are. Here's brother
There's
Wolf.
there's so many people in this world that don't even realize that they're in a cult.
Mhm.
It's amazing to me.
You could tell, man. I could tell who's who. I mean, I've been doing this since I was 3. I run into people, satanistas, and all this crap. I could tell. I've been knowing who these people were that were plotting against Brother Josh Turner. They've been doing it, and they're doing the same thing that Barton did with Larry. Now they're doing it with Barton, but they're revealing themselves. They could only and some of the people that are the moderators are in the Roach camp. So you put the puzzles together, that's telling you that they're all affiliated.
Mhm.
Plain and
Yeah,
simple.
because it doesn't make sense that if you and I are really close, Abe. But imagine if you I know you stand on principles and morals like I do. Now imagine if I got caught throwing rocks and saying it was Bigfoot, or I went out and was like, "Mommy," the other crap that he did. You would not want to associate with me because that means that I'm a dishonest person. I am not. I'm a fraud. I'm a hoaxer. So how do these people, not the fools that are running around orbiting around
Yeah,
him, helping him, because
the
we obviously
bonds.
know that something's not clicking. They're pooping into cups. I mean, obviously something's not right.
Yeah,
But the people that are their friends that are supporting the cup poopers, like how are you able to justify, even if you took the equation of morality out of it, how do you justify being a serious researcher, author, or a podcaster, YouTuber, or television, whatever it is that you're into, whatever media platform you're into on this, you know, how do you associate with a person who is hoaxing? That's the biggest problem for me. I just, it's like
because
if you just took morality out of the equation and looked at it from a
he's a
standpoint of
good old
like,
boy. That's why,
nobody's going to
brother.
take you seriously if
He's
you're associating with a known hoaxer, and that's what he is.
he's a part of the cult. That's what it is.
He's
He's
got to
part
be.
of it.
That's got to be what it is. There got to be something there that's going on that we're not
Yeah,
seeing.
that's what it is.
You
He's
know?
part of the cult. He's part of those individuals that putting me off of the group. He's part of them
Yeah,
because
and
they're
I
backing
say
him
this.
up. They're backing him up 100%. He's
I
part of
think
the
what
cult.
happened today. I don't know how much you saw of it. I'm pretty sure you saw. It was the girl from the conference that was her husband and her were trying to run around hitting on everybody and acting weird. But I was told that she was the one that pooped in the cup. That pooped in the PRT tumbler. And of course, Mr. Goofball, Ned
Hey
Flanders.
Wolf, can you elaborate on that one? I didn't hear about that. What's the story on the Cubs side? If you don't mind, bro.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
curious about that.
Pack of hillbillies, 1 cup. Yeah. So basically,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Nunley posted a very public video today, which has, I mean, I bet you I got 300 messages about it. With a girl, I guess it's this girl that was at our conference, and Abe probably knows what I'm talking about. But she and her husband were trying to do some weird stuff there, And one of their biggest critics was one of the people who's now a mouthpiece for Icky Ike up in Oklahoma. And like I said, I don't want to keep talking about him and hijack the show here, but this girl took a dump in a PRT tumbler and videoed it, and then it got posted on every platform.
Dude.
And so I posted it reposted it on my page on Facebook, just saying, look, do you see the level of insanity from these people? Like they're
Fucking
shitting in
A.
cups, dude. And so there is something absolutely, and several people said it. It's just a demonic thing. You are literally giving yourself over to. I mean, when you sit there and you do things like that, I mean, and so this guy from Kentucky, uh, I'll just say his name, Mr. Nunley, Barton Nunley.
How are you people who are friends with this guy or support this guy? How do you support him? He is running around with a person who has been caught Bigfoot hoaxing time and time again. Barton has been very critical of Bigfoot hoaxers and frauds, but apparently, now it's okay because he's got a problem with, with us, with me and Abe and several other people he don't like Blondes and Booze and Help and Holler, whatever. So he's mad at everybody. So it's okay now to run around with a guy, not only just taking, like I said, all the morality out of it, everything that guy has done. He has done, from what I'm told, he's been accused of some very bad things, but then he has spun it into a conspiracy that we're trying to frame him with the state of Oklahoma and that his son was kidnapped, which is not true. And the one guy that's on there lying with them all the time, he was backpedaling the other night because he knows there's no conspiracy because he was in our camp and he knows that's not true. But he pulled some shadiness, some crap, and he got kicked out from us. So now he's running around, whatever, doing what he's doing. Now, my question is to the people who support Barton Nunley: how can you support a man who supports a confirmed Bigfoot hoaxer? I mean, how do you support that? I mean, the guy
Well,
was.
look at their content, brother Josh. I mean, I'm going to tell you how. If you're a member of their channel, you can't say nothing against Bigfoot. You're not allowed to say anything about what anybody posts on there.
Mhm.
So basically, if what they're posting is a lie, it's okay, so long it's about Bigfoot. That's what they do.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say. The soul will never comment there. You're not
I don't
allowed to
either.
say.
I'm not in that group anymore. When they
You're
kicked
not
me
allowed
out,
to say
I never went back. I got an
that's
apology, but I never
AI.
went back.
You're not allowed to say that's a person in a costume. You're not allowed to say diddly squat because they just want you to say Bigfoot exists. Bigfoot is real. That's why I will never comment on there.
Mm-hmm.
But now I know who they are, and I'm not there no more, and that's good.
Yeah, I'm not there either. I received an apology from a very nice lady who did her due diligence and found that Mr. I'm not going to say his name because I'm bringing legal action against him right now as we speak. So I'm not going to say his name, but this, you know who I'm talking about, Lying L. He went around saying that I had said things about the moderators. He literally went around to the moderators and said that I was talking about them with you at night on your show.
Me too. Somebody
Absolute lie.
contacted me
An
about
absolute
that.
freaking lie.
Oh, the only thing I can say to the individuals, the moderators, please get off the Kool-Aid. If I'm not saying nothing directly to you or anything about you, if you don't got no proof or evidence that I'm saying something about you, don't come in with that. Get off the Kool-Aid and know what you're dealing with before it's too late. What was the name of that guy that gave the people the Kool-Aid?
Jim Jones.
Jim
There we
Jones.
go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And so I have no plans on going back into that group. I don't, I appreciate the apology that they sent and whatever.
The only reason I was there, brother
no
Judge,
problems with them, but I'm not going back in there.
the only reason I was there is because I support the people that are your friends.
Mm-hmm.
So once all this stuff happened, it's like, that's it. He wasn't liking what I was saying, but at the same time, they were attacking. I was defending. I'm and like I said, I'm still going to do my show and talk about Jesus Christ, and I'm going to say that Bigfoot is not real, that it's demonic in nature, whether people like it or not. I'm going to speak the truth.
It's Absolutely. Like once you realize that you're getting the impression that you're not allowed to leave the congregation, that's when you know that you're probably not in the right place.
I mean, that's classic cult behavior. Cult members really don't allow all the members to leave.
You can't leave. You are forbidden, and you are in danger. They don't want that because you might have absorbed sensitive information that they would hinder them from passing their word, and now you're a target.
I figured them out a long time ago, man. I figured out these people a long time ago. And they gave me that book. Read this, you'll understand. It's like, yeah. When I already knew, what Bigfoot is about, which is part of a cult. When I
Yeah, you
seen
don't
that
need
dude wear,
a
I
book
seen
to
that
tell
dude
you
wearing
about it.
the, he had the cane with a freaking a mineral on it, talking about a third generational that his people before him spoke to them and that he could control them. That's what I knew that dude was not all up there, man. That's why he's been going in and out of the hospital
Out of
because
curiosity,
they got him
I don't mean to
spiritually bonded, man.
out of curiosity, where did Jim Jones start from? It was in Texas, right? I'm off topic, but I'm just curious.
I think he was didn't happen in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma?
Let me
Was
see.
it?
Uh, Jim Jones. Somebody wants to look it up.
Okay, so it can't be Texas because his followers were predominantly black, right? So you're probably right, Abe.
So what do you
Oklahoma.
guys talk? What do you guys what was the question again? I'm sorry, I was
I,
taking
I,
my
I was just
medication.
I kind of took it off rails. I was just wondering where Jim Jones started from.
Jim Jones, the one that we're talking about, the cult leader.
The cult leader,
Hmm.
Yeah, he started in Indiana.
Indiana.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what town, but I know it was in Indiana, and it was called like I can't remember, like the People's Temple or something like that.
Pretty close. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and then he was a communist. He was a communist, but where he ended up was Guyana.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I know at one time, like a lot of people think that he got his start in California because he had I think the church headquarters were eventually after he started out in Indiana, he moved to California, out to San Francisco, where all of the nut jobs are. So he went out there and
How did he get? You're probably right, Abe. Oklahoma, and only because I'm trying to like demographically, like, how did he get the large majority of his followers were black?
well, I mean, communism is very it's very what do you call it? Like what is the word?
Like
Kind of like when
Democrat.
Abe, you talk about brujeria, it's
Yeah.
very fashionable to poor people. I know, and Abe and I, and probably you too, Buddha, we grew up in, like, at one point in my life, I lived in the barrio. My mother's Mexican, and when you look like me, you very look like a wolio, you look like a white bread.
You
You're
look
gonna
Mexican to me.
you're gonna
Was
throw
that?
some chingazos, man. I'm telling you, man.
You look Mexican to me, bro. Sorry.
Well, I look Mexican right now, but if you look at me, a lot of people think I'm a white guy, and they just look at me, and
No, you look
Mexicans will
Mexican
look
to
at
me,
me and they'll
bro.
be like, you speak a little Spanglish, and then they understand, like I'm not, but they look at me and they think I'm a wedo, a Leo, whatever. And so, when I grow this out right here, I look like what's his name from Blood In, Blood Out? What's his name?
I know what you're talking about.
The one that's like,
No, I'm
uh,
just like,
I'm the boogeyman. I'm talking about.
I
Like that.
know what
Those
you're
look
talking
like
about.
spiders.
I
I'm the
forgot his name. I know what you're
ninja.
talking about.
Magic.
Magic.
Yeah, Magic. I look like that
He's
dude,
Cuban.
man.
He's Cuban. He's
He's
Cuban.
Cuban. Yeah, he's a Cuban. Yeah, he's a Cuban guy. What's funny though, my mom's dad is half Cuban, so I got a little bit of Cuban in me. Not a lot, but there's
There
some
you
smidge in there.
go.
But my mom's dad was a Cuban Spaniard basically, and my mom's mom was native Comanche. So yeah, it's weird. Like you grow up in the barrio, and when I was up in Chicago, dude, it was real like racial. Like I had not seen anything like that. I thought that it was racially divided in my town, dude. They divide things back in the early '90s in Chicago. It was racially divided amongst like even the white people. Like there was a difference between a Polish person and an Italian. And I was walking through this Italian neighborhood, and these guys asked me if I was a Polak. And I was like, nah, I was walking to the Windy City boxing gym, and I remember cold as hell the first time I'd gone up there. And so I didn't really, I didn't want to walk. So I had my mom's cousin drive me. And so I told him, I said, well, this summer I'm going to come back, so I did. And I stayed up there for most of the summer, and I boxed up there, and that's where I started training. And eventually, I just hung my gloves around my neck, and I take my hands and I ran. And so I would just run. And these different people in these different neighborhoods, they would see me, and the Italians and the Polish people and the Irish people, the Cubans, the not the Venezuela, the Dominicans, and they would see me and they'd be like, "Oh, that's just Wolf, he's cool, man, he's cool." And they got used to me, And there were some Jamaicans and some Haitians. I didn't know the difference between a Jamaican and a Haitian. I had to figure that out real quick. I told this one guy, I said, "So you're Jamaican?" He goes, "I'm from Haiti." I'm like, "Oh, okay, sorry," because he acted like he wanted to fight right down the spot. So you learn real quick, But it's one of those things where, growing up in those kind of neighborhoods, I remember I called her my tia, but she was technically my mom's prima. And she told me, she was like, "Mijo, you got to understand something." She's like, "That lady over there on the corner, she practices brujeria." And I'm like, I look and I see it's a black lady. I'm like, "That's that black lady?" She said, "That is not a black lady. She's Haitian, And she's like, "And they practice a hoodoo." She said, and I didn't know what that was. I didn't know anything about it. And I had to learn, that these people from these third world countries, they become, it's very seductive, So communism is very seductive too, because it tells these poor people, these lower class people that are suppressed, around the world, it tells them, "Hey, if you follow us, we're going to take everything away from the rich. We're going to give it to you.
Yeah,
And you're not going to have to work for it or do
It is
anything." And
so
when the money
easy.
runs out, then the reality hits home that's not going to happen. But that's what Jim Jones did. Jim Jones played on the poor people. He was a true predator, an evil person, and a communist. And he figured out communism. He's one of those NPCs, like we were talking about. Like, he's one of those people that he's a soulless being with no feelings or empathy for his fellow man. I don't believe in my heart that he was a true communist. I don't believe that he gave a crap about good or evil. I don't think it's even about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he just knew the formula
He
on how
did.
to get people to
Mhm.
get in on his side. By the way, it was Indianapolis, Indiana.
He
Okay.
tricked
Sorry.
he
I thought it
tricked the
was
black
Somerset.
people in with the Kool-Aid. No, the brothers like the Kool-Aid and the Flavor Aid. I think it was Flavor Aid, right? There you
I don't
go.
know what it was, man. I just know that he had a colored flavored drink that was mixed with cyanide, and they died
I know.
horribly in Jonestown in Guyana. And but he was one of those people that we were talking about. They use, and that's like the guy up there. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna sit up here and go round and round. But the guy we were talking about earlier, I don't believe that he believes in good or evil. I don't think he believes in God. I don't think he believes in the devil. I think he's a true, in my opinion, he's a true sociopath. I believe he doesn't really have sympathy or empathy in the way that we do. If he does, he doesn't really understand it. And even then, even though these people are the way they are and they exist the way they do, I still am not going to compromise my principles and my morals. There's certain things that lines I won't cross.
I got a good question for you, Wolf.
Yeah.
Do you think what Jim Jones did in bringing his people in to his community? Do you think that is equivalent to what Muhammad did? Coincides to what Muhammad did to bring in his people and believing in what he believes in?
I mean, here's a thing here. I talked to a guy recently, and he was a friend of my friend. He's somebody. There was this. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Long-winded explanation, but you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a guy named Reese that gave me a story about a black cat, and he was featured. They featured on one of my shows, and he got me in touch with a guy that he was in the military, or his dad was in the military with, from the Philippines, and they were professional soldiers. And so I interviewed this guy, and he had a hell of a story about an Oswing. And he's with this Filipino task force, and what they do is they called them like Tiger Army or something like that. And what they did was they went out into the south of the Philippines, and they put down or suppressed an Islamic insurrection. And when I was talking to this guy, he was a very interesting guy. He was talking about having done warfare with Islamic extremists, and on the one hand, in the northern, the south central part of that, which is north of where he was at against the Islamic extremists. I forgot what the name of their army is and of the Islam there, but he was fighting against the communist insurrectionists. And so I thought that was interesting. This guy who had fought, and so I just nicknamed him Tiger, and I said, Tiger, you fought against the communists and you fought against the Islamic extremists. And I said, what's the difference? He goes, there isn't one. They're both just ignorant, but in different ways. I mean, so he's basically saying, like, so you would have somebody like, indoctrinating people into Islam. It would be very similar to the indoctrination of communism. Instead of God being Allah, God is the state. It is the state of communism, and you're told that there is no God and that there is nothing but the government, and you basically worship the government and you're loyal to the government. And they would teach children in these communist schools. I got a story out of Serbia, and this guy was talking about his grandfather, and he said that his grandson, that was telling me this, his grandfather had lived under communism in Yugoslavia, and of course there was a guy named Tito that was in charge there. And one of the things that he stressed was the indoctrination of the children in school. They taught them how to be a good boy, a good son. And a good son tells his dad when he is out of line. This is what they teach these communist children.
Yeah.
His dad had questioned the government at one point, and so he reminded his dad. This is a story that they read out of a book, right? It's not a real story. It's like a metaphor, not a metaphor, like a parable or whatever. So in the story that they read about this good boy, he's basically teaching these young children from the age of like 5, 6, 7 that a good boy reports his dad to the government when he gets out of line. His dad had said something to his own brother, which was, this kid's uncle. So the kid tells his dad, hey, if you continue to talk like this against our great leaders, I'm going to have to turn you in to this secret police, whatever they're called at that time in Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore. Now it's Kosovo because of the war.
Serbia,
Croatia and all that, Macedonia, they all came apart, right? But he tells him, he says, I'm going to have to report you. And so this kid is a fictional character, right? But he's celebrated in elementary. And I forgot what they named him. Like they have some name for him, And so they said that everybody should be like this kid, like so-and-so, like little Johnny goes and runs and tattles on his dad and tells him, if you don't do these things that support the communist state of Yugoslavia, you are not a patriot. And it is my sworn duty, because the government comes first, because literally the government is God to them. So then you take that and you go to somewhere like Afghanistan, or pick one, Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, any of those places where Islam has taken hold and basically just effed everything up and turned it all back to the Stone Age. You have the same thing. You have
very much back into the fucking Stone Age.
Back into the Stone Age,
dude.
Yeah. So you have little Ibrahim or whatever, and they tell Ibrahim, hey, if your dad speaks out against Al Qaeda, you tell us, and then we'll deal with him. And so same thing, communism. The only difference is that you're worshiping what they call Allah instead of like the state of communism. But if you look at them, those are things that are very attractive to poor people. Just like where we grew up, there were always people that were practicing brujeria. Like in my hometown, a lot of these old Mexican ladies, you think I just vieja, chismosas, whatever. No, dude, they're brujeria, man. Yeah, and you go into their yard, they have the crushed cans with the rocks in them, man. That's a lechuza, man. They're like, so if the lechuza lands in their yard, the cans will make noise, right? But then you find out that the person that's putting those cans in the yard knows about that because she's a lechuza too, and so they're fighting with each other.
Would you agree that the brujeria brings results? Because I think it does in a negative way. But it really does.
Yeah, it's really evil. and it does a lot of bad and a lot of harm. I mean, I think one of the people that has been
If it
messing with
brings
us,
what?
she's a devout
Results?
bruja.
What did you say? If a bruja brings what?
If
Bru-
it the if they do
Be right
their
back.
ancient
the
their
witchcraft.
if the brujas do their thing, and like let's say for example, if somebody says I'm gonna go to a bruja and I want that bruja to fix my marriage, and do you think that that marriage that bruja is gonna bring results, like good results, as a
Uh,
result of that person asking for that bruja to bring those results?
Depends, what they do. Sometimes they say they'll make something and they'll place it under the husband's pillow or in their pillow, and the witchcraft is in that object. I've seen things like that happen. Yeah, people get sick,
So my so my
people
qu- so
die.
this dates back to way thousands of years. How much of that is entangled with the Aztecs and the Mayans in how they operate
All of
and
it comes from the same source. From the
the
same
evil,
source, all of that.
the evilness.
From the Egyptians to the all that is all affiliated. It came from the fall. What do you call it? From the Watchers. Some people call them oracles, but the Watchers. That's what they were. They were placed there on Earth to watch over mankind, and yeah, they corrupted mankind through witchcraft and necromancy. So yeah, it's been here for a very long time, but it can be effective only if the person believes. If the person doesn't believe, then that
100%, Abe.
will not work.
100%. If the person believes, then he's gonna manifest it. 100%.
But if the person that they're doing to the maldad is protected by the Heavenly Father, then it'll backfire. And in which I've witnessed that all my life. I've had brujos, witches, warlocks come up against me, and I'm still here. They're not, because what they wished upon me was death. So it goes back to them seven times fold. Just like we're doing this live tonight. I know some of those trolls are here. So at this time, I just would like to say something. At this time, I'll let the tie and bind and rebuke any witchcraft and necromancy in Jesus Christ's name, for it to remain with the sender, because we don't accept any form of negativity. Jesus, pray in your name, Heavenly Father. Amen. And I'll leave it
Amen.
there.
Amen.
It's about your faith, your belief. The Heavenly Father is with us, just like He was with me when the spirits of the DDN attacked me on the road, where the picture I had with all of them around me. At that time, it happened so fast that the only thing I could say in true faith, God help me. When I said God help me, they all took off. But yeah, they tried to do a number on me. You gotta have faith, believe in Jesus Christ. That's the only way. I run into man, wicked people. They try to put stuff in your drink, in your food, uh, something underneath your bed. There was one time that there was this girl that I broken up with a long time ago, and she had told me that her mom was a witch or whatever, right? So it was my sister invited me to go to a restaurant, and she showed up. I already have my son, and she's like, "Hey, she don't got no place to stay. You had invited her to her house, blah blah blah." I said, "No, I don't want her to come to my house. Oh, it's your birthday." My sister's telling me, I thought she was trying to play the blind date thing or whatever. I didn't want to do nothing with her. Uh, so I told her, okay, you can stay in my house, but you're gonna sleep on this bed here. My son is gonna be over here with me. So I had my bed and my son's bed. She was laying in the bed. I fall asleep. When I wake up, is she's over me and she's trying to do something on my son's hair. and she's chanting something. I grab her and I tossed her on the bed. I said, "What are you trying to do?" And no, no, I was just admiring your son. I said, "No, get the hell out of here." I ran her off because I knew she was trying to do something. So in the morning, I started looking underneath my pillow. There was something underneath my pillow, and underneath my son's bed, there was like a little doll with needles stuck in it of a little boy that she had placed underneath there. So she was coming to do wrong. So I got rid of the objects and I prayed against it. A week later, she calls me and she's like crying, and it's like, "What do you want?" And then she's like, the first question she asked me, "Is your son okay?" I said, "Why are you asking about my son?" And she's like, "Well, uh, all my children came up against me and they beat me up, blah blah blah." He said it goes by the measure of the wrong. So whatever she was wishing upon my son, it backfired and went back to her. She said literally that all her children beat her up. Demons are come in numbers, right? So she couldn't keep the promise that she made the deal with, and they came after her. That's how I know how witchcraft works and how it doesn't work. Like I said, it's if you have your relationship, you love foundation with the Heavenly Father, you have to worry about anything because He's with you. Of course, you got to take precautions, right? You just ain't gonna go into a location where there's like 20, 30 brujas. You can, right? If Jesus Christ is with you. I've done it before, and and they all start running around when you bring Jesus Christ into the equation. But yeah, it can be effective and it can be ineffective. And the one that winds up losing at the very end is the bruja, because there's a time collector. Once their time is out and the whatever deal she had is run out, time collector slash demon will come for her soul. Will come for her. So at the end, they can do all the wrong that they want to do, but they wind up losing at the very end. Compared to somebody that has Jesus Christ in their lives and have the faith and believe, we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. Compared to those that are giving up, they think they have some kind of powers, but it's not really powers. It's not them that are doing the things; it's the things that are around in spiritual, that are unseen, that are doing the things. But yeah, I think I had a message that said, "Stop doing what you're doing." Somebody sent me something. Stop saying the things you're saying. You're coming up against us in a bad way. Blah blah blah. I'm going to continue to
What?
do my spiritual works. I always get messages like that through Messenger and stuff like that.
That's messed up, dude.
I just delete them. One of my, I don't know, I've never spoken to him. He started acting strange. I thought he was like a cousin or a far away cousin, and he started saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and the things that he says is like he's being demonically attacked or used. So I unfriended him, man, because I sent him a message and I told him, "Hey, are you okay? Do you want to talk? Jesus Christ is the only way." He never responded to me. Sister Madeline sent me, you see, this unfortunately, they're going to use anything or anybody they can use to come up against you because they're trying to find that opening to attack. So I could have argued with a guy, but I didn't. Sister Madeline she's right here. She's the one that sent me. I didn't even know that this guy had attacked my my timeline. I don't even know what he was talking about because I never met him. He bears the same last name as me, but I never met him in my life. But demons, they can use people and they can tell you something through somebody. It just didn't make no sense of what he was talking about. I know he'd be listening to my lives, I guess be setting off the demons that haven't bonded.
Oh, of course. He thinks that by, by just saying that he got you cornered.
So
But
check it.
like you said, he doesn't watch your videos. He doesn't watch your videos. He doesn't understand
No,
that
no,
you're a
I'm not
soldier.
showing you how corrupted he is, man. How he's being influenced. There's good and evil in everybody's generation. There's some people that are good, family, that might be good, that believe in Jesus Christ, and you got the others that are believing in other things. Right? And that's what happens. There's division. If everyone would be united and following the way of Jesus Christ, then they would understand. But when it's divided because they're taught something else, right, it's going to affect them for the rest of their lives. And they don't want to wake up because those things don't want to let this guy go. Uh, yeah, I seen him throw a fit the other day, and I don't know, Sister Madeline sent me what he was saying, man. It was crazy. Okay, let me see something here. Sister Madeline, you already know what to do with the roach accounts. Any roach accounts, boot them out. Any roach accounts, boot them out. Yeah, you could tell that he was being led by demons, man. I'm gonna show you the video. I think Sister Madeline sent me a video of this guy.
I think I'm going to sign off, Abe. I gotta get up tomorrow,
Okay, brother.
and
Well, you have a good night, bro.
so I'll watch the rerun. I like to see the comments on the rerun the next day.
Alrighty,
But
brother.
so see you, Buddha.
Have a good night,
We'll
brother
see you
Scott.
later.
Later, Scott.
Pretty cool. All right, you guys.
Sleep well. Have a good night.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to put that on, man. This guy is really.
Hey, why not? Why not? Just share it, bro.
Sister Madeline, do you got that video? I was looking to see if I got it here. Yeah, he's not. Let me see if I can find it at all.
They come in like in devils in disguise, kind of trying to throw a monkey wrench into your message, But you're doing a good job in preventing it from
Yeah,
happening.
I would have to download the video. I tried to reach out to him, but he never responded to me, man. This guy, I'm thinking I thought he was related, but he might not be. I don't know. I never met him before.
I posted something on my Facebook, and I had a distant relative. I never met him before in my life, but out of nowhere, when I posted what I said, out of nowhere, he just said, "You are a disgrace to the last name." He said the last name, and I responded back. Keep in mind, this is somebody I never met before in my life. And I said, "Who died and made you the decision maker as to who is qualified to say what's got to be said without tarnishing the last name? Who are you?" And the next day, I woke up and he deleted the comment. It was a Friday night. I'm like, holy shit, dude! Like, come on, man. So they're
Yeah,
out there, man.
I don't know if he's got issues. I believe he's demonized. He's not all up there, man. And I never met him in my life. But he'd been sending me. He was Sister Madeline told me he had gotten into my thing, put all kinds of crazy stuff. He's not all up there, man. Like I believe he's being demonically influenced. So yeah, he's. Yeah, I was trying to see if maybe he might be on drugs or something, but he's not all up there, man. Uh, I believe he's being demonically influenced. This guy is worse than the other people, man, and he's got my last name to finish it
Yeah,
off.
I was gonna ask. Did you say he was related to you?
I'm thinking he's related
I mean, like
to like one of his grandfather might be my grandfather's brother.
literally identical to what I was what I just got done telling you that had a guy who has my last name. I never met him before in my life, but I know he's connected to me. I know he's connected to me. He lives Northern California, and he's very, very far left, which is fine. But to come in and say you are a disgrace to the last name, I'm like, okay, now you're taking it to another level. So I had to say
So
what I had to say.
let me show you the. You know how I told you that in my family there was spiritual warfare because of my abuela, and there was another family that they had the same last name. When the medicine woman said that there was a Maria that did the wrong on my brother. Well, my grandmother's name was Maria, and then the other grandmother on the other side of the family was Maria, which not on my mother's side, but there were still the last name Cias. I believe this guy is from that family, and I'm going to show you. Barden don't got nothing in this guy. Let me share it with you, man. He's not all up there. I believe he's being demonically influenced. I don't even know what can even help him. Let me share the video.
Go for it.
Here we go. Here's one of his current rants, I guess. Got no viewers.
We can't
Okay,
see
here
it.
we go.
Oh, here we go.
Let me see if I can open it.
Oh, we see it now.
All right, it's the donut man. This is the donut guy. See that? Got the donut guy. Look at him. He even got a bald head. Oh, fuck, it's got hair on it. It's got fuzz. Oh, shit. What is this, some kind of dish or what the fuck? Damn. Yeehaw! What the fuck? Does that look like a hat? Looks like a hat, doesn't it? What kind of hat is that? Is that a pirate hat? Look at that shit.
I think he saw him something.
Who was that? Napoleon or the ladies? Was that a nun hat? A donut? Donut hat. I'm a donut kid. Can you see the donut? Oh yeah. Okay, let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Hey, let's try this a look. Arriba! Oh, we're gonna go arriba, órale, Chicano. Does that look like a fucking cowboy hat? Is that a cowboy hat? What the fuck? Who made this cowboy hat? The donut, man. All they did was just put a bowl on top. Look at that.
I guess he's being trying to be funny here on this one.
Everybody, they look down on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's messed up, dude.
I want to know
if that guy's related to you, man. That's messed up, dude.
I want to know. I want to know what he's on, bro. What the hell he's smoking?
Just write him off and just move on.
Yeah, I think there was another video here. I don't know what happened to it. He didn't upload it. Yeah, he's not all up there, dude. I've never met him before in my life. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's why he's on you.
Uh, yeah, I never met him before in my life, man. I didn't play the other video that he was talking all kinds of crap.
I'm not a stereotyper, but he does come across to me as somebody who just doesn't care.
He was saying some fucked up shit, man. The other day, he said something on my post about something. I was like, man, like, he's lucky he lives in Colorado, because and he's younger than me, but he looks way older than me. That guy's like, I don't know how many years younger than me, but he looks old as hell because he hasn't taken care of himself, living a rough life.
Yeah,
We got issues.
I get that. I get that drift.
The only
Yeah.
thing I can do is put people in prayer, man. Do you think he's on drugs?
You know, he has the power to go online and put himself on blast like that. I would say that he, once upon a time, he was. That's just my guess. Once
Do you
upon a
think
time,
there's
he was.
another influence there, like because he was talking about that he's going to bring legions of demons towards me,
I'm,
some
I'm,
crap.
I'm gonna go as far as saying that somebody else told him about you, and then he lit up and did what he did. Somebody else, you know, was driving the whole talking about Abe kind of thing.
Yeah, it was the demons. He was saying that he was going to bring them to me, and I was like, man, it's sad, if he's affiliated with that, or they're going to control me, that I will have to, you know, defeat him too in spiritual warfare.
Yeah,
But I never met him before in my life. But yeah, I think he's been stalking, following me. But the demons, they're going to use anybody they can use. They might know who you are, and he don't know who I am. But he knows me from Facebook, and yeah, it triggered something in him. Yeah,
he was
he's younger
definitely.
than I am.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely. Well,
He's younger
he's,
than me, but he looks way older than me.
yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth.
So I was like,
Yeah,
he don't even
yeah.
look.
Let it go, Abe.
Yeah,
Let it
I
go.
let it go. I unfriended him. I really wanted to help him, but after the things that he said, it's like, man, I think he lives in Colorado, somewhere in Colorado. Just don't know who he's dealing with. So I have to teach his little cousin a lesson in life.
That's the same thing with the guy that I was telling you earlier. My relative, a distant relative, my last name. He said what he said, and I said, "Who the hell are you to who died and made you the person that's going to dictate as to what my last name, uh, how I should operate, so I can be that last name?"
So this unseen forces, man, they're using anybody they can use to come up against me. Yeah, dude. The only person, the only reason I added him because he said he's in Colorado, and I got cousins in Colorado, which I believe he's related to them. My cousins in Colorado. It's just I never met him before. So yeah, he started the demons within him, I guess, targeted me.
Okay.
So he started
So
putting all kinds of things on my pictures and stuff. Man, I unfriended that dude.
Yeah, check him out, dude. He's gone.
It's crazy.
Don't deal with him.
So I just got sent a post that Nunley made. Oh man, this guy! I wish my glasses. I got like 5 pair at the studio and 2 at the other place, and
You gotta
He's a
get those
dumb,
glasses that have like the what do you call them? The
honestly,
no, they're called
brother
something.
Josh.
bifocals.
Yeah,
Uh,
bifocals, right?
Yeah,
Barden's a
my
dumbass.
glasses broke. The one pair I have here, they broke. Can you believe it? I got
He's
like
a
some at the ranch, some at the studio, and only one here. So let me
he's
see
a
here.
pendejo.
He's a
Dumbass.
baboso.
Yeah, bro. Hey, dude, I'm with you, man. Look, if I lose these, I'm finished.
Yeah. This
I
is
got
all.
glad
I
to
am
see it.
so done.
So let me read this to you. He said, "I just heard about last night's Facebook slander fest on yours, Fats." He calls me Fats, right? Even though he's got a big old pot belly, looks like an orangutan. Rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. Yeah, you're gonna be, right? He says, every single time you open your gaping pie hole, your ass falls out and
God
spews a new
damn.
gusher of BS again. You should really take a minute to think the lie out before you actually say it, retard. Now you've told everyone that I was hitting on Nelly the whole time we were down there, and you said nothing. He says it all in capitals. What kind of chicken shit man are you, Hogzilla? I've been telling everyone, I know you have, that you're nothing but a liar and a coward. Yeah, I'm a coward. Yeah, dude.
Is that a relative?
No, this is Barton Nunley. And you just proved me right to everyone, all of your viewers, right out of your own mouth. What kind of man lets another man hit on his wife for 8 days and says nothing? No kind of man that I know, wussy. Better take that video down, dumbass, before too many of your precious subscribers see it, and quit blowing smoke up the paraturd's rear ends. You won't debate me on any channel because you know that you can't defend a single lie that you've told about me and my wife, and I haven't told any about you and yours. Paraturds, take note. Everything your idol tells you is a lie. He's a con man and a fraud. You should walk away from this grifter seriously. Now, right here on Abe's channel, folks, I'm going to break this down for you. Because, Mr. Nunley, I have a video that's going to come out. And I promise you, Mr. Nunley, it's going to knock your non-existent socks off. I say that because the man runs around in the woods all the time, and I don't think he can keep a pair of socks clean, much less or own one, much less keep them clean. So here's what I'm going to say here. When I make the video, I'm going to break everything down step by step. Even your slow, smooth brain, koala brain, can follow, Barton. He says, I was down there and you said nothing. Now, here's the first thing. I'm just going to give you a little teaser before we get into the video that's going to be an absolute smackdown of what's left of this guy's reputation. Yeah, so the guy, the whole time he was here, was drinking Sailor Jerry. Yeah, I'm addressing you, Barton, you skinny neck little punk ass bitch. You were drinking Sailor Jerry the whole time, and you were smoking marijuana that you brought. Then when you ran out, you bought some from by your own words, some bum that you met at the hotel, a bum. You bought marijuana from the bum. And your wife was complaining that it wasn't good, By the third day that this was going on, I was overlooking a lot of shit, trying to be friends with this guy because you're thinking you invited these people here, right? And I thought, let's put it this way. They wanted to come and I had to talk him into flying. So I wouldn't say that's inviting. It was more like he wanted to come visit. And I said, okay, but you got to fly. I'm not going to drive all the way over there and whatever. And they wanted me to pay for all this gas and all this. I said, no, I'm not going to do that, but I'll fly you down. And I paid for that. But the reason that they came became very apparent. And I'm going to get into that. But he says here, what kind of chicken shit man are you, Hogzilla? You got to understand something, and Abe can back this up, right? I'm a very large guy. I'm like 6'4". I weigh like 350. Okay, Barton.
Hey, you're a big dog, man.
Yeah, and I could bench press a truck. I could throw a 1500, a Chevy 1500 at this guy. This guy is like 5'7" or 5. He's a little short, sawed-off runt, and he's about this big around with a big old pot belly. And so you got to understand something. This is a weak, silly little old man, right? Who just has a very terrible, bad mouth and has a sick mind. So you're not going to beat up some abuelo, for hitting on your wife. You're just like, dude, knock it off. Like, obviously, Nellie's not a loose woman that's going to go, oh, come on, Barton, let's go, whatever. The main disrespect came toward his own wife. Because when I was in the restaurants and when I was in the places that they wanted to go that I took them to, which were bars, because I don't hang out in bars hardly at all. That's all he did was hit on waitresses. And I'm going to bring witness after witness after witness that can support this. He hit on the bartenders. He hit on the freaking While my wife and his wife were over there talking, we were at the bar. He was hitting on a waitress or the bartender girl. But you got to remember though, he was lit. His brain was on fire. But also, Barton, the whole time you were here, you were drunk and high. And then you say that Anthony had a big old bag of weed. The pot smoker was Tony. Tony used to smoke pot. He doesn't anymore, and he hasn't for like 6 months. He quit. Thank God. We've been trying to get him to quit. You become a real, it doesn't do anything good for you. But I promise you this, Barton Nunley is the biggest pothead in the entire paranormal or Bigfoot, whatever you want to call this bullshit that he's created around himself and his whole area of the community. There's no one that does more drugs than that guy. And even my own prescription disappeared. Yeah, I have a prescription for anxiety medication at my studio. It disappeared. When I tried talking to this guy about it, of course, he was blown out of his mind every freaking day. So I don't know if he knew what I was saying or not. But I said, hey, the only people that were in there were me and your wife and you. So one of you took it. I don't know who, but I would assume that it was because she was out of her medication, according to her. And she kept telling us that he was stressing her the hell out. She said it over and over and over again. So that is the only thing I could think of was he took it for her or she took it. I don't know. And there wasn't a whole lot left in it. So it wasn't like a full bottle. But yeah, that really happened. Maybe she did it and he doesn't know about it. And he's going to pretend like he's whatever. But he puts on this.
How did you friend this guy? How did he
Man,
win you
it's a
over?
long story. There was a grifter fraud named Roger that was claiming to be the last Mohican, from the massacre of the LBL. He was there supposedly with some Amish people. And and Barton was really pushing that guy's narrative. He really wanted that guy's narrative to be correct. And he hated Jody Cook. Barton hated Jody Cook with the passion because him and Nick Valenti were standing in the way of this grifter that I think Barton had money involved with this guy. And I think that they were trying to fraud the Hendersons I'm going to tell the whole story. I'm going to tell it all. I'm going to tell everything when we do the video. I'm waiting for him to do the video about me and about my wife. And when that happens, then I'm going to lay the smack down and I'm going to lay the truth down, everything that I know. And it may ruffle some feathers because there's some people that are going to have to fess up to what they know about this guy. They better be ready because the community, when it hits, it's going to be a bombshell. And I'm going to tell you the true person that he is. You see this craziness that he's doing, this nutty professor shit that he's doing, right? Pooping into cups and all that. Look, man, it don't matter. It's going to get a lot worse. By the time we're done, you're going to see the magnitude of who this guy really is. This disgusting thing that he put on his own deal, he's destroying himself and he doesn't even care. And he tries to act like he's some kind of little tough guy. By his own words, and I'll give you this too. He says everybody he's ever beat up was black. That's what he says, right? He says, everybody I've ever fought was a bully, and I've never lost a fight in my life. He said, I fought one. And I swear to you, this is the absolute truth, man. Look, I'm going to get the Bible right here. The Holy Bible, New Testament. My hand, I swear that this is the truth. Nothing
I believe you,
so help me God. No, I want the people to see this. He says that he was in the middle of having sex with his wife. And I don't think it was Letitia because he's been married a few times. I don't know how many. So I think somebody said 3, somebody said 4. I don't remember what he's told me. I'll get it straight before we get to the video. So he was having sex with his wife, right? And some black dude broke into his house. This guy was like 6'8" or something, some really tall, big guy. This is what he told me. He gets up naked from handling his business with his woman, because he's such a bad dude, right? This reminds you, this is a little scrawny little old man, right? He gets up and he beats this guy to a pulp, dude. He pulverizes this guy, beats him in his front yard, kicking him in his butt the whole way down the road, man, and just beating him to hell. And this would-be burglar was just crying and falling all over the place and basically nearly died. Yeah. And I'm looking at this little scrawny, drunk, stoned guy, and I'm going like, this guy, at that point right there, we were at a bar, He had told me that story once before on the phone, but it's a different spectacle when you were face-to-face with somebody that's lying to you. And I'm looking at this guy through his beady-eyed little glasses, and he's over there like, yeah, man, I did this and that. You're looking at this guy, you're going like, You're the biggest lying. I'm not gonna cuss like that in front of the
Oh,
Bible.
he's
Put it
already
over.
full of shit.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put the Bible back because I don't want to put. I looked at this guy and I thought, what a full of shit individual this man is. Barton, what a full of shit. You know you can't whoop my ass. Stop acting like you are a tough guy. You are embarrassing and you are cringe, dude. Your arms are about that big around and you couldn't even. And then for 2 years, according to him, he said we've been attacking him. No, he's been attacking us for the last year when he started joining with Lying L. Now, let me tell you something. He makes these swords. He says he does. I don't know. I think he's lying about that too. I think he bought them on a flea market.
Yeah.
The pool guy or something. He's over there saying that he got these swords, right? That he could swing them and cut Dogman in half. He has said these things on my show. And I had so many people messaging me going like, get this guy out of here. He's a freaking liar. And I defended this guy. I helped him. I did everything I could for this guy.
What was the turning point?
Do what?
What's the turning point? What?
Dude, I woke up one day to him accusing me of being the Austin Hammer. I can't remember if they call him the Austin Hammer or the Hammer of Austin. Anyway, some kind of Hammer Austin. He knew damn well that wasn't. He was just trying to wiggle his way into the war against me, even though he was shown tons and tons and tons of proof of his friend, who's now his friend, fraudulent behavior. He was shown all of the things that this guy has done. He was shown everything that his brother L from the Bigfoot Brotherhood or the Wolf Brotherhood, whatever the hell that goofy shit is. He was shown everything about these people, and he still chose to wage war on us. Now, remind you, but before the first conference, I was on the phone with another big name author. I'm not going to say his name out of respect.
Does he have a channel?
No, he don't. This guy, Barton, he used to. I don't know what he does with it now. I mean,
you probably shit on it.
Yeah, he probably took a crap in it. But this other author was on the phone with me, and I just got the phone yesterday with another person who I just mentioned earlier, Nick Valenti. We were all on the phone. And this loser gets on the phone, this guy named Ben. This is Barton's little butt buddy. And he threatens to kill me and the other author. And Barton's like, oh, he won't hurt a fly. And the other author and the other guy on the phone are going like, what in the hell is wrong with you, dude? This man just threatened to go to the conference and shoot everyone. Right? And now you're over here saying that this guy won't hurt a fly. Right? Then I get reports from 2 of the 3 security guys at the first conference that they saw the guy go through the parking lot when Barton was like, oh, no, he's going to be at a Leonard Skinner concert. He's a son of the South, this freaking redneck bozo. And I said, okay, sure. Then the guy dies, and he's like sanctifying this guy after this guy threatened my life on multiple videos with this other maniac, Roger, that was attacking Barton at that time too, because something happened between them two. Their little grifting fraud thing didn't work out so good. And I had multiple people telling me that they thought him and Roger were in on it together. And of course, when Roger started attacking me along with these bozos from Oklahoma and the guy from here in Texas, I'm thinking, okay, something went on here, right? So Barton is so stupid. You are so stupid, Barton, that you actually went and joined that group of Dirty Ikes, where Dirty Ike and Jessipo are in charge and calling themselves John Smith. The John Smith character that they're both using to attack people, they attacked Barton with it several months ago. And I watched this all play out, and they called me the Leviathan worshiper, and they called him the worshiper and follower of Baphomet. And Barton is so dumb, he just left the group. Lying L gets on there and says, Barton left, and then doesn't defend his friend, doesn't say shit. He's the one that brought him into this war. He's the one that led him around by the nose. That's all going to come out. I believe it will all come out in court. Lying L, you'll have your day. UNC, I'm not worried about y'all right now. I'm not worried about you because you're gonna face me in court. That's what's going to happen, y'all. So what happens is this guy, and I'm going to prove this in court. This guy says, Barton got attacked. He left. And then he didn't say anything. He just started one of his patented rants about me. And I'm going like, what just happened there? These guys that are Barton's friends just turned on him and attacked him like a pack of wild dogs. So Barton went away. And then he got really sick. And some people had told me that he had really high blood sugar. So he ended up in the hospital. Well, Lying L and this other fool from Oklahoma, I'm assuming the fool from Oklahoma, I know it was Lying L, but I don't know about the Oklahoma guy. I think he did. I'm not sure. But I believe, this is what I believe, my opinion, okay, is that they talked to this guy and convinced him that we had done some kind of black magic on him. Now, you got to remember, Barton is a stupid, slow redneck, right, in my opinion. So stupid, slow redneck, in my opinion, believes these people's lies, and he comes out of the hospital. But you also remember we were talking earlier about willful ignorance. He is willfully ignorant. So he comes out of the hospital and he starts spewing venom and attacking me and Abe, like immediately out of the hospital. After we prayed for this guy, as soon as he comes back, the first thing he does is starts attacking us, making these insane posts like we just read to you. What's going on, Tony?
Is there somebody else running him? Is there somebody else? Is there somebody else feeding him?
Well, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're telling him all kinds of crazy crap. But that's no excuse, man. You're a grown man. You know, Abe and I have talked about this. He's responsible for what comes out of his mouth. I mean, you can't blame your friends when, you know, you're over there doing it and acting crazy and stupid and pooping into cups or having people poop into cups.
You just don't know about Under Armour deodorant.
Oh, God. I'm going to say something about that, dude. The smell from that dude, because he doesn't wear sleeves. He always wears sleeveless shirts. And dude, he smells terrible. So many people complain about that dude, man. He don't wear enough deodorant. I can say that. But, you know, that's the least of his problems. So he says here, he says, quit blowing smoke up the paraturds. He calls my listeners the paraturds. He says, you won't debate me on any channel. Barton, that's a lie. That's an absolute lie. And I'll address that. On that video, if you go back and watch it with your beady eyes, you're probably so blind from drinking so much soda that you can't see straight. Stop drinking the soda pop, man. So he watched the video, right? And he says that I won't debate him on any channel. I will say it here once again. I said it on my Facebook Live. I will debate you anywhere you want to debate.
This is fucking classic, dude.
Anywhere. I'll debate you anywhere. If you want me to go out to the LBL, just pay my way out there. Pay for me to go out there. Round trip, pay for everything, including my security. And I'll go debate you out there. Or you can just come onto my show and we'll debate, you and I. And every little lie you can sit up there and tell with your beady, greasy-haired ass, just sit there and tell your lies, and I will refute every single one of them, and I will tell the absolute truth about you. The absolute truth. Because just as you said that I had this teary-eyed confession or whatever, he's talking about, and this is something that is embarrassing to me because I did talk to him about this, but I've talked about it on my show too with Danielle Borazon. I believe I had a past life. And I believe I was a soldier in a past life, and I had trauma from that. When I was a kid, I had nightmares, and I'd wake up cold sweats, and I had memories that I don't know where they came from. But they never changed. They were always the same, and it went with me my whole life. So I told this guy about it, and he used that and tried to say that I was, you know, teary-eyed confessions or some shit. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't really give a shit. Say whatever you got to say, Barton. I talked about to you in front of Letitia, in front of my wife. He says it was just me and him. No, it wasn't. I remember this much. It was in the hotel room. And they were in our hotel room, and they wouldn't freaking leave because he was always around because he, you know, he can't pay for anything on his own. He didn't have any money. He came with nothing, no money. And so I was supposed to pay for everything. He goes back home, and he's angry because I didn't pay his taxes. And you know that's the truth, Barton, because multiple people told me you said that behind my back. That I paid for all these things, but yet I didn't pay for your taxes. This is the kind of person that he is. And then he's mad because now he has attacked me so much, and I have just, you know, basically put the pimp slap down on him, and he's mad. He's pissed off. I get it, Barton, but I'm giving you any opportunity you want, whenever you want. I will make the time. I'll cancel appointments because I work. I do work, unlike him. And I run businesses. So, and I have two of them. So I will cancel everything so that I can make time for you to go and tell your lies. We can do it on your channel, the dumpster fire that it is. We can go to Dirty Ike's channel. We can go to Jessipotamus's channel. She'd love that. That'd get her a lot of traction. And then everybody could run and look at all the slanderous videos you've all been making about us, which obviously aren't getting a lot of traction. I think your best one got like 600 views. I get that in an hour, bitch, you know? So, yeah, good for you, you big lard-ass hippo girl. You know, I mean, she's saving up money to get liposuction because she can't stop eating. So that's the problem. That's why she needs that. And none of them will work or walk around or do anything of any healthy value. In fact, Ike one time made a video of himself shoveling McDonald's into his mouth because I said on a show that McDonald's was unhealthy. So Skin Tag went and just started eating a bunch of McDonald's. And it shows. He looks like Shrek mixed with Quasimodo. That's what he looks like, in my opinion. And Barton, dude, he just looks like the scrawny, crazy old Scottish guy from The Simpsons, Old Willie, with the red beard, that guy, but skinny arms.
If you told him not to eat McDonald's and he's eating McDonald's because of you, you got him.
Yeah, they live rent free in their heads. I just
exactly,
and I make like turd angels because I just shit all in their heads, and they eat it up. They're just like, he's shitting on us again. We love it. We love it. They do. We love it. They do. So Barton, anytime you're ready, you cowardly little beady-eyed little shit, okay? Your little skinny arms, your little weak, skinny little arms. Anytime you're ready, we can debate. Because God knows you're not going to come and face me because you're so scrawny and weak and pathetic and putrid. But these are my opinions, and I'm entitled to them. And I promise you, Barton, I will absolutely destroy you on any debate you want to. You said you're going to spank me. He's going to give me a spanking with words. You're going to spank me. I'll reiterate this once again, dude. This is not Sesame Street. This is not Romper Room. You're not the daycare, okay? But I'm going to put you to school. I'm going to take you to school, little beady-eyed little boy. I'm going to take a shit in a cup, a little beady-eyed boy. That's what I'm going to say to you, man, because you can't debate me, dude. And I felt sorry for you, dude, because who hits on people in front of his own wife? Man, she's standing there, right there. You're hitting on people. And I'm going to tell, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to come out. You watch, Barton. You said you haven't told any lies. All you've done is tell lies. One of the things he said that I had a big old bag of drugs and I'm addicted to. Blood pressure medication. I'm addicted to blood pressure medication. Yeah. And I had one anxiety medication that I took 0.5 a day. I was supposed to take 2 milligrams, I take 0.5 because I'm not addicted to it like his wife is. So
what does blood pressure medication have to do with it? We all have blood pressure. I take blood pressure medication.
Yeah. Because according to him, me and Abe can't fight or do anything because we got blood pressure and all kinds of other problems or whatever. But he says I have a big bag of drugs I'm addicted to. And also my nephew Anthony doesn't smoke marijuana. Anthony hasn't smoked pot since he was a teenager. And I can attest to that. He's always ranking on everybody else that does it. And he was ranking on them for it. And he tried to say another lie. He tried to say that Anthony's all stoned all the time and had big sacks of marijuana and all this crap. You're the one that was buying them from your own words, right? You told Tony that you bought them from a bum at the freaking hotel, Barton, right? Did you not say that? Or is that another that I'm lying about that? Did you not say that? Because if you didn't say that, tell it that you didn't say that, but do it on the show. Come on the show. Take your little rank ass onto the show. I'm giving you an opportunity for redemption, Barton. I'm giving you the opportunity. Okay? So stop saying that I won't debate you anywhere. I will debate you anywhere. I will debate you on a train. I will debate you on a plane. I will debate you, wherever you want to debate. I'll go to that place.
Debate him in his coffin, man. Tell the crypt.
The crypt keeper.
The crypt keeper.
How long has it been, Wolf?
Video down, dumbass.
Since you called him out, Wolf, how long has it been? 48 hours? 72?
Whatever.
Yeah, man. I hear you, bro.
So there you go, Barton. Stick that in your crack pipe and smoke it. How about that? Yeah. At least I have a channel that people view and come and watch. And it's not just some weirdo sycophants that old brother L got involved and had them, hey, come on, let's go to Barton's channel where I can spew my venom in the chat. Yeah. And he's got some real dumbasses that went over there to his channel via Brother L because Brother L lied about everything. Told everybody that I was talking shit about him. He literally went door to door. They went to Abe, too. He was one of the people they tried to recruit, and Abe didn't go along with it, so they got mad. They don't like Abe because Abe didn't go along with their bullshit. And
I have a
half,
friend at the mall.
I would not be here if Abe would just cede to somebody else. Abe does not come across to me like that. Abe operates on his own operation. I would not be here if it wasn't Abe. Abe, you ride on your own rail.
yeah,
Yeah, I've seen all these other people that are affiliated with the camp. I see everything from the sideline. You know how it was in the military, man. You just view everything from the sideline, and you can see who's who. You can see who's affiliated with who and stuff like that. You know, because we're all trying to make that rank to climb the ladder. So you know, there's some people that are going to talk bad about you. Wish I had people talk bad about me because they're trying to pay me to be a bad guy, and wish I had to take care of them. You know, other NCOs. You know, like, hey, I heard you were talking about me. You said this and this and this and this, and so how you won't take care of it? And they were like, oh, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. I said, next time, if I hear you saying something about me, we ain't going to be no talking. Let's just leave them alone, you know. But yeah, man, it's crazy like that. The military out here. These people, you know, they hide behind freedom of speech.
Yeah.
You know how it is. When I was in the military, bro. If somebody come at you disrespectfully, you handle them right
You
off the
gotta say
bat.
you gotta say what you gotta say, and if they don't like it, then just do the wise thing and just don't hop on the channel. But uh, if you're being called out, and if you have something to say, speak on it.
So they want to use the excuse because I'm on some medicines that basically that they don't want to find me and all this stuff. And I've been on medicines for a very long time, even when I was in the military. Sounds like they're trying to find an excuse. Now, if I were to say, "Well, I can't fight y'all because I'm on this, and this, and this meds," different. But I ain't ever said that. The only thing I've said is keep my name out of your mouth, and if you can't, then just settle it like men. That's all I've ever said.
You're gonna have
I'm
those
not afraid of. I'm not afraid
keyboard
to get my hands
warriors.
dirty or handle business. You know, with these people.
I wouldn't read too much into it. Just let it go, brother. Just
Oh yeah, I'm just saying.
yeah.
I'm not worried about them. I let it go a long time ago, but they keep on. You
They
know.
don't stop. And they use fake accounts and they do all kinds of crap. These
for the
people
sole
are
sake
just,
of getting subs. Holy shit!
yeah.
That's what I think. That for the sake of getting subs, that's what the. Would you agree? That's the ultimate goal to get
Yeah,
subs.
I think their goal was to shut us down and get rid of the competition. And it wasn't just Abe that they attacked, but they attacked Jerry and Ella Williams. Jerry's a Choctaw native. They attacked him and his wife, and then they attacked Bettina Moss. She's a black girl that was working with us, hanging with us, or whatever at the conference. And they wanted to get rid of her. They wanted to get rid of her, and they wanted to get rid of me, Abe. They attacked all of us, and they attacked Hellbent Holler. When they attacked Abe and Bettina, that was it. I got involved, and I messaged the guy that I knew who did it. I knew he was the one behind it. I said, I know who you are. And I said, I know what you did. And we got proof from one of the early defectors that should prove to us that he was the one behind it, the attack. And it was this Peterson Damon account. It was of a black man, so he could use it to be racist. So he has that one, another one called Little Bray Bray. And see, that's why he doesn't want to go to court. He can lie all he wants because he will not face me in court because that dude knows he's got a million fake accounts. And when they do the exploration, or what do they call it, the discovery, all that, he's going to be in big trouble, dude, because it's all going to come out, all of that fake bullshit. I'm pretty sure he's stupid enough to probably use his own IP address too with these fake accounts. So, yeah, Mr. Nunley really either he's ignoring it or he just really that stupid. He has no clue just how vile the people are that he's in bed with. He doesn't realize it. After these first two lawsuits, he'll learn. He's going to learn exactly, And man, One of them has just been on there every night, spewing venom, talking about everybody, and just throwing everybody's private messages out there and stuff. I hardly messaged with that dude because I thought he was a big old fat bitch, and I didn't like him. I never liked him. And all he ever wanted to do was be a chismoso and talk shit about everybody. And he's a character assassinator. And he got mad when I had a piece with Mike from Oklahoma. This guy, Clough, got mad. He got really mad. I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's the truth. In my opinion, and I got to say, in my opinion, all these horrible negative things that Clough was telling me that Mike and them were doing and saying, he was pointing it out to me, was to stoke the flames to keep the war going because he wanted an identity, wanted a purpose. So white knighting became his thing. And when I made peace with DDoS and Mike from Oklahoma, this guy, Clough, he flipped his shit. Like, he lost his shit. And that's all going to come out. It's all true. And he went into overdrive, and he called Abe, he called me, he called everybody, and he was so mad about that. And he wanted me to continue to fight DDoS. And I was like, I don't have a problem. DDoS is done. He's not fighting me. I'm not fighting him. And now they're trying to get him and Dark Waters back involved. Hopefully they're smart enough to stay out of it and not get suckered back in.
Wolf, do you think by you mentioned IP address, do you think they might go as far as doing that swap bullshit that's going around?
Who knows, dude? I mean, they'll do or say anything. But it would be pretty obvious, though, because I'm not going to get too far into it, but there's people that are already looking at them. So if they try to do that, it would go right back to them.
That's fucked up.
It's pretty obvious at what they're doing at this point. You know, they have used fake account after fake account after fake account, and he got these other people involved. But man, if these people that he's been hanging out with, Mr. Cluffy, if they knew the kind of stuff you were doing and saying, because you were the main antagonist. Honestly, you really were. You were the main antagonist. And now we all know why. You wanted to keep this war going, dude, because you had no other identity without it. And you and Brother L, it's all going to come out in court. You and Brother L, y'all wanted to keep this thing going. You wanted to keep this thing going. And so now they flip sides and they're over there with them. But they said a lot of really, really nasty, bad things about those people. And now they're over there with them. Now, if these people are nasty, bad people, why would you you want to say hi? You want to say hi? It's my dog. You always got to get attention, don't you? Hold on. Here, let me let you down. Go lay down underneath. Go ahead. Go to your bed. So here's the thing. These people that they're running around with now that they're all buddy and friends with, they said the nastiest, most vile things. And they were just absolutely trying to convince me to continue fighting a war with these people. And I'm sitting there going like, dude, I'm done with this shit. I want to be out of it. And so that's why I made peace with Ike, but they continue to attack me through fake accounts. And Abe warned me. He said, hey, they're still going to keep coming. They're not going to stop. And they did. Ike used Janice, one of his, we call her Janice the Hutt. But she kept attacking me. And he said that Abe was attacking him. But what I saw was him attacking Abe. And I was just like, look, dude, obviously it's not going to work. When the peace fell through, of course, I mean, it was inevitable. But, Clough had his own agenda. He had his own agenda, and it didn't work out for him. And so out of bitterness and spite, he ran over there to their camp. But it's interesting because he absolutely knows that there was no conspiracy against this guy to take his kid or anything like that. He also knows that I didn't know that this kid existed until, Krista told the lady that night on the phone, told her, how to get help. That's it. That's all we talked about. And I never knew anything about this kid. I didn't know he existed up until that point. And we didn't say anything. We didn't convince this guy's wife or anything to do anything to this guy about that. Their domestic squabble, I've said this many times, is not my concern. That is not my problem. This guy, Ike, made it my problem because he needed to figure out a way to cover his ass to the community so he could continue getting donations and fleece the community. And that's all part of it. It was all part of it. He had to say that there was some kind of conspiracy. So people that are stupid enough, like Barton, who go into it, what would you call it? Like I said, willful ignorance, going into it willfully ignorant. He wanted to believe all that bullshit. He wanted to believe that we had cursed him and put spells and hexes on him, instead of taking responsibility, and then believe the lies of the Roach King. So, believe what you want, man. I don't give a flipping shit rat's ass what you believe at this point, you goofy ass. Who the hell has a woman shit in a cup on camera? I mean, can you imagine what kind of crap this guy is into? He's probably looking at fans. What's it called? The fans, what's it called? What is that called? When they do the fans,
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. He's probably looking at the OnlyFans, and he probably looks at Pornhub or whatever the hell, And don't try to say I look at it, Barton, because we don't have Pornhub here in Texas. It's been banned. So there you go, Barton.
Was it banned in Texas?
Yeah, it's been banned. They should ban all of it, dude, because it's all coming from the same source, dude.
I didn't know that, and that's fucking good news.
It's from the Synagogue of Satan. All of porn is all run by those people from the Synagogue of Satan.
For the love of God, yes.
These people that love those people too. They're always like, "Oh, those are God's people." Yeah, oh. Sure, man. Whatever you say, they're in charge of the porn. They're in charge. It's all Epstein bullshit. They're all in cahoots with all of that shit, dude. They're all registered Democrats.
Of course they are, man.
They're registered Democrats. And then Cluffy, you want to say that I called him a Democrat? The reason I called him that, you fat ass, is because he is. You stupid fat fuck. That's what he is. Excuse me for getting mad and cussing on your channel, Abe. I'm sorry. I can't stand these people, dude. And I just really. They're gross. They're disgusting. They're nasty. They're very, very,
very, my channel is nothing but adults here, man. It's all nothing but adults. Nobody underneath the age of 18. So you're allowed to say whatever you want to say, man.
Yeah, but it's just not. It's not in good taste to do that. But
no, it's fine, man. I mean, you just let it out. You got to let it out.
They love those people, man. And they'll sit there and they'll fight tooth and nail for these ridiculous hag redneck people that say the horrible things they say about me and Abe. I don't even know her name. Shao Kahn. What is Shaka Khan? What is her name? Shella Kaka.
Shell of shit. Shell the coin or
what is her name? It's like her name is literally like Kaka or something like that. I'm not even joking.
Shaka Khan.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like Shell.
Shell the coin.
Kayaka, Kaka, Cacao, something like that. It starts with a K and it ends with K. It's like K. I'm not even joking. It's like Kaka or Kaki or something like that.
She probably was the one that took a shit in the thing, man.
It was that. It was those. I in my opinion, who I think it is, and I've been told this. It's that swinger couple that were at the conference. The one that Cluffy said was making him so uncomfortable. And he kept crying to me, Anthony and Tony, talking about we had to get rid of this guy and get him out of there because he was hitting on everybody and he was a Satanist, according to Cluff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have no clue, what this guy's deal was. I just know that.
Man, it sounds like you have an uphill battle of these motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, there's a little clan of them, dude. A little clan of them. But they're just like Bigfoot, dude. They won't hurt you. They're just.
Oh yeah, of course.
A little clan of Bigfoot. They won't hurt you, man. Just give them candy.
They roll, man. They operate amongst themselves, and they're gonna protect each other, and they're gonna come after you, bro.
Oh, they've already come after me. Here's my attack dog here. She's gonna protect. Are you gonna protect me, Beans? You gonna protect me? She's gonna be like, she'll protect me. Yeah, I don't give a shit what they do, honestly. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just waiting for them to make their next move so that I can expose them with the truth. I've been nice. My nephews pointed that out on Facebook the other day, that I've been very patient and very nice with these people. Here's the thing, Buddha, it takes money to sue people. And you give them enough time and enough rope,
Yeah. It takes money to. Yeah. Yep. You're right. It takes money to get to hire some people to get to the point. I really hope that people are watching this channel that are willing to take up this case can find you justice, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, because the main thing is, as long as they've been rioting and it's been going on and it keeps going on, they've dug themselves into a real hole. They've said a lot of horrible, slanderous things. Every video they make, each video on its own is enough to sue them 2 or 3 times over, each one of them, because of the slander. And the ones that are out of state, they think that they're out of reach, that they're not going to get legal repercussions. Oh, there's a way for it, dude. I figured it out. And so here the people here in Texas are easy. There's 3 of them, and there's 3 of them here in Texas. So, but like I said, if they just kept going and they kept going, and when you give somebody enough time, well, guess what? They can.
Well, I got a question. These people that are coming after you, are they in Texas?
3 of them are.
So not all of them, right?
Mm-mm.
That's cross state.
Yeah, it's federal. So the other ones are federal.
Right. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So then you have justification to hire an attorney to go after somebody who's cross state.
Yeah.
So
you got to do it in federal court.
Exactly. So this is not a Texas thing.
No. 3 of them will be in Texas. The others will be in federal court. We're going to do the
right.
first in Texas first. And I hope that they think that I'm joking. I hope you think I'm kidding, because I'm not.
Yeah.
So it's going to be happening soon.
I think you got some leverage on that one, man.
Yeah. It's going to be, and so in my opinion, these people are unhinged and they have done enough damage to their own case that there's not going to be any. I mean, it's going to be easy for 3 of them here in Texas. We have everything we need, because they have gone over there and they have just said and done so much, and they just won't stop. They were given cease and desist letters, Buddha, which they lied to the community and said were fake. They were not fake. They were issued by a lawyer. And when a lawyer can risk being debarred if they give a letter that is fake, if they don't have enough information, because that letter is basically saying, it's a warning saying we have enough to sue you, so you need to stop. Well, they didn't stop. They burned them on their channel.
Yep.
Like idiots, like bell whistles. And then they made this wild claim that my lawyer was disbanded or disbarred or whatever, which really pissed him off, because he wasn't. He's not. And so he's still practicing, and he's not disbarred. And so, but I have another attorney, because that attorney, I have him doing other things. And so these people are going to learn how the justice system works.
Yeah, because we're talking about international waves. This is beyond the state. We're talking about internet.
Yeah.
Which is beyond the waves, because I mean, we're talking about like whatever it is they said, it goes as far as like the outside of the world. This is worldwide. So FCC, look, at the end of the day, like whatever attorneys you're hiring, make sure that they're going beyond the state of Texas, the boundaries of Texas.
Yeah, it has to be in federal court for the other ones, and that will happen, because they think that they're safe, because they think that I'm not in their state, that they can't be sued, but they will. But first things first, we got to get the other ones done. And so, they won't stop. The thing is, they had all the power in their hands, Buddha. They had all the power. I know. It's okay. She keeps trying to get. Where's everybody at? Where's all your playmates? Are they all sleeping? Where's everybody? All the animals are asleep, and you're the only one not sleeping? You're the only one not sleeping? So this is the thing. When I said to them, you can stop this at any time, I absolutely meant that. They had the power to stop it at any time. They could have quit. They could have left us alone. We don't want to destroy people. We don't want to have to fight with these people. We don't want to sit there and have a Royal Rumble with these people. It doesn't matter, though, if that's what they want, that's what they get. We wanted to be left alone. And we said this many, many times, that what we want was to be left alone. And they continued to attack. And now they're attacking everybody and anybody that's around. It's not just me and Abe. They've attacked his wife. They've attacked my wife. They attacked Tex and his wife, saying that he was, they love to say that we're, Yeah, what was it, Abe? They tried to say that we were cheating on our wives, that we were at the conference in infidelity. They
Brother,
literally
you have a case like a motherfucker.
Yeah, dude, it's real bad. I'm telling you. So then they said that who did they go after? Hellbent Holler went after Hellbent Holler. They went after Blondes and Booze. Said that Krista Tweedy from Blondes and Booze had committed a conspiracy with my wife to get this guy's son taken away. Dude, I'm telling you, they accused us. One of them accused us of committing a home invasion, which we got the one guy from Oklahoma involved in that. We have the screenshots of him going along with it, dude. It's not gonna be pretty, dude. I'm telling you.
You got that all documented?
All of it. Everything.
So you're locked and loaded?
Everything is locked and loaded. And we got the receipts. They always talk about having receipts. We got receipts upon receipts. And the thing is, too, that camp doesn't realize that every night that they make those videos are nothing but lies and slander that can easily be refuted. Okay, we can refute that very easy. And so when they come at us with any kind of BS or whatever, deposing it's going to be very simple. But I'm not going to need to, because I'm going to go on the offensive, because we've asked them to stop and they will not stop. They won't do it. And they think I'm playing, and I'm not playing, because you kept going. And the good thing is for us, they kept going, and they gave me time. And what I needed was time to get the capital to pay for this. And now I have it. So foolish is as foolish does. And now we're going to see. Now, it may not work. It may not work for some of them. It may work and it may not. Some of them, I'm 100% positive it absolutely will work. The ones that I have a little bit of a doubt in, and that's just a little bit, it's still going to expose a lot of nasty, nasty things about them that they don't want exposed.
Don't say too much.
Yeah, I'm not. But let them say their bullshit and spin and lie and take this video and show it. I don't give a shit what they do. There's no getting out of it, because they have literally slandered and libeled us into the ground. And I mean, every video they've made has just been slander, and they have thrown some heavy accusations out there about me, about my wife, about Abe.
I think you got a case, brother.
Oh, dude, yeah. And I'm going to get everybody in on this so that we can all sue them, so we can come together against them. And there's going to be a lot of people, everybody that they've slandered and they've lied about.
Definitely get your ducks in a row and make that happen. If you haven't done so already.
No, we got it.
Definitely
we were hoping that they would be stupid enough to try to sue us, but they never did.
I think
because they know that they did too much.
That ship sailed.
Yeah.
Just do you. It's about you gotta hit the red button and just call your attorney and say we're gonna go forward with this.
Yeah.
But
it's actually a conspiracy too on their part. They are the ones that have done the conspiring, group chats, everything that they've done. And they've been planning this. They had been planning it for a long time. So yeah, I see Madeline actually said that in the chat. The person who defected from their camp confirmed they've had all this planned for a long time. Yeah. And we got defectors, like 3 of them. So yeah, and there's so much information now. It's not going to take even a tenth of what we have to do this. But I'm hoping that everything is comes out in court, and the fake accounts, everything that they've done is going to be laid out there.
Can I ask? Is there anything that's holding you back? Not holding you back. That's not the right word. Is there something hindering you from moving forward, or do you have everything operational wise?
It just takes time, man. It takes time and money.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say. Time and money.
Time and money, and you just I have a schedule, because I run a business. I have 2 businesses, and I have to do in time with that. And the month of October is a month, where in the paranormal, you have all these people that it's spooky season or whatever, and they want to watch these shows or whatever. And I'm, that's what I do. And so I took the month of October to put out as many episodes and do as much work as possible, because that's what you're supposed to do. And these people, they don't work. That's the thing. They don't work. And so they spent their entire month slandering and committing libel, while we, on the other hand, we're doing our jobs. And when we're done, we're just going to have to turn our attention and deal with them. That's it. That's always. It just takes time. That's the only problem. And it takes money.
It takes time. Yeah.
Yep. But they've given us that. I'm so glad that they did.
If you got the right ammunition, I think you're good to go, bro.
Mm-hmm.
We hit the 6 hour mark.
Yeah, there you go. There's another one. Look at Scorpion, Gary Lopez, what he said. What does Gary say? He says, they tried saying I had a wife who hated me. I've never been married ever. Yeah. They tried to say he had a wife that hated him. Yep.
Wow.
They love that infidelity thing. They love the spirit of Asmodeus or Asmodeus. That is who they love. That is their guy because he's the one that causes marital strife and sows discord in relationships. So they're using him and they're using all these other demons to do this. It's my opinion. It's very demonically influenced, in my opinion. And one of them is damn sure a bruja. I know it. Like I said, my opinion. But that's what I think. Every prayer she makes on there is really a supplication to a demon, and every prayer she makes, and Abe can confirm this. It's evil. It's basically cursing us.
Yep.
That's what she does. Yeah, and then Clough, you lied and said that you never met Scorpion, which is an absolute lie. I mean, you're lying about everything. You're just up there lying, and spinning out in a circle, lying. Man, I'd hate to be you. I could tell you that. Just if nothing else, besides the legal ramifications, just what is waiting for you at judgment for all the lying, for all of the slander, for all of the things that you've done and said with Jessipotamus. Pretty bad. Bad. But yeah, I got to run, guys. I got things I got to take care of before I got to hit the hay. I got another 2 hours before I go to bed. But I got things I got to take care of. It's been a pleasure, Abe, as always, and great conversation as always. Always a great conversation.
Hey, Wolf, I just want to say, man, look, thank you for sharing this information with us to Abe's channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's very powerful, very fucking powerful, and I hope there's at the sunset that there's light at the end.
Yeah, justice.
I think based on everything you said, it sounds like you have a case, brother, and I hope at the end of the day that your attorneys use that information to bring light and
mm-hmm.
put closure on everything that's going on right now. It sounds to me, bro, like you got a case. You got
mm-hmm.
a case.
We do. Absolutely. If you want to join PRT News on Facebook, you'll see it. We've kept receipts on that page. We have.
I don't think I'm subscribed to your channel, brother.
Well, subscribe, and it's PRT.
What is it again?
Paranormal Roundtable. Go check it out.
You mind if I search it while you're on here right now?
Be my guest. And go to PRT News and then go to Abe's SCE News. You'll see it. All of the stuff that they've done and said about us. It's all there. It's all there.
All right. So I got the search engine going. What's it called?
Paranormal Roundtable.
Paranormal
You got
Roundtable.
62 people in here now, Abe.
Is it Paranormal Roundtable? Yeah. Yeah. It's got like a UFO hovering over some people. Okay. Boom. I just subscribed. Okay.
Yeah, thank you to all the paratroopers that showed up and for supporting Abe. And, he's a brother in Christ, and he's under attack constantly, like me. We're just constantly under
I wouldn't
attack.
be here if it wasn't for Abe, brother Abe, bro. Like he says prayers for everybody. He says prayers for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go as far as saying this, and I'm really mean this from the bottom of my heart. When I first dropped to this channel, I would say like 48 hours later, when I dropped to this channel, Abe, he didn't even know who I was, and he said a prayer for me, and it was very enlightening for me. I really appreciated that. I would even go as far as saying that that's why I'm even still here, because Abe said a prayer for me, and he didn't even know who the fuck I was. He didn't even know who I was. I just had to throw that in.
He's a good guy, and they slander and attack him all the time, like daily, like they do us, like they do me. That's their thing.
I really appreciate that.
Yes, I just try to maintain my love foundation and just keep on doing what I do. Sometimes I take a little break, but it's not going to stop me from doing the good works. Got to stay obedient, you know.
Yep.
But
And it's
they're,
hard too. They make
what's
you
happening right now
want to
is
hate.
they're losing their minds
Mhm.
because everything they're doing is not working. So they're sooner or later they're going to start fighting amongst each other. That's what normally happens when what they're trying to do spiritually is not working. It goes back to the sender. So they start caving in. I mean, shit. When you make a video and shitting in a in a little cup, I mean, golly, they're right there by itself. That's demonic in nature, right there,
Yeah.
man.
Yep. And they're very proud of the things that they've done and said.
Pestilence and shit. That's demonic.
That's right. We'll see how proud they are when all this is said and done. We'll see how happy they are. It has to happen, and it happens the way it does for a reason. All the suffering and everything, it had to happen because now these people need to be made an example of, so that people will know in this community they can't go around doing these kind of things, dude. It's just ridiculous. But I'll see you, Abe. You guys be safe. Buddha, it's nice meeting you.
Likewise.
I'll see you guys.
I think I'm going to have a visitor later on tonight. He's coming all the way from Transylvania.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to stop by after my show is over. You're welcome to jump on my show tonight too, because I'm going to have some special guests too. So,
all right.
Well, I subscribe, so yeah, I'd be happy to hop on if you will.
Yeah, you guys come drop by. We're going to be doing all kinds of stuff tonight. We're doing a giveaway.
If you'll accept me, I'll be happy to drop in, brother.
Yeah, we're doing $50 giveaways, like 10 of them, $50 giveaways, and a bunch of other stuff, merchandise and whatever. It's gonna be fun.
I will drop in. 100%.
I'll see you guys.
Take care, guys. I'm gonna land my ship too, because it's like I'm on Pacific time. So what is it right now? 2:54.
Oh, it's 2:54.
Holy shit!
5 in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta land my ship too.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, good night.
Take care, Wolf.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, brother Abe. Have a good night. I'm gonna
have a good night too, brother. Thank you for jumping on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on board.
No problem.
And I look forward to dropping in, and you welcome me on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, brother.
Take care, brother.
Here we go, brothers and sisters. Thank you for the paratroopers that showed up. Thank you for all the night owls that stayed up all night. For those who support, of course, brother Josh Turner, Paranormal Round Table. For those that jump in a little bit, hit the like button for Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I really appreciate y'all. Tonight, I think Brother Josh Turner is doing something. I'll be doing something here later on tonight too. I got a guest coming all the way from Transylvania. But in saying that, I always maintain a Heavenly Love Foundation, regardless of the situation, and if you need to, because the situation is hot and heavy spiritually, tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, brothers and sisters. Because that's the only way we're going to be able to overcome the unseen forces is through Jesus Christ. In saying that, good night. God bless you. Thank you to everybody that was on the panel. This is Brother Ixias, Sarncia signing off. For Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Have a blessed day, everybody.